Hello everyone and welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield and I can now hear myself in my ear. Just checking, just confirming. Welcome to the 3 o'clock edition of Fox 10 News Now. I see some chat and I see some conversation in the chat room in regards to Samia, who's sitting right here. You're not, they're afraid you're leaving forever. Yes. It's called vacation, and Samia works very hard and deserves her vacation. So don't fret. We will try to keep you as informed as Samia does. Yeah, it's like she said she'll probably be joining you in the chat room at some point, especially giving us updates on Lamar. I don't know how I would get my Lamar Odom updates if it weren't for Samia Khan. So I'm going to jump to my top stories of the day. I hope you don't mind. The first one I have is Obama keeping 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. You can see that right over there. President Obama announced on Thursday he will keep 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Again, I'm sorry, that's 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan beyond 2016, in a stark reversal from earlier pledges to end the war on his watch, though Republicans still questioned whether the residual force will be enough to support Afghan forces and U.S. allies. The decision follows months of appeals from military leaders to extend the drawdown timeline, and it marks an acknowledgement that, despite claims al-Qaeda is on the run, militants continue to pose a serious threat to the country. Obama originally had planned to pull out all but a small embassy-based U.S. military presence by the end of next year, but military leaders argued the Afghans needed additional assistance and support from the U.S. to beat back a resurgent Taliban and hold on to gains made over the last 14 years. And again, this is from foxnews.com. Under the new plan, the administration will keep the current force of 9,800 troops in Afghanistan through most of next year. Then they're going to draw down to 5,500 troops in 2017 at a pace still to be determined by commanders. While America's combat mission in Afghanistan may be over, our commitment to Afghanistan and its people endures, Obama said at the White House in announcing his decision. The president stressed that he does not support the idea of endless war, but said Afghan forces are not as strong as they need to be, and the Taliban have made gains, leading to a very fragile security situation in key areas of the country. So that was my number one story for you today. That is the one that I thought was very concerning. Another one that's interesting, and I'm actually going to show you this story. I believe Steve Kraft was at the location at noon, and the location, it's no longer an active scene. But let me close out of this. It's no longer an active scene, so we don't have live visuals for you at the scene, and I don't know if we're actually going to go there for our broadcast, but I can show you what it looked like earlier. If you can give me a few minutes or a few seconds. We've got the commercials I have to wait for to end. But this is in regards to a woman being found dead in Phoenix.
A Phoenix husband is being detained this afternoon after his wife meets a gruesome death in their kitchen.
Steve Kraft is live in the neighborhood where it happened near the Loop 202 and 32nd Street. Steve.
Well, first, let me tell you, this is called the City Place Apartments, and the apartment where this occurred is right behind me over there. And according to Phoenix police, they came on this scene. They found that a mother had been, as you said earlier, killed, blunt force trauma. That means beaten to death in the kitchen, what they call an especially gruesome sight. We're showing you now some video of this scene. And the husband has been detained, although he has not officially been named as a suspect at this time. But police tell us they're not looking for any other suspects. All this happening with 3 children in this apartment under the age of 10. An especially tragic and brutal situation, especially poignant, because we are in the midst of a week where we're talking about domestic violence and what a scourge it is in the country. So neighbors here have been talking about this terrible crime that happened overnight. They're very shocked, and here's what one of them had to say to us.
Well, that's really terrible. That's not bad actions for the guy, the dad, and especially in front of the little ones. You know, it's not showing really good, and hopefully it's not how I think it is.
No names have been released to us yet in terms of who the husband is and who the young mother is who died. Reporting live from Central Phoenix, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Just to reiterate, this is from Fox10Phoenix.com. Phoenix police say a man reported finding his 28-year-old wife fatally injured in their kitchen after hearing a noise early in the morning near Loop 202 and 32nd Street. If I heard a noise and I was married, I would say to my husband, what was that noise? I suppose if I was the husband, I would check on my wife and children if I heard a noise early in the morning. Officers were called to the scene just after 1:30 a.m. Thursday after receiving numerous 911 calls, of which one of them was from the woman's 29-year-old husband. He told police he heard a noise, walked into the kitchen, and found the woman on the floor unresponsive and bleeding. Police also tell Fox 10 that a neighbor called 911 and reported hearing several screams. Police detained the husband at the scene and they're questioning him. He's not considered a suspect, but officials say he is a person of interest. At this time, investigators are not looking for any other suspects. Just because we said we're not looking for a third-party person, that means that there's no indication early in the investigation that anybody else was there. It does not mean that at some time before 1:30 this morning, someone else may have been in this townhome. Those kind of things we have to figure out, explained Officer James Holmes, who you have met here on Fox 10 News now. He's come and sat down with Samia before. The couple's 3 young children, all under the age of 10, were asleep in the home at the time. They've been placed in the Arizona Department of Children's Safety Protective Custody. Oh, wow. Police say when they arrived at the scene, they found a very large amount of blood. The cause of death has not been determined, but police believe the woman was bludgeoned. The husband also told police that a man had come to the home earlier in the evening, possibly looking for some type of drug. They turned him away. No names have been released in this case, and thanks to the AP for helping us, for contributing to that story on Fox10Phoenix.com. Another story that I probably am only pulling for you because I hate flossing. Flossing your teeth can do more harm than good, says certain experts. Let's see here. Figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly. And of those who do, most of us are doing it incorrectly. Well, I don't like to lose, so I just avoid it. Bad techniques can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums that can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. Now, if you want to know more about this, I absolutely encourage that. I can't pronounce half of the things that were written in this article, and I just didn't want to look like a goofball while trying to. There's a lot of funny words in this article, but let me show it to you really quick. So if you want to take a look at it, you can. I found it on thedailymail.com, and look at that those beautiful examples of how to floss. I'm not a flosser. I'll say it right now. Please don't judge me. And here's another story that I've been fixated with. The aunt that sued her 12-year-old nephew, who was 8 at the time, for running up and jumping on her at his birthday party. He was on a bicycle. She surprised him at his birthday party. He jumped off his bike. He screamed, "I love you, Aunt whatever," and jumped on her. She fell over, breaking her wrist. He was 8 at the time. It was his 8th birthday. Well, now he's 12, and she was just in court for suing him for $127,000. And I'm certain that you were with me in the assumption that that's a pretty terrible thing to do, suing your sweet little 12-year-old nephew for $127,000. She has come out since then and said that she had to because it was going to be the only way that she could get the homeowner's insurance to pay her out, because her insurance would only give her $1 to cover the expenses of her broken wrist. And it did take a jury of 6 only 25 minutes to determine that they weren't going to allow her to win that lawsuit. Again, this is a Daily Mail story, and he did do the interview with a different outlet, but I want to show you pictures of how sweet and cute this little boy is. And that's the aunt right there. But I'll read some highlights. Jennifer Connell sued her nephew over an incident at his 8th birthday. A Connecticut jury took just 25 minutes deliberating to dismiss her case. The nephew spoke for the first time Wednesday, saying he loves his aunt. Shantarla, 12, agreed with Connell that the lawsuit was just a formality. He says she had to name him to claim household insurance and settle her medical bills. Her legal team claimed Connecticut law forced her to take the court case. Her insurance would not pay to treat the injuries without negligence finding. But that little boy was so sweet and cute and precious. So I'm glad to know that there's not any internal friction, and it was a really good idea for them to just get this out of the way immediately, because I think a lot of people were angry about this. I was frustrated with it. I thought it was a horrible scenario. I thought it was a horrible case. So I'm happy to see that they are not at odds with each other, or that he's not heartbroken over it, because I can't imagine being a 12-year-old kid. When I was 12, I was reading copious amounts of books and just wanted to be left alone, and was sweet and did no harm. And so I can't imagine this sweet little boy feeling like he did something wrong in a big scary courtroom. That's horrible. But at least he understands, quote unquote, just a formality. They still love each other, and hopefully they can move on from this pretty traumatic experience, I'm sure, for the both of them. Another story that caught my attention today: Trump might refuse to appear at the CNBC debate. Now, I saw some interesting comments in the chat room, so let me read those before I take those on, or this story on. Oh, wow. Let's just... Les, you're always very chatty. Les does not buy the flossing story. I skipped flossing for a few days, some leftover in my teeth, rotten my whole teeth. Well, maybe in your case, you should continue to floss if it makes you feel better. I encourage you to do that. Ooh. Again, Les, think this husband can use the Oscar Pistorius defense in regards to that is an interesting marriage of two stories in regards to the Phoenix wife and mother found dead. Fleece said, my wife actually trains for MMA in the middle of the night, so I'm used to that noise. In regards to the story that I'm about to tell you now, Les says it's a stupid idea for GOP to have debates on liberal channels. It is a completely stupid idea if you are really serious about winning. For the good of the party, can some of the no-chance winning candidates please quit? They are taking away valuable time from the truly winnable candidates. I'd like to know who do you think is a truly winnable candidate in the GOP party, Les? I'd love to get your feedback on that, because I'm still up in the air. I like Marco Rubio. I like... Trump is always entertaining, but I don't think anybody really stands out as a star the way that Barack Obama did over the last few years. He just was so personable, and people just thought, wow, he's interesting. I want to know more about him. He's likable. So here's an interesting story on Trump, and let me pull this up. I'll wait, because Breitbart.com has auto ads, and I don't want your ears to burst from some auto ad that you weren't prepared for. But campaign aides for Donald Trump are floating the suggestion that the billionaire presidential candidate might refuse to appear at the upcoming CNBC debate if they don't specify their criteria. In an interview with the New York Times, Trump's campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, signaled that Trump was unhappy with the length of the 3-hour CNN debate and wanted them to identify the time candidates would be on stage. Donald Trump has expressed how unhappy he was with that CNN debate length on numerous occasions, and I can't blame him. I've said, how exhausting must it be to be on stage, almost like you're on a Broadway show. You are on the entire time. You know that people are watching you. They want a moment of weakness. They want a reaction, because they can cut it later in a broadcast and place it somewhere where it doesn't belong, so it looks like there's some sort of feuding going on that isn't necessarily there. So you have got to be on the entire time. I mean, for instance, at the very first debate, perhaps, I think, Jeb Bush stood on his tippy toes for a photo that was taken. Maybe he didn't necessarily do that on purpose, but that became a headline. So all across the internet, all across the world now, people are thinking that he intentionally stood on his toes when a picture was taken of all of the candidates on stage to look bigger, to look taller, to look stronger. That's a silly headline, but it's because a photo was taken at an unfortunate moment, catching him on his tippy toes. So you have to be on this entire time, aware of your surroundings. I can't imagine that. That's a long time. You have to care about your facial expressions. You have to care about your posture. You have to care about your cell phone going off. You have to care about your notes. You have to be aware of what people are saying around you, and think to yourself, is that what they said last time they talked about the subject? Because I need to catch them in something. I mean, it's got to be such an emotionally exhausting and physically exhausting experience. And Donald Trump did complain about it. And he said, do you know why they expanded the CNN debate? Because they're going to make more money off of me. And he actually gave the exact dollar amount that they were charging for commercial breaks on CNN, and asked CNN to donate it to a veterans group, because he thought it was so unfair that they were asking for such an ungodly amount of money for this debate, and that they kept stretching it out, and these individuals were going to have to stand up there. And I think CNN might have come out and said, well, there are so many of you, we want to give you equal time. But it does appear that there are a lot of candidates up there. But I cannot imagine having to be on for 3 hours and not being exhausted and hostile towards the end of it. Anyway, to continue with this article that I found on Breitbart.com. For us, it was imperative that the time be changed to 120 minutes for the length of the debate, he said to the New York Times. Mr. Trump has been unhappy with the nearly 3-hour length of the CNN debate that the Republicans recently took part in. Lewandowski said that CNBC never discussed the debate criteria, but rather sent a memo informing them how it would be. The criteria has been outlined by CNBC. The criteria that was outlined by CNBC was never discussed with any of the candidates or the campaigns, he said. So what CNBC did was send out a memo and said, here's the criteria as you have approved them, and that went out to all the campaigns. We said we never agreed to this criteria. Other campaigns have complained about the required polling standards for candidates to participate in the event, particularly Governor Bobby Jindal. Speaking to the Times, Lewandowski called the debate criteria to be laid out in detail for all the candidates. Until we have this criteria specifically laid out, it is difficult to participate, he warned. And you know that Donald Trump has the power to say, I'm not participating, and people will listen. He does bring in the views. Samia is yawning in front of me. Are you saying I'm boring? Take a look at the White House. I think I have the White House. All right, I'm gonna, before I take you to Kasich, Rachel says, didn't other candidates complain about the time on the debates? Yes, they have, Rachel. Hopefully that will get them to agree to change it. And Mike D says, after the softball DNC debate, they need to get tough on the debate terms. Absolutely. Trump showing off those negotiation skills, says Mike D. Trump and Trump, that's it. He is a machine, says Pete. Love it. Okay, let's head into Kasich campaigning in New Hampshire. And I've been hearing a lot on Fox National that Donald Trump and Kasich are very fond of each other, and they're wondering if they're preparing to tag team, and if maybe perhaps Kasich could be Trump's VP. I don't know. I'm just repeating what I'm hearing on the national network, the mothership. But let's take a look at Kasich in New Hampshire.
Can't get training help unless they lose their jobs first. So much of the money only gets sent to the states with the requirement that you have to train people once they lose their job, rather than training them while they have their job so they don't lose their job. That's a Washington mentality for you. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to wrap up all those job training programs and send them to each and every state to deal with their workers and their economic situation and take it out of Washington, D.C. and out of that bureaucracy and set ourselves free to make sure our people can be prosperous in the workplace. And I hope you agree. I'll send Medicaid back to the states as well. Right now, Washington makes it so hard to try new ideas that it seems as though nothing ever better gets done. In Ohio, we are making great progress with private sector health insurance, better chronic disease management, and the practice of paying for value, not just volume. These same kind of ideas can also be put to work, helping restrain costs in the federal government's health care program for seniors, that program, Medicare, so it is fiscally strong and there to help them. All these ideas together can help us to begin improving health outcomes and getting costs under control. We know how to do this, and we can do it if Washington just was smarter about the need to try a new approach and let people innovate. And let me be clear, we have a program to make sure that Medicare is set on a firm basis and that Medicaid can be sent back to the states, something that we have been fighting for since the middle of the 90s, so that governors and legislators can come up with more innovative and practical ways to treat the poor, and also to have a Medicare system that will last for these young people, not just for mom and dad today. And the same is also true in welfare, cutting Washington's strings so states can design their own plans to let America actually help people move up and out of poverty. In Ohio, we tried to be very innovative, guided by the same idea that my mother used to say. It's a sin not to help somebody who needs help, but it is equally a sin to continue to help someone who needs to learn how to help themselves. At this very time, we are asking the federal government for permission to allow our people on public assistance to be able to get education so they can get a job, and we've got to ask the federal government to approve this. It's nonsense. Let me run it. Let my legislature run it. Let us tailor a welfare program in Ohio that you can learn from here, and one here that we can learn from in my state and all across this country. This is our country, and we make the choices that decide its future. If we want security and prosperity, lives with good futures, opportunities for our kids, and something to pass on to those we love, we need to make it happen, and we need to make it happen now. We've got to get our government out of the way, balance our budget, cut taxes. We need to take back our power and our money and our influence and get the red tape and regulators back under control. Let's win our energy freedom. Let's get smart on trade. You see, it all works together as one strategy. And if we want to see results now, we're going to have to fight for it. I'm fighting for the 50-year-old woman who lost her job in this bad economy, and for the businesses that could grow and give her a new opportunity if they weren't drowning in high taxes and red tape. I'm fighting for the startups with breakthrough ideas that could hire the single mom struggling to provide a future for her kids. I'm fighting for the men and women whose wages have been flat for 7 years. I'm fighting for the young people with their whole lives ahead of them, wondering if they will have the same opportunities as the generation before them. The ideas I'm putting out today are for every American who wants a better and brighter future. They are for all of us. Is it easy? Are you kidding me? Oh, it's extremely hard to get this done. But this is doable. This is doable and achievable to help our country. There are going to be a lot of people working against this. That's inevitable. I've faced it all of my lifetime. There's going to be skeptics. But I'm going to tell you, I become president relying on you for your help and support. We'll get it done, because I've done it before, by building a great team that works with me and rallying support from people like you. We're going to come together and rally people behind the changes we all know that need to be made. We've got to make them happen now. No more fooling around, no more delay, no more confusion, no more inexperience, no more polls, no more focus groups. Now we need to get this done. Again, when you leave, they're going to ask you, what do you say? He's going to balance the federal budget. He did it before. He's going to cut taxes. He's done it before. He's going to send programs back to where we can get our hands on them and fix them to suit who we are so that we can solve our problems. He's done it before. He's going to control the regulators, he says. Well, in Ohio, we have, with our Common Sense initiative that repeals silly rules and regulations. He says he wants to develop energy and make us independent. Well, our energy industry in Ohio is unfettered, and it's working, and it's exciting. He says he wants to change welfare, so we help those people who need help, but also ask them to assume personal responsibility. He's doing that in Ohio. He said we need to stand up and protect the American worker while at the same time we reach across the oceans to make sure that our products can find markets. But if we get cheated, he'll fight back. You can count on it. Folks, I got into this race. I don't want to write another book because I'm in politics. I don't need another television show. I'm doing this because the good Lord has blessed me. And throughout the course of my lifetime, he's given me the skills. He's given me the friends. He's given me the instincts and the judgment to be able to make our nation strong, respected all over the world again. I'm going to carry this out, but I need you. I need you right here in New Hampshire and all across this country. No more politics, no more nonsense. We will get down to it, and America will be a brighter, stronger, more hopeful place as a result of what we can do over the course of the next 8 years. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
Governor Kasich. The governor has been kind enough and generous with his time to participate in our student forum, First in the Nation Primary Forum. But before we begin, I would like to introduce Dr. Ross Cattell, our chancellor, to talk about the forum. Doctor.
Thank you, Governor Kasich. New Hampshire's community colleges are hosting forums across our 7 colleges, so students get to engage with the candidates and ask questions to the candidates. As you talked about America's futures, our students at National Community College and across our
I do have. I have to interrupt you, and I'm sorry. We have a flash flood in Los Angeles, and I thought I did, but I'm losing it right now. Hopefully, we'll go back to visuals.
You mean like Palmdale? Right. But if we come this way and get in the middle, we might be able to intercept where the...
All right, we're waiting to get back to the flood, and it was at Los Angeles National Forest. I've got Mike helping me and Sonia. Hopefully, we go back to those visuals sooner than later. But it was some pretty intense. It was a pretty intense scene. There you go. Look at that.
I'm staying in here because it's raining. Copy that, copy that. Did you just hear LA County Fire saying they're stuck at Lake Hughes and Muntz? Lake Hughes and Muntz, or was it Elizabeth? Anyway, I don't know if we can make our way up that direction, but we'll be here for just a minute or two. I don't know how much of this you want.
Police asks if we're going to have any weather tonight or any rain tonight. Carrie's actually doing the weather this evening on Fox 10 News, and I can tell you we are anticipating rain this evening. We are anticipating rain this evening. We are. I mean, these are very interesting visuals. This is a flash flood warning in Los Angeles at Los Angeles National. Yeah, it really is just. It's not as scary as it is kind of yucky, to be quite honest with you. It reminds me of, and I'm semi-talking to Samia right now, but it reminds me of Nickelodeon. You know, kind of like the yucky.
Slime,
But
maybe,
these are some flash flood warnings out of Los
The
Angeles.
best part of this and put this on YouTube right away. I think so.
All right, copy. Oh. Sorry. Very near Lake Hughes. Yes, thank you. Were you talking to me on 6, right? Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, I do. Very low. Thank you for the test, though. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you. If you're wondering why the camera's all over the place, I'm trying to find the name of that creek. Lake Hughes Road, Lake Hughes Road. Thank you.
Yes, this is in Los Angeles, D. This is in
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
This is in California.
We know it's in Southern California and it's coming from our Fox affiliate in Los Angeles.
Copy,
It's Los Angeles National Forum, so it's not necessarily Los Angeles proper. And we're getting another shot. Oh man.
We got a live shot.
We're going to lose the element of surprise here.
Do you want to hear what I have to say first, and then? Chairman, thank you. Thank you. That was Spanish. You were saying, careful what you say. He said,
yeah, I think.
Probably the same thing I've said
before. Would you also
before,
record Rubio for me?
But it's great to be here in Chester County, although someone in the hallway just told me, you're not in Chester, you're in Montgomery County. But we're with Chester County, and obviously a great county party, and such an important state, because this is a state where in 2016 we're going to re-elect Pat Toomey to the United States Senate. And this is a state where, thanks to your hard work, not just in this county, but in so many others.
It is. It's a little bit of a mud flow coming down out of the mountains.
Is going to win this state in 2016 for president. Everybody wants to tell you the election they're running in is the most important in a generation. I think I can actually make a pretty good case for it in this one. Because the elections that we now 2016 is not simply a choice between Republicans and Democrats. It is, in fact, a generational choice about what kind of country we're going to be in the 21st century. That's right. Now, for the better part of 2 centuries, this has been an exceptional country, and let me tell you why it's been exceptional. It hasn't been exceptional because we're a rich country. Every country in the world has rich people. Even the poorest country in the world has rich people, and we celebrate success in this country. But what makes us special is that in this country, millions of people that will never be rich still achieve happiness. They find jobs that pay enough so they can buy a home in a safe neighborhood, so they can retire with dignity, so they can leave their children better off than themselves. The reason why that makes us so special is because that's been so common here and so rare anywhere else in all of human history. Do you realize that most of the people that have ever lived in the history of mankind have lived in societies that said to them that it didn't matter how hard they worked or how long they persevered, they couldn't be anything more than their parents were? Now, if your parents were rich and famous people, that was really good news. If they were anybody else, that meant that no matter how hard you worked or how talented you were limited by the circumstances of your birth. That has been the human condition almost everywhere in the world throughout history, and sadly, it is still the human condition in many parts of the world today. But there's an exception. The exception is the United States of America. And I know that and the reason why I know that is the same reason you know that. Not because we read about it in a magazine or because we studied it in history. We know it because we've lived it. I've lived it. Many, if not all of you, have lived it. As you heard in this introduction, my parents weren't born in the United States. They were born on the island of Cuba to families that were not rich or famous. And yet my parents came here in 1956 because it was the one place on earth where people like them had a chance to get ahead if they worked hard and if they persevered. In America, my parents never became rich or famous either. But they were extremely successful. Because working hard and persevering, not only did they achieve a better life, but it was possible for them to leave their children better off than themselves. For over 2 centuries, the fact that millions of people have been able to achieve that in this country is what's made us special and different. And if we ever lose that, we stop being a special country. Which is why we should be deeply concerned that today millions and millions of Americans, including many of you in this room here tonight, are starting to doubt whether we're still a country where that's possible for people like you and like me. People are starting to wonder whether it's still possible because they've had the same job for 20 years. But now, that job used to pay enough to make a living, and now they live paycheck to paycheck. They feel that way because they're trying to start a business or keep alive the business they've had. And yet, for the first time in 35 years, we have more businesses dying than starting. They feel that way because young people were told their whole lives, go to school, get a degree, you're guaranteed a better life. So they did. Many even borrowed money to pay for that degree. And now they owe thousands of dollars in student loans and they cannot find a job. And then they all turn on the television or open up a newspaper and they read how America is once again under this president being humiliated in yet another part of the world. And so doubts have crept in about what kind of country are we now? Where are we headed? And it brings us to this point. There are only two ways forward for America. Our children will either be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived, or our children will be the first Americans ever that inherit from their parents a country worse off than the one that was left for them. These are the only two choices before us. And I know which choice you want to make. It's the choice all Americans want, a country that's better and a life that's better for our children than it was even for ourselves. This is the future we all want for America. But that is not the path we are on now. The path we are on now is a path that will leave us as the first generation ever to leave our children worse off than ourselves. The path that we are now is a path that will rob us of what makes America special. And the reason why that's happening, sadly, is because we have political leaders, quite frankly, in both parties, who are out of touch and out of date. I don't think there's been a bigger gap between our people and Washington than there is today in our modern history. Leaders that do not realize how much the economy has changed, and yet our policies no longer reflect the new era in which we live. Retirement programs designed in the 30s, a higher education system designed in the 50s, anti-poverty programs that don't cure poverty, they trap people in poverty, designed in the 1960s, energy policies from the 70s, tax policies from the 80s and 90s. And yet, as the world is changing, our policies have not kept pace because our leaders are completely out of date and also out of touch. They either have forgotten or have never known what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. What it's like to write those checks dated the 20th because you know your paycheck doesn't come in until the 19th. What it's like to face what I did when I graduated from college and over $100,000 in student loans. If my wife had known that, she might have answered differently when I asked her to marry me. Couldn't keep it from her once we got married. She wanted to know who Sally Mae was and why I kept paying her $1,200 a month. Have forgotten or don't realize how hard it is to raise children in the 21st century. Everything costs more. Everything. And yet our paychecks haven't kept pace. We cannot change the direction of this country if all we do is elect the same people with the same ideas. That's true as both a party and as a country. The time has come for this party to turn the page. The time has come for this country to turn the page and elevate a new generation of leadership with ideas relevant to the time in which we live. And if we can do that, and we can apply the principles of this party, of limited government and free enterprise, apply those principles to the challenges we face today, then we will usher in a new American century. But here's what it's going to take. First, it's going to take economic policies that allow the private sector to succeed again. Do you want to know the... If you want to know the big difference between the Republican and Democratic Party on these ideas, you should have watched the debate 2 nights ago. In that debate, if you listen to it carefully, not even carefully, just over the level, you would hear this. You would hear leaders saying to people, we're going to grow the economy through government. The government is going to grow the economy. But the government can't grow the economy the way we need it to. Only the private sector can. What we need are government leaders that understand that and put in place policies that allow this nation to compete globally again. A tax code. A tax code. A tax code that's no longer the most complicated and expensive in the developed world. Regulations that are under control so people can start businesses. You know who regulations really hurt? The people trying to make it. The big businesses, the big corporations, they may not like a lot of regulations, but they can afford to deal with it. They're going to hire the best lawyers in Washington to find the loopholes and the best lobbyists to create them. In fact, oftentimes established industries will use regulations. Will use regulations to keep a small startup company from competing against them. Regulations are crushing American innovation. They stand in the way of manufacturing, of new companies and new ideas. And that's why we need to bring them under control through a regulatory budget that limits how much federal regulations can cost our economy. That's why we need to balance our budget. I'll tell you this, you can't grow your economy if you have a debt crisis. And we're going to have a debt crisis. We owe $19 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. The debt limit's going to be increased again in 2 weeks, and nothing's going to be done to bring the debt under control. That's why we need a balanced budget amendment. But that's also why we need to deal with these important programs, which I support. Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid, these programs, the long-term health of those programs, they go bankrupt if we don't do something about it. Now, you may not know this. This is not a well-known fact. But there are a lot of people in Florida on Social Security and Medicare. My mother happens to be one of them. And I'll tell you right now, I am against anything, any changes that are bad for my mother. And the good news is we can save Social Security and Medicare, and we don't have to change anything for her, or for people that are already retired like her, or for anyone who's about to retire. But here's the truth, and if someone doesn't tell you this or not being honest with you, here's the truth. My Medicare and Social Security, and my children's Medicare and Social Security, it is going to be different than my parents'. One way or the other. It either won't exist or it'll work differently. I'm going to have to retire a year later than my parents did. If I've been financially successful, my Social Security won't grow as fast as theirs did. My Medicare benefit could very well be the option of taking that Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better than traditional Medicare. These are not unreasonable things to ask of people like me, who are 25 years away from retirement, after everything our parents and our grandparents did for us. And if we do that, we can save these important programs. In fact, they'll still be the best thing in the world, and we can balance our budget and secure the long-term security of our country financially. We need to fully utilize our energy resources. I have no problem being a world leader in solar and in wind and in biofuels and in renewables and in energy independence. We should do all of it. But we're crazy if we don't fully utilize the oil and natural gas that's at our disposal. Not only should we fully utilize our oil resources, we should be allowed to export them so that people don't have to buy it anymore from a gangster in Moscow. And we should fully utilize our natural gas because not only will it lower the cost of living in America, it will lower the cost of manufacturing in America. And if we can couple that with regulatory reform and tax reform, we are going to have a manufacturing renaissance. We can once again be a country that makes things and have an economy that makes things. We can bring manufacturing back. And if we want to be globally competitive, we have to repeal and replace Obamacare. Obamacare is raising the cost of health insurance while lowering what it covers and encouraging employers to hire less people or pay them less or cut their hours. I suppose other than that, it's working well. We need to repeal it, and we need to replace it with a new system that says this: you, the American people, are now in charge of your own pre-tax money. You are now in charge of your pre-tax health care money, whether you got it from your employer, whether it's your own money or a tax credit. And you can use it to buy any health insurance that you choose from any company in America across state lines. If we can put in place policies like this, policies true to our principles as limited government and free enterprise conservatives, then we're not just going to have an economic recovery, we're going to have an economic renaissance. The American private sector, made up of the most innovative and creative people in the world, made up of the most productive and hardest working workers on the planet, American free enterprise will not just create millions of jobs, it will create millions of better paying jobs, of jobs that pay substantially more than the jobs we've lost, substantially more than the jobs we're creating now. But those new jobs will require different and more skills than ever before, which is why the second thing we must do is completely transform what we mean by higher education. It begins with this. I do not understand for the life of me why we stop training people in this country to work with their hands in a trade or a craft or a vocational career. I don't understand it. We have a shortage of welders and plumbers and pipe fitters. We have a shortage of people that can do work fixing airplanes and cars, people in the construction trades. And yet somehow we stop teaching people to do this, and I don't understand it. We've made the mistake at some point in our history of telling young Americans, those jobs are for the kids that aren't smart enough to go to college. That isn't true. That's a lie. Here's the truth. A welder makes a lot more than a philosopher. If I am blessed with the opportunity to be President of the United States, I will be the vocational education president. I will celebrate those jobs and I will open up federal financial aid so that even a 16 or 17-year-old can go to high school in the morning and trade school in the afternoon, and at 18 years of age when they graduate, they don't just get a diploma, they get an industry certification so they can begin working, making $40,000 or $50,000 a year at a trade. We need to create flexible programs for people that have to work full-time, non-traditional students, people that can't just drop everything and sit in a classroom for 4 years. And we can allow that to happen by allowing technology and innovation to enter and compete with traditional higher education. You know what that would look like? It would look like this. You've been in the military for 6 years. You've learned something in the military.
Rubio, I can bring him to you in full later today. But I'm with an expert on Lake Hughes Road.
Hi guys.
In Los Angeles.
Well, yeah, this mud flow apparently is near Lake Hughes Road in northern LA County. As soon as I found out where it was, I got really excited because I actually am an expert. This is off of Interstate 5 in the Castaic area. I don't know those of you who know Southern California, but it's just north of Magic Mountain. You know, you see the mountains there, and the Angeles National Forest is part of those mountains as you're going from Southern California into Northern California. And as you can see here, there are horses as well.
I know. Well, you and I were just talking about how that's upsetting because we don't want to see any more animals hurt today.
I know, lots of animal issues. So yeah, according to Fox in Los Angeles, there's mud flow and debris in this area. I want to see a wide shot now to see if it's actually near any of the residential, or not the residential, but the commercial area. Because Lake Hughes Road has a McDonald's exit, a McDonald's right off the exit. Mm-hmm. So that's really
the only other thing I would imagine you to be able to tell me was a Starbucks.
They have one there too, but it's the first McDonald's after, like once you're going over the Grapevine from Northern California to Southern California. Mm-hmm. Once you go down the mountain, Lake Hughes Road is like the first exit, and
so
there's a McDonald's there.
So is anybody going to, well, I mean, here's this picture, and we saw this car earlier that was stuck. If you're trying to travel right now, this is not, you're kind of stuck.
Now that I think about it, I remember last year, sometime during the year in which I worked in news in LA, there was a similar issue in the same area of floods and cars getting stuck in the mud and debris, and I don't know, it wouldn't be late 2013, it was probably sometime in 2014.
Well, it's unfortunate because in Los Angeles, or just in Southern California, you so desperately want rain. You so desperately want.
Every time they've been getting rain recently, it's always like too much. It's never like the right amount of rain. Why is God angry with Los Angeles? Maybe he's crying over Lamar.
This is when we shut Samya up. But look at that! Yeah. That looks,
oh my gosh, we should move us so they can see you.
Yeah, that looks very similar to what we had over here. What was that? Oh, were you here that day when we had Linda Williams out in the field and children playing in muddy water? That looks a lot like what we had a few weeks ago here in Phoenix.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So this is Lake Views Lake Hughes Road, and it looks like it's near a lot of water.
Well, that's the Castaic Lake. That's the whole thing is like if you zoom out, then that whole thing is like the Angeles National Forest, and there's Interstate 5. So you take the cursor. 5 is going up that way to San Francisco, and then down that way, right here. If you just scroll down, you see, take it down to Santa Clarita right here. Santa Clarita is where Magic Mountain is, and Stevenson Ranch, and then just south of there is like the LA proper area, This one's for you, Rachel.
Yeah. Let's go back. Oh, look at there. Well, Rachel asks if it's a common area for flooding. Obviously, Samia remembers at some point it flooded.
Yeah, no, I
in the past.
remember specifically when I was working at a news station in LA, and there were reporters going up to this exact same sort of area, and it was flooded because these side roads would have to deal with this mud flow, and then cars would get stuck in the mud in this general vicinity.
Interesting visuals, though.
So, are they getting really bad rain here or something?
That's what their Twitter feed said over
Mud
here.
debris flows along Lake Hughes, north of Castaic.
Yes, and then thunderstorm flooding in Lancaster.
So
Where's Lancaster?
Lancaster is near Castaic. So if you go back to the map, and then you move up that way, Lancaster is in this desert area. So it's like the Palmdale Lancaster. So
yeah,
this is like.
So it's thunderstorm flooding in Lancaster.
Because it's right over there. There you go.
Ah, there it is.
It's a more desert area.
Yeah, very close to where
you take this freeway there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're over here in Castaic, and then there's Northridge, and here's Burbank, and this is all the rest of Los Angeles right here, guys. This is where I lived. Oh.
Are you gonna cry?
No, I have lashes on. I can't cry. But we'll go back to the area.
Yeah, here we go.
The live images.
Yeah, a lot of people inconvenienced. It looks like they're just having to chill out and wait on the side of the road until stuff is cleared up. And
this is not going to be good for Los Angeles. Looking at some of the tweets coming in from Fox 11 in LA, they have firefighters
severe
on hand.
thunderstorms.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
golf ball size hail and winds exceeding 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, if you look at their Doppler radar shot, it's like so many colors. It's more colors than a rainbow.
Lucky Charms. Are we going to go back to your Lucky Charms story today?
You can reuse that story if you'd like.
That does look so yucky. But am I the only one that looks at weather like this and is like, oh, I wish I was there in my pajamas?
Like inside a house looking outside the window, or
Yes.
outside in the mud?
Yes.
Well, we're supposed to be getting rain maybe not like this, but isn't there rain the next 3 days in our forecast?
Yes, there is. We are anticipating rain.
So you just need to wear your pajamas to work, and there you go.
You know what? Honestly, I'm going to. And here's the traffic alert from our Fox 11 Los Angeles station. All northbound lanes of the 5 freeway are blocked by flooding.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, whoa.
This is crazy.
Look at that. That's half a car.
That's a car underneath
That's
the mud.
Ooh.
Mike, you should be watching this. This is crazy. Right here. So they're saying now that all the northbound lanes on the 5 are blocked because there's flooding near Fort Tejon, north of Gorman. So Gorman is actually on Interstate 5 in the area known as the Grapevine, the mountainous area. That it's the hill you basically go over connecting Southern California and Northern California.
Yeah.
They need to go there. I mean, it's further. It's basically halfway between Los Angeles and Bakersfield, but it's right up here in this area. If you can go here, we can go up a little bit, and it's somewhere over here. Too bad, you know what? Too bad Google Maps and it doesn't show you like satellite images like right now,
I know,
where we
right?
could zoom in. But Gorman, right up there. Gorman has the Carl's Jr. exit. So that's apparently where the Interstate 5 is entirely blocked. So if you're going northbound on Interstate 5, there's really very few exits on the freeway. So you're basically stuck there. And I've been stuck on Interstate 5 for a while. There was once this fire, and they had to detour us for a while. And it took me, I remember, instead of getting to Bakersfield in an hour and a half, it took us 8 hours to get to Bakersfield because we had to go through like Lancaster. And for a while, we were just stuck on the freeway because of the fire. So if it's shutting down all the northbound lanes of the 5, I imagine there's cars backing up. Keep in mind, it's Friday. Or no, it's not Friday. It's my Friday.
It's your Friday.
It's Thursday. So that's actually a good thing because Fridays going north on Interstate 5 are hell. But yeah,
it's not a good day for anybody trying to travel. And that car was like halfway under.
Well,
at least.
This might be people that are
look
stuck
at
on
those
the freeway.
trucks that are up to their tires. It's mud up to their tires on all these cars. Oh. I wonder how long cleanup for something like this takes. And I imagine in this scenario where you are so deep in the mud, you've got some serious issues with your car now.
Yeah, no, it's not good. And it's also important to get the people out of their cars because this could end up in a really bad situation as well.
Yeah, because that hail, that was an hour ago where they said, where did our Fox 11 go? That hail was scheduled, that was a tweet that was an hour ago, but so it looks like flash flood warnings in effect until 6:45 p.m.
in that same area.
Wow.
Gorman Pyramid Lake. That's really dangerous, the Gorman and Pyramid Lake. Like,
oh wow, look at that, Sonia.
I know. Oh my goodness, this is really bad. Oh my gosh. Does our web team know how bad this is?
Hey, Brian, will you tweet that
the pictures of this? This is crazy. Like, there are cars buried underneath mud. Edgecombe also. These visuals are crazy. If you come here and look right now, these cars are live. There's one completely underneath mud. This video is just crazy. There's live images coming in. Are you familiar with Southern California? This is up in the Castaic area. Nice. So, why did this have to start now? Couldn't it start like 3 hours ago?
Yeah, when
I was on.
And are there people in those cars?
They've gotten out.
They had to have been there.
They were, but they've gotten out. You can see one of the doors is open. And there are people kind of hovering around the areas.
There's the selfish part of me that wants to say, but there's the part of me that also knows I have somewhere to be at 4:30.
Yeah, no. Do what you have to do.
But I get so excited when I actually know the streets
Oh.
and the areas.
Mud impacts traffic. Yep.
And the Grapevine.
A lot of bad.
It is really bad.
Well, look at some of the golf ball size hail. This is half an hour ago, but you can actually see it here. Oh, let's get back to these live visuals, though. Look at that. What is that? The top of a truck? I mean, to me, it looked like a Mini Cooper at first.
I thought it was a Mini Cooper.
But no, I mean,
Is
what
this an
are we...
SUV, maybe? A Ford Explorer?
Oh, my gosh.
Name that car, guys.
I can't imagine.
So if everyone's okay.
I would have killed for
Yeah, here's another. Oh my gosh! Now imagine if you are stuck in that car in muds like this. I guarantee you, it is difficult. That car is ruined.
Oh my
There is
gosh.
mud in that.
But at least the people are out.
No, I'm glad that the people are out, but that is that's up to the headrest of mud and water. I mean, that car is done.
Any car that's buried in the mud is going to be done. I think go back and think about the incident that took place in the UCLA area, Bel Air area, Sunset, where the water main exploded and there was that huge flood in the UCLA parking structure, like 4 levels.
Pictures?
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
it's
my
his
goodness.
car. He's got to submit those to the insurance company.
That's okay, touche. If it's his car.
I'm assuming, and if it's not his car, he's probably going to get likes on Instagram. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Kinsey, it is an SUV, unless this is a different car. Is this a different car?
This is a different car.
Oh, yeah.
The other one had a black top.
Oh, so a lot of cars stuck in the mud. And I imagine if now there's mud flow and debris getting onto Interstate 5, a lot of people could be in danger because they can't even make a U-turn because it's completely blocked by like a guardrail. And sometimes the other side of the freeway isn't until the other mountain, so you couldn't even make a U-turn if you tried.
I cannot imagine being stuck in this kind of I'm surprised they're not showing us the traffic yet, but you know it exists.
I wonder if we can do Google Street View.
Let's see.
I mean, we don't know the exact streets, but
yeah, that's my concern.
I think we should stick to live images. They're interesting.
Very, very upsetting. Yeah.
All right. Well, Kinsey, hang in there.
Thanks, Samia.
You're on again.
These are live visuals. I have seen a new tweet from Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Video. Click on that.
Viewer video shows flooded roadways in northern part of Los Angeles County. We'll have to take a look at this.
I'm having LA flood FOMO.
Look, I found some visuals from our Fox 11 website. Whoa, look at this.
And the fury that goes with this rain.
Come back, come back, come back, Pinky Circles.
That you just can't get from Sky
Oh
Fox.
my goodness.
It's like a trash can.
That is a fury.
Following the flood
Fury
waters.
rainfall right there.
Cars can get picked up. This kind of flood water. And easily moved.
I can't get over that
All right,
one.
there was the video that just came
I
in.
can't get over that one car that we saw with all of the doors open, and you could see how much mud and water were inside of the vehicle. That car is forever trashed. Hopefully everyone got out safely, but you just think, oh my goodness, like what is this? What's this? See, this is the same person that was taking pictures of the other car, and you hope that they're not going to go in and try to take things. Hopefully they're just press, perhaps. But, you know, and sometimes when we're watching these things unfold live, like for instance, Ferguson, I mean, we watched people in Ferguson raid CVS's, and it's already such an unfortunate incident. It's already something that these people are upset about. You don't want there to be any further devastation or any further harm to these people that are having to experience this. But these cars are absolutely submerged in mud due to this storm. And keep in mind that this is only the beginning. They are anticipating additional weather until 6:45. Those are some looks like some emergency workers there to try to help in the situation. We saw people when we had some issues with weather a few weeks ago, and you know, it feels like I can't even keep up with time around here. But I don't know if you'll recall, we had that weather, I'd say 2 weeks ago, when we had Linda Williams out in the field and we had Steve Kraft out in the field, and they were both wearing blue raincoats. Of course, I remember what they were wearing. But there were large trucks towing trucks out of the mud immediately. You know, to me, I'd think, well, wait till the storm passes, or that's what I would do. I'd wait till everything calmed down. But we had people immediately towing vehicles out of the mud, and that's really scary because there's a fall there. They are in danger. When all that stuff, I don't know, what do you do here? What is the cleanup process like? But those people in the red car, I mean, just feet from that dive, that is horrifying. Horrifying. Again, that's a really scary situation there. I wish you can see that the mud is up to the headrest. The mud and the wet yuck is up to the headrest in that vehicle. You wonder if they left the doors open because they were in such a scurry to get out. I mean, this is really a scary scenario. You just hope everyone is safe, everyone is okay. We don't know if these were families or if these were just, and look at the cliff that they could have fallen off of. It is just terrifying. Oh, look at this. Interesting. Nice to see that this is already happening. Like I said, sometimes the cleanup process starts before you even blink. It says roads impassable, so the LA County Fire and Air Operations Section, 24-hour fire rescue and emergency medical services to the people of Los Angeles County are doing rescues amid Lake Hughes mud flows. This is a dangerous storm, says the National Weather Association. This is a dangerous storm. Severe thunderstorm warnings until 6:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Hail up to 1 inch, likely winds to 60 miles per hour. So even though they're starting the cleanup, we're not even remotely close to these warnings being over. It's actually quite... well, I mean, it's interesting, and it makes you feel a little bit more comfort that they're already trying to clean up just in case. You saw some of those cars that were just feet from the edge of cliffs. If the mudslides continue, you know, there's only one place for those vehicles to go. And again, this flash flood warning is in effect until 6:45 for northwest Los Angeles County. These cars have been completely submerged by mud due to the storms in northern Los Angeles. Look at some of these videos from Fox 11.
And now you get the sound and the fury that goes with this rain that you just can't get from Sky Fox. There you see it looks like a trash can following the floodwaters. Cars can get picked up by this kind of floodwater and easily move. All right, there was the...
Here we take a look. These are live images. These are some emergency vehicles that are lined up to try to clean up after the storm damage. Cars completely submerged in the mud, some up to the tip top. And we anticipate storm watch with, they've got hail on the way, at least until 6:45 this evening. One of the scariest visuals I think we've seen so far are some of those cars that are just feet away from the cliffs, and you wonder if it continues to rain and that mud lets up, if those vehicles are going to continue to slide in that direction and off the cliff. You hope everyone is out safely. A lot of these cars have the doors open, so you assume that everyone's out safely, but upsetting to say the least. Look at some of these, look at this video from earlier. That was earlier. Ugh. We do know, and you're seeing a lot of rescue people out there all suited up, we do know that the Los Angeles County Fire Department Air Operations Section is on the scene doing rescues amid the Lake Hughes mud flows. The National Weather Service in Los Angeles stresses that this is a very dangerous storm, and severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect until 6:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. They're looking at hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour, and we've seen actually people tweeting pictures of some of that hail, and it is pretty big. So, I think, is that what you're seeing there? Almost looks like little ice collections there. I mean, it could also be mud, but mud and debris everywhere. And then we're seeing cars completely submerged in this mud due to the severe thunderstorm. So not a typical day in LA, as you know. Oh my goodness, look at that. Ah, I can't imagine. It's frightening.
Devastating. This is the only word that can come to mind right now.
You can see that here that there was a above ground pool that's been completely destroyed. That appears to be an above ground pool that's just been mangled. You hope everyone got out safely with their children and their pets. What is this? I don't know what that is.
I have to tell you, we're losing you a little bit on the IFB. I'm having a little trouble hearing what you're saying. We are going to work our way back up the hillside. This, what we're looking at right here, seems to be some sort of pumping station that works with the aqueduct. This is right by the California aqueduct. You can see there's some damaged lines right there, water spewing out of one of the tanks.
Wow.
We did see a vehicle nearby. I wanted to take a look, maybe see if that is going to be an official vehicle. It does have some sort of insignia on it. I'm not sure if that's an official vehicle, but this is just shows you the amount of mud and debris that came down off the hillside. We did see another home right there. It looks like somebody is living in this house. This does not seem to be an abandoned structure at all. The back side of the house definitely seems to be at least a foot or two higher of mud, and you can see how it filled in that backyard area, poured out, and went around the house. Going back to the one that we were talking about earlier on, that one is right over here. I think there it is. And this had a pool in the front of the home. That pool completely filled with mud right now. That house on a hillside. You can see that front of the house is basically it's on a hillside. So the back side, we did see mud that made its way into the home through that back door. And then as we look down a little bit farther, you see what's left of their pool area. A lot of their furniture and etc. been just kind of pushed up, and it shows you how this was just moving its way down that hillside. This is devastating stuff. LA County Fire definitely knows about all of this, and this all from a huge thunderstorm. This was a lot of rain, fell very, very quickly out here. Extremely a lot of rain that fell very, very quickly. This was a burn area, so there is less vegetation in this area. I'll show you that hillside again, and this is where all that mud, all that water was collecting, worked its way down to the lowest point, which usually is the road, created all this devastation. Okay. Copy. Copy. I'm trying to get the name of that road. Muntz Ranch Road. Is that hail, John? You think that's hail?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It looks like hail that we are looking at.
Yeah.
I said that earlier. I couldn't tell if it was hail or debris.
Let's move around.
And keep in mind, we are expecting additional hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds until 6:45 p.m. this evening, according to the National Weather Service out of Los Angeles. They say that this is a very dangerous storm, and these are severe thunderstorm warnings until 6:45 p.m. The flash flood warning is still in effect until 6:45 p.m. in northwest Los Angeles County. So it does appear that Mother Nature is wreaking havoc in Southern California.
Got it. "45 minutes. Muntz Ranch Road, Lake Elizabeth Road. Copy.
Along Lake Hughes Road, and now you get the sound and the fury that goes with this rain that you just can't get from Sky Fox. There you see, it looks like a trash can following the floodwaters. Cars can get picked up by this kind of floodwater and easily moved.
These are people that are just trying to dig their cars out. This mud flow must have happened so very quickly. These cars looked like they tried to drive over it when it was still very much a liquid mass of mud. Right now, much more solid. After it stopped moving, it basically got solid. But you can see vehicles stuck out there, people helping with shovels. This is going to be the Elizabeth Lake area. This is actually Elizabeth Lake right there, what's left of it because of that drought. You can see it's completely dried out, so this is a lower area. But you can see LA County Fire just lifting right now. They landed on the ground, dropped off some people. They're working out here, trying to make sure everybody is safe and making sure that this area is safe for anybody that's living out here right now. There are several vehicles stuck out here in the mud. This is going to be the area that was affected the most is going to be the Leona Valley area and also the Lake Elizabeth area. This mud flow moved down, came down out of these hillsides, completely took over Lake Elizabeth Road. That's the area we're looking at right here. And this is where we see a lot of that devastation. A lot of these vehicles were stuck. You can see people walking around. Earlier on, we saw people, because of the world we live in with the media and social media, they're out there taking pictures of the vehicles walking around, but also checking for people. You can see groups of people right there walking their way down the roadside, probably from that school area. We see a lot of children right there. These people are basically walking their way back towards the town of Lake Elizabeth. But it gives you an idea of the devastation out here and what happened to this area. Now, there's a couple of roads, canyon roads, that work your way up here from the Los Angeles County, from the southern area, like Santa Clarita. That's going to be San Francisco Canyon. That one completely shut down. We saw a lot of devastation there as well. Not quite this level, though. You can see some of those cars completely buried in mud. I got to be very clear. Can't say it enough. Nobody was trapped, as we understand it. No rescues had to be made. But LA County braved this, worked their way out here, and checked each one of these vehicles even before we got here, and made sure all the people were safe. This, what we're looking at right here, is what's left of Lake Elizabeth Road, or Elizabeth Lake Road, excuse me. Out here, Leona Valley area, and you can see it completely covered in mud. There'll be a couple of open spots, but then there's more mud, and usually there's another one. There's two more right there. Cars completely buried. I'm going to do a little bit of a closer shot if you're just joining us. That, I believe, is what's left of a Honda Civic 4-door, and you can see that doors popped open, the mud all the way inside of it right there. So this mud moving very, very quickly when it happened, and just took over this entire area. Luckily, all the people inside that car and also the one next to it got out. Those doors completely shut. If there was somebody in there right now, they would have to break a window to get out of that vehicle if there was no power for that vehicle. They're taking out here. A lot of these people are taking care of their own. LA County Fire out here in force, but there are a lot of homes out here, a lot of ranches. So these people are kind of accustomed to this type of thing, not at this level, but out here helping each other. You see a lot of earth movers that do not belong to the county. They're just out here moving stuff around. This is the school we were talking about earlier on. There is a vehicle stuck in front of that school. Earlier on, we didn't see anybody there. Now you see people out there with shovels basically moving that mud. Just another one real quick. Another major road that brings you up to this area is going to be Lake Hughes Road. That's another spot that's completely devastated right now. It's going to be unpassable if that was your plan on working your way home this afternoon, or possibly you're going to make your way down to the south. Completely unpassable. I'm going to do a little bit of a long throw right there. That's going to be some of Lake Hughes Road in the Lake Hughes area. Gives you an idea what they're looking at right there. That's the roadway. That's a lot of mud. We have seen vehicles stuck there as well, and the water still flowing out there. Actually, now the mud flow seems to have stopped at that one spot, and the water washing that away. There's still rain out here in this area. We did see some hail earlier on. It's devastated. That's the word. It was a huge cell that came through this area. When it burst, it really let out a lot of water. These hillsides dry. There was a fire here earlier on in the season. It was ripe for this type of activity. The tons of sand, debris, rock working its way down off those hillsides onto those roads. While these people caught off guard and stuck in it, luckily nobody injured. That is definitely for sure. We understand that the same way, and it is starting to rain. It's not the type of rainfall that was in here earlier on. I believe Amber is working the weather, and we saw on our charts, we saw purple areas. My pilot Johns was very clear that we do not fly into that type of area, and we actually held out, and that's the reason why we were down in the Santa Clarita area, and we saw that slow-moving mud flow from earlier on, looked like black lava working its way down the hillside, and that was the rain from this area up here working its way all the way down to the Santa Clarita area, and that was moving very slowly. But this, what we're looking at right here, that didn't happen like that. This, what we see right here, this was very, very fast moving, and it came down very quickly, and it is mud, but you have to kind of think almost like water just completely saturated in sand. That's the best way to think about it. It moves very, very quickly. What I'm showing you right there, that line, that white line, those are the K-rails. So that's what they call those concrete rails that they put up. You usually see them on the roadsides or on the freeways. They put those up out there, and that's to keep the mud from moving. That totally just got pushed out of the way this afternoon. It gives you an idea how the power of this mud that was flowing down this area right now. We still see these people walking on the roadsides with their cameras out. These people have their dogs. I would guess that these are just some of the people that live in the area, just walking along, making sure everybody's safe. In the shot right now, I believe, is LA County Fire helicopter. Basically, this is what he's doing right now because the fire trucks can't make their way out here. They're getting calls. They pass it along to this guy, LA County Fire 15. You can see those guys hanging out the window, looking, making sure nobody needs help. They are getting calls, and they will check out the areas. If they got a call for help, they will go and they will check out these areas, and they will work their way over. They'll get a little bit lower. They'll try to communicate with the people on the ground. We have seen them land in a couple spots, but taking off very quickly. It is starting to rain again. Also, in this area, I'd like to do more show and tell, but we're working our way slowly back over to Muntz Ranch, where we saw some hopes. Muntz Ranch Road is a road that works its way basically between the Lancaster area out over here to the Lake Elizabeth area. That's a spot that got hit very, very hard this afternoon. There are some vehicles in that area as well, and when we first got here, we were just doing basically what LA County Fire was doing, working their way around, making sure, looking at the buildings, looking at the structures. We understand how the mud works. It flows down the hillside. We saw several homes out here that have damage from that mud and flow debris. And then also, John pointed out later on, we also heard that we got confirmation. That's hail. What we're seeing right there, that whiteness, that white right underneath the trees right there, that is actual hail. This area was hit by hail earlier on. That house right there, mud flow working their way in through the back, out through the front. That's a pool area that's fenced in right there. The pool completely covered in mud right now. This home off of a Muntz Canyon Road. It's another one that takes you basically between this hillside, takes you from the Lancaster area over to the Lake Elizabeth area. You can see on that hillside still all that white, all that you see right there, that is all going to be hail, or what we believe to be hail. So this area was an extreme weather anomaly this afternoon. A lot of water came down here, and then we can also show you some more damage that was caused. There's some homes on the Lancaster side. This is going to be the West Lancaster side. These homes right here look to be ranches. They seem to be okay. There's a home right over here. You can see that backyard covered in mud, at least a foot or two. The back door seems to be damaged, and then there's we saw a vehicle trying to make its way down that roadway. This is going to be the Muntz Canyon roadway, and then this is the aqueduct. This is the California aqueduct. You can see there is some mud in the water right there, but there's a pumping station, and that has some damage as well. You can see water spraying out of one of the tanks. So a lot of damage out here from this heavy, heavy downpour this afternoon. We still hear no injuries, nobody hurt, and no actual rescues, which is just amazing. Some of those vehicles we saw earlier on, we heard County Fire made their way over to them earlier and confirmed everybody was out. We see that trailer laying on its side out here in the area where the mud flow was. So we don't know if this was parked, maybe it was part of a storage. We don't even know how far it moved, but it is far from pretty much any of these homes. So it gives you an idea how much was moving out here earlier on and how heavy that rain must have been when it hit this area. Hey, John, want to work our way back over to that? All right. Yeah, the cars. But I want to go where the fire trucks are and all the emergency vehicles. So I guess on the east side of Lake Elizabeth. All right. All right. Okay, a fire truck is putting water into a home? Oh, that's the tell them that's the aqueduct. That's the pumper. That's the pumper for the aqueduct off of Muntz Road and the California Aqueduct. It is damaged. Or do you want me to just show it again? It is kind of a swing. We just moved away from there. It's just the timing. All right. Okay. I want to see what happened to the dozer. There it is. I want to show the dozer and tell our friends at Fox I'll go back to the tank. Copy all. And make sure you let them know it is if they want to get a truck to it, they need to approach it from the north. So they got to go Lancaster and work their way that way. And it's Muntz Canyon Road and the aqueduct. Pardon me? Okay. All right. And also we have a fuel update. John is letting me know that the weather's moved out of the Fox area, so we can stay, and when I mean Fox Field, not our friends at Channel 11, we can stay 40 more minutes on scene.
Look at that piece of machinery. That's amazing that we're capable of doing that. It's amazing.
Desert View Island, that's where I live. That's actually the name of my town. Yeah. I want to get that fire truck driving through the mud on Muntz Canyon. Sorry. Go ahead, sir, go ahead. Yeah, that's far from here. That's, I mean, I'll just say it. That's right by my house. That runs right behind my house. Oh, let's go. Let's go. That way. Copy all. We'll be there in just a moment. We're heading that direction. Just follow the road. Yeah. I don't think so. Goaty Hill is going to be right where the rain starts. It's probably right in the rainy area. It's going to be in that rain. We got to go past Bouquet, and the next one will be Goaty Hill. Right, this one, that one. Right now, we're moving out of the Lake Elizabeth area road, Lake Elizabeth Road, and we're working our way over to Goaty Hill. Now, Goaty Hill's another one of those small ones like that Muntz Road that we were talking about earlier on that takes you from the Leona Valley side over to the Antelope Valley side of this giant hill. Now, apparently there is a vehicle right now. There's a LA County Fire is there, as we understand it. They're doing a rescue. They've got at least 5 people, as we understand, stuck in the mud. So we're working our way over there right now. We did hear Amber talking about the heavy rainstorms. There it is right there. When you said the words Desert View Highland, I never really hear that city name out there. That's actually where I live. So this is right in our area. You got a heavy downpour happening right now, and the Goaty Hill will fall into that area. So we may not be able to push our way into that right into that storm right now. We're slowing down just a little bit, but we're working our way over to a rescue where apparently there is another mud flow, and you can see that heavy rain that we'll be flying into in just a few moments. No, the other side. Yeah, sorry. Wow, look at all that hail. Oh my goodness. Look at that. There, I see the flashing lights. Actually, there it is. That's Bouquet Canyon. It's going to be past that. It's going to be a little bit more to the east. No, I think that one is Bouquet. Goaty is going to be the next one. They are stuck. We can talk about this if you want. Yeah. Yeah, we got it, we got it, we got it. Anytime you want to come to us. I know, I know. And we got our signal back. Don't sink, that's what they're asking. I know. You know what? We're up here right now. We're looking for this rescue. John says he did see it. It looks like it's farther down the roadway. That's going to be Goaty Hill. That's the area that they told us right there. And right here is another spot where there's a bunch of vehicles stuck in the mud. Now, I don't see any rescues going on, but you got an idea right there what that mud flow looks like when these cars work their way through it. You know, we always see that mud basically solid, basically just like the car is completely stuck in it. This is what it looks like when it's coming down the roadway. You can see right there, there's a lot of mud, water, debris. This is going to be on Elizabeth Lake again. And let me just get a wider shot real quick. I mean, this is really a bizarre weather anomaly for us.
Looks like we lost that signal for just a little bit. We're going to go back to it when it does become available. There's a look at our tower cam. Still having a little issues with our helicopter out in California. Once it does pop up, we'll get you back there. Doesn't look like it is going to pop up, though. My name is Mike Pace. I'll be with you from 5 to 7 today, getting ready for some updates on some news for you. Latest headlines coming at you in just a little bit.
Well, I am about to let Mike take the reins, because he is our 5 to 7 guy. Mikey. Hi. I was just saying, I was talking about you behind your back. He just smiles. I do want to, actually, I'm going to change this really quick. I'm going to give you my top stories before I hand over the reins to Mikey. Obama keeps 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. President Obama announced on Thursday that he will keep 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan beyond 2016, in a stark reversal from earlier pledges to end the war on his watch. Though Republicans still questioned whether the residual force will be enough to support Afghan forces and U.S. allies. The decision follows months of appeals from military leaders to extend the drawdown timeline, and it marks an acknowledgement that despite claims al-Qaeda is on the run, militants continue to pose a serious threat to the country. And again, this is FoxNews.com. Obama originally had planned to pull out all but a small embassy-based U.S. military presence by the end of next year, but military leaders argued that Afghans needed additional assistance and support from the U.S. to beat back a resurgent Taliban and hold on to gains made over the last 14 years. Under the new plan, the administration will keep the current forces of 9,800 troops in Afghanistan through most of next year, then draw down to 5,500 troops in 2017 at a pace still to be determined by commanders. While America's combat mission in Afghanistan may be over, our commitment to Afghanistan and its people endures, Obama said at the White House in announcing his decision. The president stressed that he does not support the idea of endless war, but said Afghan forces are not as strong as they need to be, and the Taliban have made gains, leading to a very fragile security situation in key areas of the country. Here's an interesting story out of Phoenix. A woman was found dead in her Phoenix home. Her husband was detained, and you can get an update on this story during our 5 o'clock broadcast, which is happening right now on Channel 10, or you can head over to fox10phoenix.com/live and watch Steve Kraft give it to you. Phoenix police say a man reported finding his 28-year-old wife fatally injured in their kitchen after hearing a noise early in the morning near Loop 202 and 32nd Street. Officers were called to the scene just after 1:30 a.m. Thursday after receiving numerous 911 calls, of which one of them was from the woman's 29-year-old husband. He told police he heard a noise, walked into his kitchen and found the woman on the floor, unresponsive and bleeding. Police also tell Fox 10 that a neighbor called 911 and reported hearing several screams. Police detained the husband at the scene and they're questioning him. He's not considered a suspect, but officials say he is a person of interest. At this time, investigators are not looking for any other suspects. Just because we said we're not looking for a third-party person, that means that there's no indication early in the investigation that anybody else was there. It does not mean that at some time before 1:30 this morning, someone else may have been in that townhome. Those kinds of things we have to figure out, explained Officer James Holmes. The couple's 3 young children, all under the age of 10, were asleep in the home at the time. They've been placed in the Arizona Department of Child Safety Protective Custody. Police say when they arrived at the scene, they found a very large amount of blood. The cause of death has not been determined, but police believe the woman was bludgeoned. The husband also told police that a man had come to the house earlier in the evening, possibly looking for some type of drug. They turned him away. No names have been given in this case. And that, again, was fox10phoenix.com. If you'd like more information on this story, you can turn on Channel 10 right now. You can also head over to fox10phoenix.com/live and catch up with Steve Kraft there. Another one of my top 5, flossing your teeth can do more harm than good. And, of course, I'm going to agree with this because I don't like flossing my teeth. This is according to the Daily Mail. Flossing your teeth can be a waste of time or do more harm than good, leading dental experts claim. Define leading. Figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly. And of those who do, most of us are doing it incorrectly, says dentists. Bad techniques can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums. This can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. I'm sure if you follow me on Twitter, you know that I've been so engaged in this story about the 12-year-old that was sued by his aunt for $127,000 because he ran at her screaming, "I love you," and knocked her over, and she broke her wrist. Jennifer Connell sued her nephew over an incident at his 8th birthday party. A Connecticut jury took only 25 minutes deliberating to dismiss her case. The nephew spoke for the first time Wednesday, saying he loves his aunt. This is the breaking news. This is the new stuff. He actually spoke for the first time and said he loved his aunt. Sean Terla, 12, agreed with Connell that the lawsuit was just a formality. She says she had to name him to claim household insurance and settle her medical bills. Her legal team claimed Connecticut law forced her to take the court case. Her insurance would not pay to treat the injuries without negligence finding. And keep in mind, this guy's mom died a year ago. This little baby, his mom died when he was 11. So I'm sure he's been through a lot and needs his aunt in his life. It's sad that this is something that he's having to deal with. Trump might refuse to appear at the CNBC debate. Surprise, surprise. Campaign aides for Donald Trump floated the suggestion that the billionaire presidential candidate might refuse to appear at an upcoming CNBC debate if they don't specify their criteria. In an interview with the New York Times, Trump's campaign manager Corey Lewandowski signaled that Trump was unhappy with the length of the 3-hour CNN debate and wanted them to identify the time candidates would be on stage. For us, it was imperative that the time be changed to 120 minutes for the length of the debate, he said to the New York Times. Mr. Trump has been unhappy with the nearly 3-hour length of the CNN debate that Republicans recently took part in. Lewandowski said that CNBC never discussed the debate criteria, but rather sent a memo informing them of how it would be. The criteria that was outlined by CNBC was never discussed with any of the candidates or the campaigns, he said. So when CNBC did send out a memo and said, here's the criteria as you have approved them, and that went out to all the campaigns, we said we never agreed to this criteria. Other campaigns have complained about the required polling standards for candidates to participate in the event, particularly Governor Bobby Jindal. Speaking to the Times, this is the hardest last name to say quickly. Lewandowski called for the debate criteria to be laid out in detail for all the candidates. Until we have this criteria specifically laid out, it's going to be difficult to participate, he said. And guess what? Donald Trump knows he brings in ratings. So if he says no, I think that's how it goes. I'm just reading some of your comments before I let you go. How isn't the 110,000 Syrians that come into us in a story at all? Pete, because I get to pick what I talk about, and I didn't want to talk about that. And it's not my favorite subject, to be quite honest with you. But maybe Mike will have it for you because he's up next. And until then, we are on Weather Watch, so I'm going to give you our tower cam.
All right, folks. My name is Mike Page. I am here. We are going to get into some news, and we're going to go right back to California, where that flash flooding is taking place.
Oh, look, a rainbow right to my house. This is going to be Lake Elizabeth Road. I believe it's going to be called the Ritter Ranch area. Ritter Ranch area, and it's going to be before. If you're going east on Elizabeth Lake, it's going to be before Goatee Hill. Yeah, it is pretty nifty stuff. Oh, I know who that is. Trying to get the good video. Okay. Oh, there's no way they're getting signal out. There's no way. He's just down there rolling tape. All right, I'm gonna look at the Goatee Hill thing. You know, I mean, if we gotta bail, just bail, John. And when we gotta go, just go. Just give me like the heads up, like we're leaving. All right. It's way out there. It's not close.
Just so crazy to see these images. Wow.
What happened to our buddy with the truck? Oh, he's still there? Yeah, they're probably just going to keep going back and forth. Yeah, in that crater. Then there's Lazy T, but they're on highland. That's like right over there. That road that goes into nowhere, that's Ritter Ranch Road. That area is called Ritter Ranch, obviously. And that's just going off into people's ranches and stuff. You don't see any horses running around or anything, do you? Where? Oh, it's going to be probably in Lancaster. There's probably, the streets are flooding out there. I'm sure they are. All right. Let's just, you want to do it now? No, but what I'm saying is if we have a window to get in, maybe we should get in. All right. Because they're expecting us to leave anyway, so it'd be a good time. And that's where Stu mountain bikes. Simon Desk and anybody else who's listening on this frequency, we are working our way. There's
Well, it looks like that shot dropped out for just a little bit. We'll see if it does come back. But Carrie right now has the latest on weather right here in Arizona. We'll take it live right now.
Really kind of a nice day. It was nice to get some of the clouds today, and we know what this means. This means we're going to have a gorgeous sunset, but B, some rain is going to move in as well with those clouds. We're at 93 degrees. We are seeing the clouds move in, some light winds. The dew point up there at 51. I think as the dew point begins to climb, we'll see the chance of rain showers developing. Very slight for tonight, more likely into tomorrow and then in the weekend as well. I'll break it all down for you in just a moment. 96 was the high, still above the normal of 89, but nowhere near the 103, which was our record set back in 1991. We're going to see our temperatures dropping down a little bit closer to normal. That's the good news. That's the side effect of this storm. We've got a couple of storm systems moving in, and you see here on the satellite picture the cloud coverage and the storms already moving through California. They're going to start building a little bit into Arizona, and we have plenty of moisture. This is a Pacific and a tropical storm, so we've got plenty of moisture from the tropics to pull in, and you can see it right now in Southern California. Take a look. This is just north of the LA area, and that is where they're seeing that flooding right there. It's really easy to see. We're starting to see some of the rain moving into Southern California, not all of it making its way to the ground here in Arizona yet. So when we look at this picture, when you see the green here, not all of it making its way to the ground in Arizona, but most of it just south of the border and into Southern California is making its way. And I'm going to kind of dance around here and take a look at what's happening in California. This is an area of just moving near to the, I guess would be the east of Indio, where they're seeing a couple of big thunderstorms, also the Salton Sea. And we're just dealing with a lot of kind of rain showers and thunderstorms popping up here and there as we move around the Southern California area. And these are the storms right here are causing that flooding that we saw in the live picture. So we'll move around and you can kind of see there's going to be some problems in California with some flash flooding, but for the most part, I think we're going to see weather that is much needed. We need the rain. We need the rain really in Arizona as well. Even though we've had kind of a nice monsoon, we still need the moisture here in Arizona. This I wanted to show you because look how fall-like and almost winter-like it is up in the northern plain states, all the way down into Detroit. These are the lows tomorrow morning. So if you're flying in to Detroit, 41 is the overnight low, or I guess it'll be the morning low tomorrow. 40 in Chicago, 35 in Minneapolis, 27 in Bismarck. New York City will be 52. It is definitely got a chill in the air as we move towards the end of October now. This is how our forecast shapes up. We're looking for rain moving in Friday night into Saturday morning, again Saturday night into Sunday morning, and there's a chance we'll see some of those showers lingering through the day on Sunday. But look how our temperatures begin to drop. We'll be at 89 on Sunday. That looks fantastic. Monday, we'll try to clear things out. We'll have a few clouds, and readings will be in the 80s next week. So this is the weather we've been waiting for, but we have to get through, Troy, this first.
We can do that.
We can do it. Can you?
All right, and we are heading back now to California.
Well, if there was a body, it would pop up, don't you think?
Looks like these people just got some groceries or something, and they are stuck right now. Wow. Not wishing that against anybody right now. Just a horrible situation they're in.
We are very, very, very close to that. We're looking, there's a county ship coming this way right now. I don't know if you have our picture right now, but these guys were, searching for a body just moments ago.
Wow, look at that. We might have a rescue operation
Do you guys have our picture again?
live on Fox News Now.
Well, M is Palmdale Airport. M is Challenger. So whatever is, and then, but 50th is, I think, is right there. I think it's that intersection that brought us here. Right. Let me read it, but I'm pretty sure that this is 50th. Oh no, this is 60th. So it's actually 10 blocks that way. And yeah, well, we got some of this. I mean, if this does turn out to be fatal, we have some. Yeah, let's just kind of wander over that direction. And M, I think, is the twisty one. Don't quote me on it. I think that's going to be. I think, yeah, this is 50th West and M. That's right in the middle of Quartz Hills. It's by the radio station. Columbia Way, M. That's M. So it's right there. There's nobody on a roof. Let me look around. Let me just look in that area. I know there's some weird low-lying homes like right there, but they seem to be okay. The front yards are flooded. They got heavy water moving through their front yards, that's for sure. Oh. My gosh, man, it's all these demands. I'm a person, I'm not a machine.
Okay, folks, looks like we lost that feed. So, we'll come back to me. Why not, folks? Perfect time. And if we do get that feed, of course, on News Now, we will update you with that. But I got to keep going with the show, right? We got to keep going. That's why I have a rundown to tell you guys what is going to be on the show for the next 90 minutes with me. Kinsey will be back at 7 for her show, so it's going to be a good one to say the least, everybody. We appreciate you all watching the News Now stream on this Thursday evening now. We do have the latest on Lamar Odom coming up in a little bit. Daily fantasy no more in Nevada. We'll tell you why that is the case. When we talk about daily fantasy, we're talking about those fantasy sites like DraftKings and FanDuel, and why Nevada is saying, not anymore in this state. So that is coming up. Plus, a little bit more on that flooding in California that we just saw. And then bird flu scares is causing big problems for some farmers. We're going to have the latest. And then an elderly woman kidnapping out of New Mexico. Whoa. We have that story. And it's a really sad one. So we will update you on all the latest and greatest headlines from across the valley and the world. We got you covered. Kinsey's still right here.
I know, I didn't take my lunch break. I'm making confetti because Mark Malrich is going on for the first time as a sports anchor.
He
it's
made
an amazing
debut
right here on Fox 10 News Now. So I'm making confetti and I'm going to throw it at his face when he comes off the stage / set. And I'm also playing CNC's Music Factory's Everybody Dance Now. And I do it.
That'll be a great moment. Thank you, Kinsey, for that update. I do want to start us off, though, with that story that I just talked about in New Mexico with the elderly woman kidnapping. I don't think you guys seen this, but we'll hit it.
Owns the Shorty's gas station on Avenida de Macia. He tells me he was filling in for one of his employees when an unlikely couple came into the store.
Two people coming in, a man in his 40s and an older lady, probably she's 80. This guy was acting very weird.
The victim tells detectives the suspect got in her car, then forced her to let him drive. Realizing she's been kidnapped, the woman talks the suspect into taking her to a gas station to get a soda. This surveillance video shows the suspect telling the elderly woman exactly where to go. Now watch as he tries stopping her from asking for help. Eventually, she scoots behind the counter, behind the cashier.
And she asked me to call the sheriff department because she was kidnapped.
For about 10 minutes, the suspect and the clerk argue.
The suspect tried to tell the clerk that the woman was actually his grandmother and that she was just confused. The clerk, acting on a very good gut instinct, called police anyway. And when police were called, the suspect then took off in the woman's car.
Detectives haven't released the identity of the suspect, but you can see what he looks like from this video. He was last seen driving the woman's car, a 2002 Chevy SUV. The unlikely hero tells me he was doing the right thing and glad she's okay.
She was very grateful. She came and she thanked me, and I told her anybody could have done that because, the situation she was on, she could have been anyone. She was really scared, and I'm glad that he made that stop again.
Patrick Hayes.
Wow, very scary situation with that story. Looks like we got our satellite feed back up in California. Let's go to that with the latest on the flooding there.
Fox Field, that is. No, 304. Copy that. 304. Another.
Oh wow, I hate these scenes, folks.
Story happening right in front of us. Actually,
Oh,
Lancaster now. We're in Lancaster.
boy, is that car gonna make it?
Not that I know. Well, of course. Gabby, let them know we're landing. Courtney, you did a great job, and thank you for having us, for real. You know what? Maybe we can show that while we're landing. There we go. That's how we end our day.
Look at that. Wow, beautiful. Double rainbow.
Fly to the rainbow. I'm losing you there on the radio as well. If you can hear us, that's our airport. We're going to be on the ground in just a moment.
All right, looks like that is over. They're heading back. We will now get you caught up on the latest headlines.
Spoke with DPS. Officers, or troopers I should say, shot that cow, and she has the story.
Drivers driving along the I-10 near the Broadway curve around 9 Wednesday night may have thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, but in fact they weren't. A cow was on the loose running in and out of traffic.
It's night, it's dark, this is a dark animal, and you're driving along Interstate 10, you don't expect to see a cow dart out onto the freeways.
Our Graves with DPS tells us the cow got loose near the I-10 and US 60 interchange after the trailer carrying the animal broke down. The cow made it all the way to the off-ramp at the Broadway curve, and this is where DPS troopers caught up with it and tried to get it in the desert area near the interstate.
The cow continued to walk towards the interstate. Because of the safety issue involved, the trooper fired one shot, hitting the cow to keep it from coming back onto the interstate.
Graves says the cow traveled back onto the freeway and DPS troopers had to fire another shot, putting the animal down. He says they spent about 45 minutes trying to corral the cow and followed proper protocol. Graves says although unfortunate, the cow had to be killed to protect the public and troopers.
The potential for a massive number of severe injuries and crashes, had this gone the other way, would have been more than the public is willing to accept, and then they would have asked us, why didn't you respond? Well, we did respond, and we took care of it.
Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Now, that off-ramp opened up around midnight last night. The driver of the trailer where the cow escaped from could face some charges, but none have been filed so far.
Attorneys for Marcus and Marcus Morris back in court today. They are asking the judge to return their aggravated assault case to a grand jury, claiming that prosecutors falsely presented evidence that the twin brothers are accused of attacking a man who they say sent an inappropriate text message to their mom. Both players played for the Phoenix Suns at the time, but Marcus was later traded to the Detroit Pistons. They're due in court next month. Basketball and reality star Lamar Odom remains on life support tonight after falling unconscious at a Nevada brothel. And now the sheriff in the small Las Vegas town outside of Las Vegas, where the brothel is located, has released the 911 calls.
It looks like some kind of white stuff coming out of his mouth. Bunch of white stuff coming out in his nose, too.
This is part of a 911 call from a legal brothel in Nevada after former NBA star Lamar Odom was found unconscious. The former basketball and reality star had been visiting the brothel for days.
During that call, the reporting parties informed the Nye County Sheriff's Office dispatch the male had been using cocaine.
In addition to cocaine, the caller from the Love Ranch said that Odom had also taken about 10 non-prescription sexual enhancement pills. Before medics arrived, one caller said Odom was breathing but unconscious.
I know CPR, but there's no reason to do that if he's breathing regularly, right? No, not at this time.
Odom was still breathing when medics transported him to the hospital in the remote town. After he was stabilized, doctors wanted to move the 6'10" athlete to another hospital in Las Vegas, but he wouldn't fit in the medevac helicopter. Instead, Odom was moved to the Las Vegas hospital by ambulance. A search warrant was issued for Odom's blood, but so far the lab reports are not yet complete. The sheriff was asked if the legal brothel could lose its license as a result of on-site drug use.
It's possible if they're found of any wrongdoing.
Lamar Odom is still married to reality TV star Khloe Kardashian. Although the couple is estranged, Kardashian is at the hospital by Odom's bedside along with his father and his 2 children. For now, sources are saying that Odom's condition is deteriorating. TMZ reports that 4 major organs continue to fail, and doctors say the fact that he is not getting better significantly reduces his chance of ultimately surviving.
And tonight's Business Watch, not great news for 65 million people on Social Security. They're not getting a raise. For just the 3rd time since 1975, recipients will not get a cost of living adjustment in 2016. The reason? Low inflation. Inflation has gone down over the past 12 months, so no raise for Social Security. McDonald's recently launched its all-day breakfast menu, and according to franchisees, it has been a nightmare. In a new survey, the franchises say the new menu is slowing down service. So just imagine, Kara, you're doing hotcakes and sausage, you got a Big Mac over here, you know. They're trying to do all that stuff.
You can't complain about more business, right? You got to just embrace it.
Reducing average tickets cost, they say.
That
the
looks
ticket
delish.
Going down. And yeah, hotcakes and sausage. You got to like that. Still too early to tell whether or not it's going to be a success, but customers have reportedly been asking the chain for years to extend their breakfast hours, and they finally got their wish. Finally, on Wall Street, stocks rebounded nicely today. The Dow Jones up 217 points, NASDAQ up 87. The optimism could be short-lived. 3rd quarter earnings are expected to forecast contraction overall as falling energy prices and weak global demand start to eat at profits. And that's your Fox Business Watch.
I'll tell you what, they are in dire straits in Illinois. The budget there is a mess. People who win the lottery in that state, they might not feel very lucky after all, because the cash-strapped state announced they will be handing out IOUs for the time being to any state lottery winner. Can you imagine?
You're all excited. You're like, I won the lottery. They're like, here, take this. Take this slip of paper. What is this?
If you win more than $600, you get an IOU. So what if you call? What if you call and quit your job? You won the big, jackpot.
Yeah, I'm out of here, boss. Take this job, and do you know what? I'm getting one of those big cardboard checks, and then they give you an IOU.
And then you call back. Take that back. I didn't quite mean it. Not yet.
Earlier.
The lottery said that the payments will be made once the state budget is passed. Hopefully that'll happen soon. The IOUs are a side effect of the stalemate over the new budget between the Republican governor and the state's Democratic lawmakers.
So once again, the poor voter caught in the middle of it.
Wow, I think that's horrible out there in Illinois with what's happening with the lottery system there. Are you kidding me? Lottery players out there just shouldn't even buy tickets there. If you're going to get an IOU, if you're lucky enough to win, boy, that is something. I don't get it. I don't get it. Isn't that weird, guys? It's a weird situation there, boy. Let's go to some other stories that we are following. Yes, thank you, Rachel. I know. Don't have to worry about it now, see? Get you the latest on that protesters that interrupted the Donald yesterday. Take a look if you didn't hear about it yet.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump!
It was a rock star welcome with a cordial start quickly turning into chaos. The moment that turned part of the crowd against Trump, immigration.
We're going to build the wall, okay, believe me. We're going to build the wall.
Moments later, anger in the crowd takes over.
So we're going to build it.
Signs that say, deport Trump, not families. Then a banner unfurled right in front of us with the words, no human life is illegal. I left my spot to capture these pictures. Protesters shouting Black Lives Matter, physically removed by Henrico police. Cameras from France, Russia, and around the world rolling.
He could be the future president of the United States. That shouldn't be happening. It should have been a little bit more controlled.
Trump then took back his unscripted rally.
I want to make you people so proud of this country again. So proud.
The Republican frontrunner filled the room, around 5,000 flocking to hear what he had to say on Hillary Clinton.
Maybe she gets indicted!
Taking aim at her email controversy and also a switch of position on a divisive trade pact with Asia.
If she has to debate me, she knows she's going to get killed on that pact. Killed!
And a common theme of why so many who have never been to a political rally showed up tonight.
What does it for you? He's fabulous. He's just like a celebrity.
Star appeal with one message.
We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was the latest with the Donald Trump situation. I got another story. Great story here. 911 operator helps a dad deliver a baby over the phone. Check it out. This is awesome.
Maya Minio's life likely started much differently than yours. She was born on her grandmother's couch by the hands of her dad, Andy, while he was on the phone with 911.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Christy Falkingham was on the other end of Andy's frantic call Monday night.
A male on the phone said that his wife was pregnant, and it sounded like she was about to have a baby, or at least start the process.
That's an understatement. The process was in full motion. As Christy gave Andy detailed instructions, unexpectedly, Mom's water broke.
All of a sudden, it's a huge deal.
You gotta lay down. You gotta lay down.
As Christy tracked the ambulance and gathered as much information as she could, Andy remained calm.
Don't try to prevent it. She said, do not try to prevent the birth. If she comes, then she comes, okay?
Moments later, Christy listened as the contractions got much closer together. Dad was still on the phone, alert and attentive.
Oh, yeah, that's her head. Her head's coming.
The head's presenting?
Yeah, there she is.
With one more push.
I got my baby in my hands. The babies can come out. The babies can breathe out.
Little Maya was born.
Yeah, I just delivered my baby.
That is so awesome, sir.
Right here.
That is so awesome. You did awesome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations.
October 13th, her birthday. Also a night shift on a Tuesday Christy will never forget.
I was more excited for him that he got to deliver his own child. It was pretty awesome.
Wow, isn't that something? That's a cool story. And that was a great story, but that was put together. You know, a lot of assets there that made that story work. Awesome. Moving on, I told you about this one as we recapped our top stories, is this one, where farmers are worried in New Mexico about this bird flu going on. Take a look.
As the cool winds of fall blow in, for those keeping an eye on Minnesota's poultry, chills aren't just from the temperature.
In the fall, cool, cold, birds are now migrating again, deposit some of the virus in our state, and then we have another possibility for this introduction.
Minnesota Board of Animal Health's Dr. Dale Lauer is keeping an eye on the sky because Minnesota is part of the migratory bird route called the Mississippi Flyway. As wild birds on their way south spend time here, some leave behind avian influenza.
Waterfowl, ducks, and geese are the natural reservoir for these influenza viruses.
At the Minnesota Poultry Testing Lab, they're keeping close tabs on birds to catch bird flu early if it shows up. And last month, the USDA issued a fall preparedness and response plan, hiring extra veterinarians. Meanwhile, poultry farms are taking their own so-called biosecurity measures, trying to avoid a repeat of last spring's outbreak.
In 2015, when this came about and we had this unusual mortality or dead birds, we probably were prepared for a flock or two or three.
Instead, there were 101 detections, nearly 9 million birds affected. But if there's some relief from this autumn chill, it is this.
So I think we're in a much better position and of course, we've all been through this once. So now we know, we just are better prepared.
There we go, Minnesota, New Mexico. Sorry about that, switched it up there. That was coming out of Minnesota. There we go, we hit it right. Welcome everybody, if you're just joining us. My name is Mike Page, welcome to the News Now stream. It's Thursday evening, we are on the eve of Friday. And take a look at this. Just got my new iPhone. Just got the new iPhone. No more, nothing cracked for me anymore. Got the iPhone 6S Plus. All right, just got it. Awesome stuff there. I just couldn't be living with that cracked phone anymore. It was, and I had the iPhone 4, just a regular 4 since 2011. So it ran its course. That little phone was a little trooper. A little trooper, but glad to have this huge paperweight now. Glad to have this mini tablet, or phablet is like what they like to call it. But here we go. We got it. We got that new phone, everybody. Do want to catch you up on another story that I think is very interesting if you've been watching sports. And let's just get you, before I go into the story, let's get you an update on that New York Mets LA Dodger games. Top of the second right now. Dodgers leading 2-1. It's a do or die game 5 for these teams. Whoever wins advances and plays the Cubs, and hopefully beats the Cubs. You know my thought on that one, guys. You know my thought on that one. All right. I do want to start with this sports story, though. Take a look at this. We all know those daily fantasy sites like DraftKings and FanDuel. Well, Nevada's saying, done. We done with that. The Nevada Gaming Control Board ruled today that daily fantasy sports is gambling and will require a license to operate in the state. The Nevada Gaming Commission stated that all unlicensed activity must cease and desist as of Thursday. Operators who do not comply face felony fines and 10 years in prison. Wow. Very interesting. Nevada says, we don't want that competition pretty much. They says, you want to gamble, you want a sport bet? You come in our casinos. So that's what it all comes down to. We saw earlier a story on Lamar Odom. I have an update that goes past that story. So here is the update on Lamar Odom as of right now. From Las Vegas, authorities are retracing Lamar Odom's $75,000 visit to the brothel where he was found unconscious as the former NBA and reality TV star remains hospitalized, and the Kardashian team spars with the brothel's owner over media attention surrounding the ordeal. Here we go. The Kardashians are once again finding a way to get themselves in the spotlight. Isn't that horrible? Wow. But you would expect it, right? Man, that just goes to show you how just media hungry this family is. And just, yes, Rachel, a $75,000 brothel visit. He was there for multiple days as he was on a huge bender. Wow. There's been no official word on Odom's condition, but the Reverend Jesse Jackson visited him Wednesday and said he's on life support. Wow. Odom's grandmother, Florence Odom, declined to comment on his status Thursday, saying she was becoming too distressed at unfounded speculation that her grandson would be taken off life support. His father, Joe Odom, also declined to discuss his condition as well, saying that information was very confidential. Rachel jumping in the chat saying, Mikey, I feel for Chloe. I went through something similar when my husband was in a coma, no drugs, no brothel. The choices and the process is a personal hell. Wow, so that is the very latest coming from Lamar Odom. I told you I would have an update for you, and we did deliver here on News Now like we always do. It's coming up on 5:47 on this beautiful Thursday evening. I like to call it Friday Eve, or even better, just Fry Eve, because you know what, Friday, it's not really a day, it's a celebration, and you don't need to have a day after Fry. That's good enough. Here we go, catching you up on the very latest. We're going to continue to follow this Lamar Odom story that just keeps getting sadder and sadder. I mean, I wish the Kardashian clan would just stay out of the media. Give this family some breathing room, please. You don't need to jump in there. You got your own reality show, don't you? You're on TV every day. Don't worry about it. You don't have to attach yourself to this story. Let the poor man and his family go through this grieving process as he is struggling and fighting in this hospital. So boy, let's just really think about that situation. Come on, Kardashians, you guys are in the media every day. You got your own shows. Let's leave it at that. I think you guys are going to support my rant here, right? You're going to support the rant. Boy, you just never know. Just never know with people. It's a sick world we live in, man. I know Lamar Odom made choices. He got himself in this situation, but there is no way that the Kardashian people should be just jumping in here. Pete saying, Blue Jays, Mike, what a game from yesterday. Yeah, that was a crazy game with Bautista with the flip of the bat. You got to love it. A lot of people were dogging him on that. You got to do it. You're at home. It's game 5. You lost the first 2 games. You were like pretty much on life support. The whole team was. The Blue Jays going down 0-2. Got to go to Texas where they win those 2 games and then come home and finish up the series. And now we're heading to the ALCS. Wow. Pete saying World Series champs again, like 93. Let's see if they can do it. Boy, that'd be something. Rachel says Chloe should be there, but I don't think the entire family should be in there. Yeah, Chloe has every right, but you don't have to be mad that people are getting media attention over you. You just don't have to do that. So we'll follow this story very much. Very much we will follow this story, as we know a lot of the fans in News Now want some coverage on that, and we will give that to you when more updates become available. A lot of rumors out there, you really can't look at those rumors on Twitter and all these other fake news sites. So keep it right here on News Now. We'll get you updated. Don't worry, we always do. Latest news, latest sports, latest pretty much anything that's happening around the country, around the world, we're going to cover it for you. We're going to do it well. 5:50, we're about 10 minutes away from our next big news update. In the can, in a little bit, we will be showing you the full Marco Rubio event. I know they were showing that a little bit earlier, but it was also being interrupted with that flooding in California. So a lot to go after in this next hour with me. My name is Mike Paish. You can follow me on Twitter at MikePaishFox10. Just got my new iPhone, so I'll be checking things that way as well. And I don't have to worry about a cracked screen anymore. Thank you. So that is good. That is good. I want to play a story right now that played earlier this afternoon. If you're new to the stream right now, you're going to really enjoy this story. A restaurant tipping ban in New York City for one restaurant. Take a look. Could it be a trend? We'll see.
Restaurant mogul Danny Meyer is taking tips off the table. Instead, Meyer plans to raise menu prices in order to pay servers more at his restaurants like Gramercy Tavern and the Modern at the Museum of Modern Art. Meyer says tipping has been a roadblock in the effort to attract top talent. In a letter to customers on his company's website, he wrote, "The total cost you pay to dine with us won't differ much from what you pay now, but for our teams, the change will be significant." Meyer says behind-the-scenes employees who are less visible to customers, like dishwashers and line cooks, will also benefit from the change. But critics say customers deserve the right to reward attentive service or to withhold that reward if they're not happy. Still, supporters of the change say this may also please customers who don't like the hassle of figuring out a tip at the end of a meal, or international visitors who are unfamiliar with the custom.
Remember also, there have been a lot of lawsuits against restaurant owners, class action lawsuits by people claiming to be underpaid, because if a person works over 40 hours, they need to not only get minimum wage salary, but then they need to be paid overtime. And there are a lot of class action lawsuits from people, waiters and other staff in the stores. And I think that's hurt many restaurants.
Danny Meyer will roll out this new policy in his restaurants over the next year, but the popular burger chain Shake Shack will not be affected by the change. For more on this and all your top business stories, find Fox Business using the channel finder on foxbusiness.com. In New York,
Wow, so that's a story that had a lot of buzz this afternoon, as if you were part of the stream, you knew a lot of people chatting in and talking about that story. And Dee says, man, that steak looked real good. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And then Pete's in the chat room bragging about how many Twitter followers he has. He also follows a bunch, too. That's funny. That's funny. Thank you all for being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll get you going on some more news. Do want to show you the 10-day Foxcast. Rain, rain, rain. Could be a rainy weekend. Maybe our last rainy weekend, though, for a while, because look at next week. Next week is looking amazing with some high upper 80s, but look at those lows. Loving that low of next week, Saturday, of 64. Gotta love it. That is great. We got a lot of stories for you this evening, I should say. I'm thinking it's the afternoon. Wow.
Oh, did you just now notice what happened? She made confetti and threw it more and then missed.
Here is the very latest on the Arizona freeway shooter alibi.
Accused of being the Valley Freeway shooter, 21-year-old Leslie Merritt Jr., a Glendale landscaper, has been behind bars since his arrest on September 18th.
As Mr. Merritt said at the time of his initial appearance, I'm the wrong guy. Now we have the evidence to show it.
Merritt's attorney, Jason Lamb, says cell phone records and family accounts place Merritt at his home in Glendale during the two shootings on the morning of August 29th and during another shooting later that evening along the I-10.
The phone records show that he was in Glendale, not along the I-10 freeway.
Lamb filed this motion with the court Tuesday to have his client, who's being held on $1 million bail, released on his own recognizance.
Hopefully, this alibi evidence that we put out will get him out of custody sooner rather than later, and we'll move forward. He really wants to be with his family. That's the most important thing.
Maricopa County Attorney Bill Montgomery said he does not want to try the freeway shooter case in the media, but
I don't have any concerns about the DPS investigation to date. Obviously, with the information that was provided, we were able to file charges and we secured an indictment.
He said a grand jury indicted him.
And a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich. There we go. Still love that quote. I've been playing that for you today, and that's that's a great soundbite right there, and that's why it was included in the story. Well, we're covering a lot of stories for you. We're getting close to our update at 6, so we will be hitting that, of course. If you're just joining us or new to the stream, welcome. My name is Mike Page. We do stream now from Monday through Friday, 9 to 9. So you got to enjoy that. It's going to be me and Kinsey with you this evening. Going to cover the latest on Lamar. We just had an update. I will be providing more details for you on that. Plus, bird flu scares, not in New Mexico, but in Minnesota. And then the elderly woman kidnapping. We'll play that story one more time. And also, coming up in a little bit, just after 6, we're going to have the Marco Rubio event. And while that's playing, I'll be looking for the top headlines to be sharing with you after that event concludes. So keep it right here, folks. The News Now, your latest and greatest opportunity to get the most current news from not only Arizona, from not just the Valley, but across the whole country, and even better, around the world. So we've got you covered. It is Fry Eve, I like to say. You don't even have to say day, because we're close to that beautiful, beautiful Fry where everything is great. So hopefully everybody has a lot of weekend plans that they're looking forward to. I know I'll be watching some of this crazy postseason action we got going on in October. It's going to be something. Still 2-1 as we head in to the top of the third. Wow. Dodgers and Mets at Dodger Stadium. Who will take it? Who will play the Cubs? Who will beat the Cubs? That is the question. So we will be following all of that for you. That is what we are going to be following for you. Gotta love that new graphic we have there. It is so cool. But once we get to 6 o'clock, and we are only a couple of minutes away, we'll head right on over to Fox 10 as they provide some of the greatest and latest headlines that they... Yeah, Rachel, yeah. If you've been following the Coyotes, I know they are unstoppable right now. They are unstoppable right now. Just looking off camera, as looks like we got a different satellite feed in. Once we hit to the news, I'll investigate to see what is happening. But right now, we want to catch you up on the 6 o'clock news right now. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Communities, and that's really unacceptable.
Accusations of unlawful searches, abuse, racial profiling at Border Patrol checkpoints here in Arizona. The findings of a new report. Plus,
President Obama decides to stop the drawdown of U.S. troops in Afghanistan in response to a growing terrorist threat. I'm Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon, and I'll have that story coming up.
thank you for being here. First tonight at 6 o'clock, a Fox 10 News alert out of Southern California where flash flooding has triggered mudslides. And look at this. I mean, when we say mudslides, these are big ones. They've buried a number of cars and damaged a lot of homes. Look at these neighborhoods where the streets are just flowing. And this car right here, which is, I'm sure, totaled at this point as the mud is moving through it. This is about 65 miles north of downtown L.A. Right now, the CHP says flooding has blocked all northbound lanes of Interstate 5 near Fort Tejon. And you can see how the mud is just coming out of those hillsides there. And I don't know if there was a fire in the area or it's just that the drought is not allowing vegetation to get hold. But there was a whole lot of rain that came down all at once in this area, and now it's just flooding off those hillsides. Several Southern California counties now are in big trouble. We'll stay on top of this for you and bring you any new developments. Nearly 2 years after merging with American Airlines, it's the end of the line for U.S. Airways. That Tempe-based airline will make its final trip tomorrow with stops across the country, including right here in the Valley. Let's take a look at where it's headed using our 3D mapping software now. So the plane is going to take off. Again, this is the very last flight now from U.S. Airways. And you know what kind of a footprint they've had in the Valley here for a long time, going back to America West, when it was America West Arena. Remember that? Going to take off from Philadelphia, go down to Charlotte, North Carolina, then fly here into Phoenix, and then end up in San Francisco. That'll be the very last U.S. Airways flight. Nicole Garcia is at Sky Harbor Airport now, where that plane is going to make a stop, and really is the end of an era for a lot of people, Nicole.
Yeah, it's been around the Valley for a long time, but soon the U.S. Airways brand is going to fly off into the sunset. That's tomorrow, and come Saturday, it's officially going to merge with American Airlines. And here at Sky Harbor, you really have to look hard to find anything that says U.S. Airways. You can see the overhead signs have pretty much already been changed over to American. And really, the only thing that still bears the U.S. Airways name are these self-serve kiosks. As you mentioned, that final U.S. Airways flight, it's going to be Flight 1939. It's named after the year that the company first started 76 years ago. It's going to take off from Philadelphia Friday morning, and it arrives here at Sky Harbor about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And there's going to be a ceremony here at the airport marking this occasion. Then it's going to take off for San Francisco. And when it departs San Francisco late Friday night, it's going to depart as U.S. Airways Flight 1939, but when it lands in Philadelphia Saturday morning, it will land as American Airlines Flight 1939. Now, passengers who bought their tickets through U.S. Airways, their reservations should have already been merged into the American Airlines system, so confirmation numbers and reservations will remain the same. But we ran into some passengers here at the airport who say this transition has already caused a lot of headaches.
As long as they have a system that people don't get confused, like especially when you're running out of time, you don't know where you go.
Just a little bit of confusion here at the kiosk. I wound up going over there and getting a ticket off of them. I wound up getting the last seat.
Oh, so my gosh.
I think I'm in the very back of the plane, which is fine. It's better than walking to Denver.
So a lot of lost passengers looking for the U.S. Airways ticket counter. They can't find it because the signs are down, but the airline says there's going to be more employees working tomorrow through the weekend, so there'll be extra people on hand to help those lost passengers and guide them through this transition. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
I need to have you come up to your house.
No, are you serious?
No, that's enough.
So mean to me. I didn't do this. This can't be legal. Like, I seriously didn't do anything. I know you didn't see it.
If you don't come up, I'm going to have to call the officers.
Tiana Foe, a mother of two, on her way home to Portland from vacation, was kicked off an American Airlines flight Sunday morning here in Phoenix. She says a male flight attendant asked her to make room for another passenger so she could put her bag in the overhead bins. Foe says there were other people between them and she didn't hear him. She says the man then started yelling at her. Foe says she was ordered off the plane after asking him for his name and if he worked for the airline, because he wasn't wearing the same uniform as other flight attendants or a name tag.
If something happens to you that is humiliating, that you just feel that you were completely taken advantage of, or that somebody mistreated you, that you seek help and that you get the attention that you need and you draw attention to it, because people shouldn't just get away with it because they are on a power trip and they're bullying you.
American Airlines released a statement saying, "We are in contact with the passenger and have apologized. We have addressed the issue with our team members to ensure we provide a consistent, quality travel experience for our customers in the future." Foe says she had to wait 4 hours for the next flight home and says she won't ever fly American again. She says she declined $250 the airline offered her and wants the flight attendant disciplined. She's also seeking legal counsel. Two Valley parents arrested after their 5-month-old son suddenly dies in their care, but they're not facing charges in his death right now. Police say Joseph Porter and Wilana Rothschild didn't have custody of their son. They weren't allowed to have unsupervised visits with him, but that's what was going on there. They're facing charges now for custodial interference. Phoenix Police and Fire found the couple's baby at their apartment yesterday. The baby wasn't breathing and later died at the hospital. The cause of death right now isn't clear. DCS is investigating why the couple had the baby in their custody at the time of his death. Phoenix police are questioning the husband of a 28-year-old woman who was murdered in their apartment with their 3 young children also inside that apartment. Police said the woman's husband called 911, said he heard a noise in the kitchen and found his wife's body there. The apartment's near 30th Street in Roosevelt. He said a strange person knocked on their door earlier in the night. He thought that person may have come back and killed his wife. Police, though, held the husband for questioning, and they say they aren't looking for any suspects. They're calling her death, I should say, a case of blunt force trauma. Stunned neighbors are thinking now of those 3 young kids who were inside the apartment.
Well, that's really terrible. That's not bad actions for the guy, the dad, and especially in front of the little ones. You know, it's not showing really good, and hopefully it's not how I think it is.
Police have not yet released the names of the young mother who was murdered and her husband, who's being questioned right now by detectives. A new report.
All right, folks, we're going to a little breaking news over in California. This is San Francisco, and you know this is the Golden Gate Bridge, where there was a car fire during rush hour on the bridge. So this is live breaking news right now. Once again, Fox 10 News Now, always providing the latest headlines from across the country and the world. And looks like this scene is wrapping up, but you know, it's always, don't know if there was any injuries. Hopefully there wasn't. Doesn't appear to be, just the way they are moving around this scene so freely. But look at this beautiful, beautiful shot. This Golden Gate Bridge really never gets old. That's why we continue to always try to take shots of it when we can. Beautiful in San Francisco, as they're dealing with a car fire that happened right there on the bridge, in the middle of the bridge during rush hour. You can see cars are still getting through in the 2 lanes that are available open there. And boy, look at the bay there. Oh man. Hey, camera guy, give us a shot of that sunset, huh? That'd be great, wouldn't it? There goes the charred car being towed away right now. We're hoping for a zoom out here. That's why I'm staying on the shot here. Hoping for a zoom out. We got the zoom out. Thank you very much. And let's look at that. Beautiful day in San Francisco as they got a little situation there around the Golden Gate Bridge, but they're already moving that away. But yeah, that's why people visit and live in San Francisco. I hope this helicopter kind of gets a shot at the sunset. Wouldn't that be a nice treat for us all? Fox 10 News Now community. That's what we're waiting for. Let's see if they keep this shot open for us. If we go dark, don't worry. We got you covered this evening. Yeah, Rachel wants Full House to start right now. Let's get that theme song going. Beautiful. So if you guys are just joining in on the stream, there was a car fire on the Golden Gate Bridge. It's been cleared up right now, but you're looking at people exit and getting on this bridge. Beautiful, beautiful day in San Francisco. Beautiful chopper shot as well, man. Hoping for that sunset. Do we get it? Ooh, they teased us with that 360 pan around. Oh, come on, one more time. Come on, pan up, pan up. All right, so we will exit San Francisco. Gotta love that shot, though. Boy, beautiful, beautiful treat for the Fox 10 News Now community as we get to see the beautiful Golden Gate Bridge. Man, just a beautiful scene there. We are going to now go to the full, entire Marco Rubio event that happened earlier today, but we didn't get to show you to it in its entirety, well, because of all the flooding situations in California that we were rolling on earlier today. Here we go.
Everybody wants to tell you the election they're running in is the most important in a generation. I think I can actually make a pretty good case for it in this one, because the elections that we now 2016 is not simply a choice between Republicans and Democrats. It is, in fact, a generational choice about what kind of country we're going to be in the 21st century. Now, for the better part of 2 centuries, this has been an exceptional country, and let me tell you why it's been exceptional. It hasn't been exceptional because we're a rich country. Every country in the world has rich people. Even the poorest country in the world has rich people, and we celebrate success in this country. But what makes us special is that in this country, millions of people that will never be rich still achieve happiness. They find jobs that pay enough so they can buy a home in a safe neighborhood, so they can retire with dignity, so they can leave their children better off than themselves. The reason why that makes us so special is because that's been so common here and so rare anywhere else in all of human history. Do you realize that most of the people that have ever lived in the history of mankind have lived in societies that said to them that it didn't matter how hard they worked or how long they persevered, they couldn't be anything more than their parents were? Now, if your parents were rich and famous people, that was really good news. If they were anybody else, that meant that no matter how hard you worked or how talented you were limited by the circumstances of your birth. That has been the human condition almost everywhere in the world throughout history, and sadly it is still the human condition in many parts of the world today. But there's an exception. The exception is the United States of America. And I know that and the reason why I know that is the same reason you know that. Not because we read about it in a magazine or because we studied it in history. We know it because we've lived it. I've lived it. Many, if not all of you, have lived it. As you heard in this introduction, my parents weren't born in the United States. They were born on the island of Cuba to families that were not rich or famous. And yet my parents came here in 1956 because it was the one place on earth where people like them had a chance to get ahead if they worked hard and if they persevered. In America, my parents never became rich or famous either. But they were extremely successful because working hard and persevering, not only did they achieve a better life, but it was possible for them to leave their children better off than themselves. For over 2 centuries, the fact that millions of people have been able to achieve that in this country is what's made us special and different. And if we ever lose that, we stop being a special country. Which is why we should be deeply concerned that today millions and millions of Americans, including many of you in this room here tonight, are starting to doubt whether we're still a country where that's possible for people like you and like me. People are starting to wonder whether it's still possible because they've had the same job for 20 years. But now, that job used to pay enough to make a living, and now they live paycheck to paycheck. They feel that way because they're trying to start a business or keep alive the business they've had. And yet, for the first time in 35 years, we have more businesses dying than starting. They feel that way because young people were told their whole lives, go to school, get a degree, you're guaranteed a better life. So they did. Many even borrowed money to pay for that degree. And now they owe thousands of dollars in student loans and they cannot find a job. And then they all turn on the television or open up a newspaper and they read how America is once again under this president being humiliated in yet another part of the world. And so doubts have crept in about what kind of country are we now? Where are we headed? And it brings us to this point. There are only two ways forward for America. Our children will either be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived, or our children will be the first Americans ever that inherit from their parents a country worse off than the one that was left for them. These are the only 2 choices before us. And I know which choice you want to make. It's the choice all Americans want, a country that's better and a life that's better for our children than it was even for ourselves. This is the future we all want for America. But that is not the path we are on now. The path we are on now is a path that will leave us as the first generation ever to leave our children worse off than ourselves. The path that we are now is a path that will rob us of what makes America special. And the reason why that's happening, sadly, is because we have political leaders, quite frankly, in both parties, who are out of touch and out of date. I don't think there's been a bigger gap between our people and Washington than there is today in our modern history. Leaders that do not realize how much the economy has changed, and yet our policies no longer reflect the new era in which we live. Retirement programs designed in the 30s. A higher education system designed in the 50s. Anti-poverty programs that don't cure poverty, they trap people in poverty, designed in the 1960s. Energy policies from the 70s. Tax policies from the 80s and 90s. And yet, as the world is changing, our policies have not kept pace because our leaders are completely out of date and also out of touch. They either have forgotten or have never known what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. What it's like to write those checks dated the 20th because you know your paycheck doesn't come in until the 19th. What it's like to face what I did when I graduated from college and over $100,000 in student loans. If my wife had known that, she might have answered differently when I asked her to marry me. Couldn't keep it from her once we got married. She wanted to know who Sally Mae was and why I kept paying her $1,200 a month. Have forgotten or don't realize how hard it is to raise children in the 21st century. Everything costs more. Everything. And yet our paychecks haven't kept pace. We cannot change the direction of this country if all we do is elect the same people with the same ideas. That's true as both a party and as a country. The time has come for this party to turn the page. The time has come for this country to turn the page and elevate a new generation of leadership with ideas relevant to the time in which we live. And if we can do that, and we can apply the principles of this party of limited government and free enterprise, apply those principles to the challenges we face today, then we will usher in a new American century. But here's what it's going to take. First, it's going to take economic policies that allow the private sector to succeed again. You want to know the... If you want to know the big difference between the Republican and Democratic Party on these ideas, you should have watched the debate 2 nights ago. In that debate, if you listen to it carefully, not even carefully, just over the level, you would hear this. You would hear leaders saying to people, we're going to grow the economy through government. The government is going to grow the economy. But the government can't grow the economy the way we need it to. Only the private sector can. What we need are government leaders that understand that and put in place policies that allow this nation to compete globally again. A tax code. A tax code. A tax code that's no longer the most complicated and expensive in the developed world. Regulations that are under control so people can start businesses. You know who regulations really hurt? The people trying to make it. The big businesses, the big corporations, they may not like a lot of regulations, but they can afford to deal with it. They're going to hire the best lawyers in Washington to find the loopholes and the best lobbyists to create them. In fact, oftentimes established industries will use regulations. Will use regulations to keep a small startup company from competing against them. Regulations are crushing American innovation. They stand in the way of manufacturing, of new companies and new ideas. And that's why we need to bring them under control through a regulatory budget that limits how much federal regulations can cost our economy. That's why we need to balance our budget. I'll tell you this, you can't grow your economy if you have a debt crisis. And we're going to have a debt crisis. We owe $19 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. The debt limit's going to be increased again in 2 weeks, and nothing's going to be done to bring the debt under control. That's why we need a balanced budget amendment. But that's also why we need to deal with these important programs, which I support. Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid, these programs, the long-term health of those programs, they go bankrupt if we don't do something about it. Now, you may not know this. This is not a well-known fact. But there are a lot of people in Florida on Social Security and Medicare. My mother happens to be one of them. And I'll tell you right now, I am against any changes that are bad for my mother. And the good news is we can save Social Security and Medicare, and we don't have to change anything for her, or for people that are already retired like her, or for anyone who's about to retire. But here's the truth, and if someone doesn't tell you this or not being honest with you, here's the truth. My Medicare and Social Security and my children's Medicare and Social Security, it is going to be different than my parents'. One way or the other. It either won't exist or it'll work differently. I'm going to have to retire a year later than my parents did. If I've been financially successful, my Social Security won't grow as fast as theirs did. My Medicare benefit could very well be the option of taking that Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better than traditional Medicare. These are not unreasonable things to ask of people like me, who are 25 years away from retirement, after everything our parents and our grandparents did for us. And if we do that, we can save these important programs. In fact, they'll still be the best thing in the world, and we can balance our budget and secure the long-term security of our country financially. We need to fully utilize our energy resources. I have no problem being a world leader in solar and in wind and in biofuels and in renewables and in energy independence. We should do all of it. But we're crazy if we don't fully utilize the oil and natural gas that's at our disposal. Not only should we fully utilize our oil resources, we should be allowed to export them so that people don't have to buy it anymore from a gangster in Moscow. And we should fully utilize our natural gas because not only will it lower the cost of living in America, it will lower the cost of manufacturing in America. And if we can couple that with regulatory reform and tax reform, we are going to have a manufacturing renaissance. We can once again be a country that makes things and have an economy that makes things. We can bring manufacturing back. And if we want to be globally competitive, we have to repeal and replace Obamacare. Obamacare is raising the cost of health insurance while lowering what it covers and encouraging employers to hire less people or pay them less or cut their hours. I suppose other than that, it's working well. We need to repeal it, and we need to replace it with a new system that says this: you, the American people, are now in charge of your own pre-tax money. You are now in charge of your pre-tax health care money, whether you got it from your employer, whether it's your own money or a tax credit, and you can use it to buy any health insurance that you choose from any company in America across state lines. If we can put in place policies like this, policies true to our principles as limited government and free enterprise conservatives, then we're not just going to have an economic recovery, we're going to have an economic renaissance. The American private sector, made up of the most innovative and creative people in the world, made up of the most productive and hardest working workers on the planet, American free enterprise will not just create millions of jobs, it will create millions of better paying jobs, of jobs that pay substantially more than the jobs we've lost, substantially more than the jobs we're creating now. But those new jobs will require different and more skills than ever before, which is why the second thing we must do is completely transform what we mean by higher education. It begins with this: I do not understand for the life of me why we stop training people in this country to work with their hands in a trade or a craft or a vocational career. I don't understand it. We have a shortage of welders and plumbers and pipe fitters. We have a shortage of people that can do work fixing airplanes and cars, people in the construction trades. And yet somehow we stop teaching people to do this, and I don't understand it. We've made the mistake at some point in our history of telling young Americans, those jobs are for the kids that aren't smart enough to go to college. That isn't true. That's a lie. Here's the truth. A welder makes a lot more than a philosopher. If I am blessed with the opportunity to be President of the United States, I will be the vocational education president. I will celebrate those jobs. And I will open up federal financial aid so that even a 16 or 17-year-old can go to high school in the morning and trade school in the afternoon, and at 18 years of age when they graduate, they don't just get a diploma, they get an industry certification so they can begin working, making $40,000 or $50,000 a year at a trade. We need to create flexible programs for people that have to work full-time, non-traditional students. People that can't just drop everything and sit in the classroom for 4 years. And we can allow that to happen by allowing technology and innovation to enter and compete with traditional higher education. You know what that would look like? It would look like this. You've been in the military for 6 years. You've learned something in the military. We're going to give you credit for that. You've been working for 10 years. We're going to give you credit for what you learned in your years at work. And we're going to allow you to pick up the rest of whatever you're missing for your degree any way you want. Online, more work experience, more life experience. And suddenly, higher education becomes available to millions of Americans who today cannot afford it and do not have the time. Think of what that would mean for a single mother who makes $10 an hour as a receptionist, who can now become a paralegal making $50,000 a year. This is life-changing, and we need to be the party that opens up higher education away from the monopoly that it is now and to more competition and more innovation. And don't worry, we're still going to have four-year schools. How would we have college football without it? But we can't keep graduating kids in this country with thousands of dollars in student loans for a degree that doesn't lead to a job. And so when I'm president, God willing, before any young student takes out a loan, they will be told how much people make when they graduate from that school with that degree. And then you can decide whether you want to be a philosopher. But you deserve to know the market for philosophers has tightened over the last 2,000 years. If we can do that, not only will our private sector create millions of better paying jobs, our people will have the skills they need for those better paying jobs. And we won't just save the American dream, we'll expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. But there's one more thing we'll have to do. It is the most important thing the federal government does, and that is keep us safe. And today the federal government is failing at that endeavor. It is failing at every front. At home, it is failing to protect our borders. Abroad, it is failing to protect us from foreign threats. In a world that's as dangerous as it has ever been in my lifetime, you have a lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons, and Iran on the verge of acquiring $150 billion of sanctions relief, which they will use to sponsor terrorism, which they will use to build a long-range missile, and ultimately they will use to either buy or build a nuclear weapon of their own. You have a gangster in Moscow who is dividing Europe and threatening NATO and sowing instability in an already unstable Middle East. You have radical jihadists, and that's what they are, radical Islamic jihadists, in multiple groups, in dozens of countries across 4 continents, and recruiting Americans here at home using social media. And last but not least, you have the most rapidly expanded military in human history, the Chinese, who are not just rapidly growing their military, they're taking over the South China Sea, the most important shipping lane in the world, even as they hack into our computers and steal our company secrets, our government secrets, and even the private information of Americans. And in the face of this growing danger around the world, we have a president who is eviscerating military spending, diminishing the ability of this country to protect itself, putting us on pace to have the oldest and smallest Air Force and Navy in the lifetime of anybody in this room, cutting 40,000 positions out of the Army, not investing in the research and technology that we need to be developing to confront the new challenges of a new era. When I'm president, God willing, if I'm president, we will rebuild our military, and there will be no doubt in the minds of anyone on this planet what the most powerful fighting force in the world is. We will make the investments necessary so that our men and women in uniform are better equipped, better trained, and have more information than any adversary they will ever face. And when they're done taking care of us and they come back home, when I'm president, we will take care of them. You know, last year, even though I was still in the minority in the Senate, we passed a law. We passed a law that gave the VA secretary the power to fire people at the VA that weren't doing their jobs. I know that's a novel idea, but and I want to say something, there are some really good people that work at the VA. They care about veterans, and there are some people that aren't doing their jobs. And you know how many people they fired since we passed that law? 1. And that's on appeal. When I'm president, we will hold people accountable, and we will reform the VA. When I'm president, VA benefits, the VA benefits are going to follow the veteran, not the veteran follow the benefits. If you're a veteran and the VA can't see you, you will be able to take your VA benefits to any hospital, any doctor, or any clinic that's ready to see you. And when we're in charge, we're going to have a foreign policy of moral clarity. What does that mean? Here's what it means. It means our allies will know they can trust us, and our adversaries will know not to test us. This is common sense. I only bring it up because we have the direct opposite right now. There's no better example of it than the Middle East. In the entire Middle East, there is only one pro-American free enterprise democracy, the State of Israel. Well, today we have a president that treats the Prime Minister of Israel with less respect than the Ayatollah in Iran. What message does that send to Israel? More importantly, what message does that send all over the world? It sends a message that under Barack Obama, the United States is not a reliable ally. And it sends a message to our adversaries that they can get away with things that you didn't used to be able to get away with. When I'm president, not only will our allies know they can trust us, but our adversaries will know they cannot test us. This is an important thing to do, because the 21st century has great potential, but it also has great potential for danger and instability. And the world is a safer and a better place when America is the strongest military and economic power on the earth. When I'm president, we will be that again. So, these are our challenges. And I point them out because I want to show you that we can solve every single one of them. There is nothing before this country we cannot fix. There is nothing before this country that we do not have within us to fix. And so the question now is, will we do it or not? And before we answer that question, we remember who we are. Ours is not a nation that never faced great challenges. In fact, ours is the story of a nation that has always faced extraordinary challenges. What we have in this country is exceptional because it's so rare. And that's required every generation to do their part to keep it that way. This nation was founded out of a great challenge. It declared independence from the most powerful empire in the world. Then this nation survived a great civil war that violently divided people against each other and almost brought to an end the extraordinary story of America. Then this nation faced a great world war that cost the lives of millions of people on this planet. Then it had to survive a Great Depression. Then it faced a Second World War, and then a long and costly Cold one. The 1960s were a difficult time for this country. Political assassinations, the Civil Rights Movement divided us regionally, the Vietnam War divided us generationally. This nation has always faced great challenges, and each generation before us did what they had to do. Each generation before us confronted those challenges and embraced their opportunities. And because they did for over 230 some odd years, each American generation has left the next better off. Now it's our turn. Now the time has come for this generation, for you and I and those of us alive at this time and place, to do our part, to write our chapter in the amazing story of America. And it will either be the greatest chapter yet, or it will be a story of decline. Now in a few minutes I'll have to leave. I have to catch a commercial airplane, and Delta waits for no one. So I want to quickly wrap up, and I apologize if I rush off. That's why. I'm headed to Pittsburgh. Let me close with this. This obligation to defend America and keep it special is one we all have. For every single one of us is the extraordinary beneficiary of the blessing of having been born a citizen or have the opportunity to live in the greatest nation in human history. I've always felt especially motivated by this because while America owes me absolutely nothing, America doesn't owe me anything. But I have a debt to America I will never fully repay. And being in rooms like this, and I'll explain to you why in a moment, reminds me exactly of that. You see, as I told you earlier, my parents were not connected people or wealthy people or powerful people. They were both born into poor families. My father in particular had it rough. 4 days shy of his 9th birthday, his mother passed away. And so my father, at 9 years of age, had to stop going to school. And he had to go work. And he would really never go back to school. And he would work for the next 70 years of his life. When he was a young boy and later a young man, my father had big dreams because young people have big dreams. But his dreams for himself became impossible. And so when my parents came to America, they found a new dream, a new purpose for their life. And here's what it was. They wanted to make sure that what happened to them never happened to their children. They wanted to make sure that all the things they once wanted for themselves would be possible for us. That all the doors that had closed for them would be open for their 4 children. And so they worked really hard to achieve that. My mother built aluminum chairs at a factory. Then she was a cashier at a hotel on Miami Beach. Then she was a maid at a hotel in Las Vegas, and finally a stock clerk at Kmart. My father was primarily a banquet bartender. He worked in rooms just like this, in hotels just like this. He worked on nights, on weekends, on holidays, on days I'm sure he didn't feel like working. Well into his 70s, he worked as a banquet bartender. He stood in the back of a room just like this, behind a small portable bar. So one day I could have the chance to be anything my work and talent would allow me to be. The journey from that small portable bar in the back of a room like this to behind this podium here tonight in the front of the room, for me that journey is the essence of the American dream. It's what makes us different and special. And it isn't just my story. It's our story. That is the story of America. For here in this nation, we are all but a generation or two removed from someone who did that for us. You know that's true because you saw your parents sacrifice, give up their own dreams, work 2 jobs and late at night. You saw what your grandparents did for your parents. Or maybe you're the one that's doing it now. The men and women who will serve you at this table tonight, who work behind these doors and clean these rooms, they hold the future of our country in their hands. And here's why. Because if they can do for their children what our parents did for us, then we will remain a special country. And if they can't, we're just another rich and powerful nation, but no longer an exceptional one. And so we are called not just to defend this dream, but to expand it, to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And that's one of the reasons why I thank God every day that I am a 21st century American, alive at this time and in this place. And you should too. For you and I have the opportunity now to be the authors, as I said earlier, of the greatest chapter in the history of America. But we must act now. We cannot afford another 4 years like the last 8. You know, when I ran for the U.S. Senate about 4.5 years ago, I was out of office. I was just a country lawyer, Miami, Florida. The entire Republican establishment was against me. They didn't just not want me to run, they were openly against me, supporting my opponent, who was the then sitting governor of Florida. What's interesting is 4.5 years later, when I decide to run for president, when I decide I'm not running for re-election to the Senate, because we can't change the direction of this country simply from the Senate. We need a new president with better ideas. When I made that decision, some of the same people who were against me 4 years ago reappeared. And they said to me, you need to wait in line. It's not your turn. I didn't know there was a line. And what exactly are we waiting for? The future is now. The future is here. And the time to act is before us. We have an incredible opportunity as both a party and as a nation. We have an opportunity to be the party of the future. The Democrats undoubtedly will nominate someone with ideas trapped in the past. People who believe, as was evidenced the other night, that every problem in America can be solved through a tax on someone and a program for someone. But we know from our history different. There is a role for government, but it's a limited one. That the future of our country largely resides in the hands of our people. And that the job of our leaders is to give our people their chance to fulfill their dreams, their hopes, their ambitions. That is our opportunity as a party and as a nation. And I hope that we fully embrace it. I hope we embrace it here in Pennsylvania. Because if we do, we're not just going to save the American dream. It's going to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And the 21st century won't just be as good as the 20th century. It will be better. It will be the greatest era in our history. And so I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. Because in so many ways, what will happen in this state in 2016 will determine what kind of country we will be. You see, in 2016, we will signal the end of the Obama years and the beginning of a new future for America. And I hope that I'm the Republican nominee. I intend to work hard to be the Republican nominee, but and if I'm the Republican nominee and together we win Pennsylvania, we will win the White House, and the 21st century will be a new American century. Thank you for having me. I look forward to coming back. Thank you.
And there is the Marco Rubio event wrapping up. And that's what he is fighting for, and the rest of the candidates, the White House. I have the very latest on the GOP road to the White House right now.
Ben Carson wins the third quarter fundraising race, collecting $20.8 million to keep growing his grassroots campaign. He's in the middle of a multi-week book tour, which limits his campaign time, but has pulled into a virtual tie with Donald Trump in the latest Fox poll. The billionaire frontrunner is self-funding his campaign and gets so much news coverage he's spent next to nothing on advertising. Both Trump and Carson today threatened to boycott the next debate in 2 weeks hosted by CNBC if it does not agree to limit the debate to 2 hours. Currently, the network plans no time limit.
I'm Jeb. I'm running for president.
Jeb Bush is cutting costs and trying to save money for a long GOP primary trench war. He raised $13.4 million over the last 3 months and tried to make today's disclosure look more muscular by also revealing his campaign bundlers, his medical records, and most recent income tax returns. The man on the move is Ted Cruz. His war chest and poll numbers are growing as he courts conservatives from across the spectrum. He's third in the Fox poll now and on Bush's heels in fundraising at $12.2 million. Carly Fiorina danced with students in Iowa today. She raised $6.8 million.
Our trajectory is straight up, whereas others have been, up and down.
She bested Marco Rubio, who banked $6 million. He knows he'll need much more and hopes to recruit former donors to Scott Walker's defunct campaign. Walker's former senior campaign advisor says the competition's fierce.
I think Senator Rubio and Governor Bush are the ones who are courting Walker donors the hardest, although others are certainly doing it as well.
Chris Christie raised $4.2 million. That puts him ahead of Rand Paul, who raised $2.5 and put out a memo today denying that he's near dropping out of the race. John Kasich talked not about his campaign budget today, but unveiled his plan to balance the federal one instead. He'd cut income and business taxes, reform entitlements, build up the military, and freeze all other discretionary spending.
Kasich says initially his budget would increase the deficit, but it would balance in 8 years, a convenient fit in 2 presidential terms. As for his campaign budget, Kasich tonight will report having raised $4.3 million in the third quarter, just slightly ahead of Chris Christie. In Washington, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
All right, that is the latest on the GOP race, the battle for the White House. Let's get you caught up on some of the headlines here, as we do. Try to get you every 30 minutes. I do have right here the latest on Lamar Odom. And here is the update. Authorities are retracing Lamar Odom's $75,000 visit to the brothel where he was found unconscious, as the former NBA and reality TV star remains hospitalized and the Kardashian team spars with the brothel's owner over media attention surrounding the ordeal. There's been no official word on Odom's condition, but the Reverend Jesse Jackson visited him yesterday and said he's on life support. So that's the very latest with Lamar Odom fighting for his life right now in Las Vegas, Nevada, after multiple days at a brothel in Nevada, spending close to $75,000 and allegedly having a mixture, a cocktail of drugs. Yes, Zero Gravity, you did hear that right. $75,000 for multiple days at the brothel. Boy, just a sad case overall right there. It's an NBA star that really was on top of the sporting world for a while, and now it's this. Such a sad, sad way to go. Boy, we do have an update on you for this baseball game being played in LA. New York Mets taking on the Dodgers right now. It is the top of the 5th, and we got a tied ball game, 2-2. Did I say October has drama? Yeah, it does. Wow, unbelievable. Game 5 deciding who gets to play the Cubs on Saturday for the start of the NLCS. Lots of drama always in October, and that's why you really should be watching baseball in October, because pretty soon, you know it, it's going to be right here on Fox 10. Of course, we will have the ALDS, and then the ALCS, and then right after that is the World Series being exclusively played on Fox 10. So we have that to look forward to. So if you want to get ready for the World Series, get to know some of the teams that are battling for it, so you don't go in cold turkey, I suggest that you start watching some games right now of the teams that are trying to make the World Series right now. So there we go. And the people in this chat room still cannot believe $75,000 for a visit, multiple days at the brothel. But we still got a lot of news to cover, including this story, this very sad story of an elderly woman being kidnapped. Boy, that is a sad story coming out of New Mexico. I have the story for you.
Owns the Shorty's gas station on Avenida de Mesilla. He tells me he was filling in for one of his employees when an unlikely couple came into the store.
2 people coming in, a man in his 40s and an older lady, probably she's 80. This guy was acting very weird.
The victim tells detectives the suspect got in her car, then forced her to let him drive. Realizing she's been kidnapped, the woman talks the suspect into taking her to a gas station to get a soda. This surveillance video shows the suspect telling the elderly woman exactly where to go. Now watch as he tries stopping her from asking for help. Eventually, she scoots behind the counter, behind the cashier.
And she asked me to call the sheriff department because she was kidnapped.
For about 10 minutes, the suspect and the clerk argue.
The suspect tried to tell the clerk that the woman was actually his grandmother and that she was just confused. The clerk, acting on a very good gut instinct, called police anyway. And when police were called, the suspect then took off in the woman's car.
Detectives haven't released the identity of the suspect, but you can see what he looks like from this video. He was last seen driving the woman's car, a 2002 Chevy SUV. The unlikely hero tells me he was doing the right thing and glad she's okay.
She was very grateful. She came and she thanked me. And I told her anybody could have done that because, you know, the situation she was on, she could have been anyone. You know, she was really scared, and I'm glad that he made that stop again.
Patrick Hayes, KFOX 14, News at 9.
Wow, what a sad story there. Boy, just these people, you don't know what's going on in this country anymore. You really don't know. Always sad to hear those kind of stories. You never want to hear of a kidnapping, but then an elderly woman? Come on, folks, let's get real here. Wow. Well, for the last couple days, there's been some computer glitches at the airports. We got a story for you on that on an update.
For the second time in less than a week, tech problems causing frustrations for thousands of airline passengers. This as the United States Customs and Border Protection says the computer systems used to process international travelers went down for about 90 minutes Wednesday night. The issue leading to massive lines at major airports across the country, including New York, Boston, and Los Angeles.
The people up there were all cursing. There was people that couldn't walk. It was crazy. It was crazy. People in a wheelchair that were like crying, waiting there for hours.
They made us to wait for like more than probably like hour and a half. They didn't make any announcement like there is going to be a delay.
The outage also leading to aggravation for those waiting to pick up passengers.
She's standing there waiting. So I have no idea further what's going on at this point, but she said it just looked like bedlam. Lines are long.
The problems affected a Department of Homeland Security computer system that screens passengers against a terror watch list. But federal officials say there was no danger to passengers, and they don't believe the disruption was malicious in nature.
They should have had a better system, like another backup or something.
This all comes just days after a computer glitch forced Southwest Airlines to delay several hundred flights across the United States. The airline hasn't said what caused the problem, but experts say issues like this could become more common.
The thing with any sort of technology that really runs your system and even the backups is that when it does have a problem, it typically ends up being a system-wide problem.
Federal officials say they don't anticipate Wednesday's computer glitches to impact any travelers or United States airports today. Will Carr, Fox News.
All right, that's the very latest with those computer glitches. Always scary when you want to travel and you might not be able to because of those issues. Kinsey's giving me the wrap-up signal. Love it. She's on deck. She's coming up in just a few minutes. She has a beautiful show lined up. So be on the lookout for Kinsey coming up at 7. We'll hit the reset button and feature some brand new stories that is trending all over the country. Be on the lookout for those stories. Be on the lookout for Kinsey. I'm new to It's a great day. It's going to be a great day tomorrow as well as we get closer to TGIF. If you're new to the stream, welcome. My name is Mike Paish, and I will be back with you guys tomorrow, starting well, we have a special time with me tomorrow. I'm going to be starting the show up tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Tomorrow it's the Kinsey and Mike show.
All day, yes. So all day Friday, where it's just going to be Mike and Kinsey. So I'll start tomorrow from 10 to noon. Kinsey will jump on about 12:30. And then I'll be on during the afternoon, a little bit of the evening, and then Kinsey's going to take it all the way home for us as we complete that Friday schedule for you. But if you're new to Fox 10 News Now, welcome. Welcome. We stream Monday through Friday now, 9 to 9. Gotta love it. Featuring all the latest and greatest news headlines from across the country and right here in Arizona. So we appreciate everybody always watching and chatting. I know earlier today we had a great chat about unemployment benefits and how long they should last. Then we also had a nice discussion on tipping in restaurants. Should they ban them or should we continue to tip? And what about when bad service comes? So we had a great discussion, and you guys lit up the chat room. So be on the lookout for Kinsey coming up in just a few minutes, but I just wanted to say goodbye to you all. I'm going to have a great show for you starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. A special time for me. Samuel will be out, so I'll be checking in all the latest headlines for you on that. So be on the lookout, everybody. We appreciate you all watching Fox 10 News Now. Kinsey is coming up next. We'll be right back.
I am coming to do the show.
Hi all, Kinsey Schofield here. I'm getting everything set up, opening my, we switch out we have different layouts, all of us in our own computer systems, and I'm just getting mine up and running for you. Let me change this to the live button. And well, I was gonna start by playing a video for you, but I've got to open up my video player, which I'm always having some trouble with.
Yeah, awesome.
Do you hear Mike yelling?
See you guys.
Bye, Mikey. I have so much fun with Mike. He's staying later, so I am able to really enjoy him. And I really want to give you this video, but I'm having a hard time setting things up. There we go. Yes. It's a win for you, it's a win for me, because I've got a brand new video for you that you haven't seen yet today. Are you ready for this? Pause.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. A woman was found dead inside her apartment on 30th Street this morning. Police received a 911 call from her husband. They say he heard a noise in the kitchen and found her body. He has been detained, but he has not been arrested. There were 3 children in the home and they were not hurt. A mile north of that scene, Phoenix police are also investigating the death of a man in his 20s. He was found in the middle of the street after reports of shots fired came in around 4:30 this morning. Investigators say they will be looking at surveillance video from a store nearby to see if it can give them any clues. President Obama unveiling a new plan for the U.S. to keep 5,500 troops in Afghanistan when he leaves office in 2017. The shift goes against his promise to end the war during his time in office. He says the Afghan military is still not as strong as it needs to be. Lamar Odom remains on life support. Tuesday night, the former NBA star was found unconscious at a legal brothel outside of Las Vegas. Today, reports are saying that he had cocaine in his system and had been taking an herbal version of Viagra. He is still technically married to Khloe Kardashian, even though the two have been split up for years, and it's believed that she will be making any medical decisions. And here's a look at your 10-day forecast. We are expecting clouds and rain showers to increase today and continue along for Friday and part of Saturday. By Sunday, we'll see cooler temperatures and beautiful conditions. A cool down is on the way for the remainder of the week. Be sure to join us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and send us your news and weather photos using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. Have a great day.
Love Miss Carrie Lake, and here are my top 5 stories for the day. Obama keeps 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. President Obama announced on Thursday that he will be keeping 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan beyond 2016 in a stark reversal from earlier pledges to end the war on his watch, though Republicans still questioned whether the residual force will be enough to support Afghan forces and U.S. allies. The decision follows months of appeals from military leaders to extend the drawn-down timeline, and it marks an acknowledgement that, despite claims al-Qaeda is on the run, militants continue to pose a serious threat to the country. This is according to FoxNews.com. Obama originally had planned to pull out but a small embassy-based U.S. military presence by the end of next year, but military leaders argued the Afghan needed additional assistance and support from the U.S. to beat back a resurgent Taliban and hold on to gains made over the last 14 years. Under the new plan, the administration will keep the current force of 9,800 troops in Afghanistan through most of next year, then draw down to 5,500 troops in 2017 at a pace still to be determined by commanders. While America's combat mission in Afghanistan may be over, our commitment to Afghanistan and its people endures, Obama said at the White House in announcing his decision. The president stressed that he does not support the idea of endless war, but said Afghan forces are not as strong as they need to be, and the Taliban have made great gains, leading to a very fragile security situation in key areas of the country. That is a FoxNews.com story. Here's a local story that Carrie just mentioned to you moments ago. A woman was found dead in her Phoenix home, and her husband's currently being detained. Phoenix police say a man reported finding his 28-year-old wife fatally injured, and this is Fox10Phoenix.com, fatally injured in their kitchen after hearing a noise early in the morning near Loop 202 and 32nd Street. Officers were called to the scene just after 1:30 a.m. Thursday after receiving numerous 911 calls, of which one of them was from the woman's 29-year-old husband. He told police he heard a noise, walked into his kitchen, and found the woman on the floor unresponsive and bleeding. Police also told Fox 10 that a neighbor called 911 and reported hearing several screams. Police detained the husband at the scene and they're questioning him. He's not considered a suspect, but officials say he is a person of interest. At this time, investigators are not looking for any other suspects. Here's a quote from the police officer, James Holmes. "Just because we said we're not looking for a third-party person, that means that there's no indications early in the investigation that anybody else was there. It does not mean that at some time before 1:30 this morning, someone else may have been in the townhome. Those are the kinds of things we figured out," he explained. Again, that's Officer James Holmes. The couple's 3 young children, all under the age of 10, were asleep in the home at the time. They've been placed in the Arizona Department of Children's Safety Protective Custody. That's horrible that they are currently away from their family members. Police say when they arrived at the scene, they found a very large amount of blood. The cause of death is not been determined, but police believe the woman was bludgeoned. The husband also told police that a man had come to the home earlier in the evening, possibly looking for some type of drug. They turned him away. No other names have been released, and we thank the Associated Press for contributing to this story. Flossing your teeth can do more harm than good. And I've said this before today, and I'll say it again. I'm loving this story because I hate flossing my teeth. I think it's inconvenient. I think it's a waste of time. It hurts, and I'm just not the biggest fan. This is according to the Daily Mail. Flossing your teeth can be a waste of time and do more harm than good, leading dental experts claim. Figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly, and of those who do, most of us are doing it incorrectly, says dentists. Bad technique can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums. That can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. Let's check back in with this story that I have been very verbal about on Twitter. This woman that sued her 12-year-old nephew. He was 8 at the time. Jennifer Connell sued her nephew over an incident at his 8th birthday party. A Connecticut jury took just 25 minutes deliberating to dismiss her case. The nephew spoke to for the first time on Wednesday, so we're actually hearing from the little boy, saying he loves his aunt. Shantara, 12, agreed with Connell that the lawsuit was just a formality. She says she had to name him to claim household insurance and settle her medical bills. Her legal team claimed Connecticut law forced her to take the court case. Her insurance would not pay to treat the injuries without negligence finding, and I did read that they would only pay her $1 for breaking her wrist. They paid her out $1. I don't know if that's legitimate or not, but I read that. And she has taken a lot of hate and verbal abuse from the internet. I don't know if I've actually participated in it. I think I might have just linked to stories, but I was horrified by the story myself. I could not imagine having to sit at Thanksgiving dinner with your aunt that sued you when you were 12. That's got to be a difficult situation. It's a lot that he can hold over her head at Christmas time when it comes down to gift giving. And Trump, and I'm hearing about this a lot, the story's not going anywhere. Trump might refuse to appear at the CNBC debate, and guess what? I'm on Trump's side here too. Ben Carson is also teaming up with Trump in regards to this I just read. Campaign aides for Donald Trump floated the suggestion that the billionaire presidential candidate might refuse to appear at the upcoming CNBC debate if they don't specify their criteria. In an interview with the New York Times, Trump's campaign manager Corey Lewandowski signaled that Trump was unhappy with the length of the 3-hour CNN debate and wanted them to identify the time candidates would be on stage. For us, it was imperative that the time be changed to 120 minutes for the length of the debate, he said to the New York Times. Mr. Trump has been unhappy with the nearly 3-hour length of the CNN debate that Republicans recently took part in. Lewandowski said that CNBC never discussed the debate criteria, but rather sent a memo informing them of how it would be. The criteria was outlined by CNBC, and it was never discussed with any of the candidates or the campaigns, he said. So what CNBC did was send out a memo and said, here's the criteria as you have approved them, and that went out to all of the campaigns. We said we never agreed to this criteria. Other campaigns have complained about the required polling standards for candidates to participate in the event, particularly Governor Bobby Jindal. Speaking to the Times, Lewandowski called the debate criteria to be laid out in detail for all of the candidates. Until we have this criteria specifically laid out, it is difficult to participate, he warned. I am with you. And Donald Trump knows, without a doubt, he'll tell you himself repeatedly that he brings ratings, he brings people, he brings bodies, he brings eyeballs, he brings views. He'll tell you. He won't hesitate. So he knows he's in the position to set the standards with the CNBC debate. If he doesn't show up, it's quite frankly not worth watching at this point, because he is the rock star in regards to the GOP candidates. You want to see what he's going to say next. Who is he going to offend? How is he going to respond to something he said in the past that's kind of offensive? He is who you want to see and keep your eyes on throughout that debate. Although Bell says CNBC is a joke. Mike D says if Trump is 10% as good in office as he is with the media, this country is going to be in great shape. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Susie. I wonder if I saved the wrong one or if someone saved over mine. I think somebody might have saved over mine, and that hurts my heart. Mikey must have done it. I'm not mad at Mikey. I adore him. There I am. No, that's not it. Mikey must have saved over it. This is yesterday's list, but I can go over that with you too. Russia targeting U.S.-backed forces. We were told yesterday that Russia was actually targeting some of the rebels we had put in place, and that they were actually the targets of some of Russia's air missiles and explosions, and that horrific story there, Trump Twitter champ after Dem debate. The number I saw on foxnews.com, 70,000 new Twitter followers throughout the Democratic debate. Bernie Sanders increased 40,000 Twitter followers. But Hillary Clinton 10,000, Martin O'Malley 5,000, Webb 3,000. But Donald Trump, according to him, he says he increased over 100,000 new Twitter followers throughout the Democratic debate. The I-10 shooter's alibi is that he was on the phone with his grandmother. They say that they have ping proof that during one of the incidents on the I-10 freeway that he is being linked to, he was actually on the phone in Glendale with his grandmother, and then during another incident, he was apparently sleeping, but they've come up with an alibi. And keep in mind, this is the third story we're hearing from the I-10 shooter. The original story was that he had pawned the gun when those incidents had happened, the 4 incidents he was being linked to, that ballistically they could link him to. He said he had pawned the gun, but then the pawn shop came back and said, we can prove the gun was in your possession at that time, because apparently he'd pawned this gun numerous times. The second explanation his attorneys gave was that somebody else was taking credit for it, so it could not have been him. So this is the third story we're hearing in regards to his innocence, that he was on the phone with his grandmother when that shooting took place. The NAU shooter charged with second-degree murder, frankly, they could not prove premeditation. So they had to go with second-degree murder charge, because they could not prove that there was any premeditation. It sounded like it was a heat of the moment to fight. at the fraternity. So I think a lot of people were disappointed to find out that it was second degree. And I'm interested in seeing if he takes a plea deal or if they'll offer him a plea deal so that he can just get this out of the way. It's the first time he's been involved in something like this. Maybe there was alcohol involved. Interested in seeing if there's a plea deal so they can just get this over with. And then there was also an additional 6 charges in regards to assault, I believe, 2 for each of the victims that survived. Lamar Odom update. We'll check on Lamar Odom right now. I know if Samia was here, she would be giving you the skinny because she is staying on top of it voluntarily. Looks like Kobe Bryant and Master P are going to blows about Kobe's reaction to Lamar. The Kardashians, sans Khloe, are headed back home after visiting him in Vegas. Lamar Odom, accusations he was fleeced at brothel, money taken. Lamar Odom's people and his family believe the brothel where he stayed grossly overcharged him and pilfered his cash. As we reported, the Love Ranch charged Lamar $75,000 for his 3-day stay and charged it to his credit card. We're told one of Lamar's business people and someone from the Kardashian camp asked ranch owner Dennis Hoff for a full accounting, suspecting they fleeced him. Ranch owner Dennis Hoff tells TMZ Lamar paid for 2 women to be with him 24/7, and it adds up. Lamar's people and the Kardashians, according to TMZ, are also suspicious because Lamar's personal effects were returned to his bodyguard with no cash, not a single dollar. We're told the bodyguard thinks money was taken from his backpack because he says Lamar always carried large sums of cash. Hoff insists nothing was taken from Lamar's personal belongings. How sad to have to deal with that right now. His son, daughter, and baby mama make hospital visit, according to TMZ. Snooki looks really good these days. She's lost a lot of weight. I can't get over carbs. I'll love them forever. According to TMZ, Lamar Odom, no signs of improvement. That's sad. There's your Lamar Odom update. $75,000 at a brothel. You could buy a car and a house for that cash. Craziness if they stole from him, says Rachel. Billy says something. Who's worrying about his cash when he's on his deathbed? I paraphrased Billy. This is too disgusting, says Rach. That is... Happily, yeah, I read the exact same thing on Radar. I wonder if Khloe will let the family make decisions on his condition. Of course, the brothel's going to pad the bill, says Billy. 4 organs are continuously failing. Yeah. Ugh. Hi, Rachel. I love how you say how you feel, too. Trump, master of the media cycle. James Holmes is our police officer, John Doe, but thank you. Well, I'm glad that I got 5 of the stories that I meant to give you, and then I can't believe Mike saved over my stories. I'm gonna have to send him a snarky text message like, well, now I have to retype my list, Michael. I'm just kidding. You guys know I love Mikey. It's the Mikey and Kinsey show tomorrow. Prepare for greatness. Speaking of greatness, I have some of our 5 and 6 p.m. today, and guess what? It's Troy Hayden and Carrie Lake. Your prayers have been answered, although I do miss John Hook. Don't get me wrong. I miss John Hook. But let's take a look at some of our stories from this evening.
Under fire. A report out today accuses the agency of racial profiling and abuse at checkpoints here in Arizona. Jessica Flores has been following this story now for more than a year. The new details out just today, right, Jessica?
That's right, Troy. Now, residents have been complaining about the interior checkpoints for several years. Since 2011, the ACLU sued Border Patrol for those documents detailing complaints. Today, civil rights attorneys say those records reveal a disturbing pattern of abuse.
Back in 2014, we followed Arivaca resident Carlota Ray to the immigration checkpoint outside her Arizona town. She says the stop always makes her feel uneasy.
You feel like you're being scrutinized, like you're the suspect in your own community?
Right. Yeah, just because I live here in this community close to the border.
Now ACLU attorneys say newly obtained Border Patrol documents confirm fears, revealing major abuses at the interior checkpoints. Agents are accused of unjust searches, racial profiling, and civil rights attorneys say most of those arrested are U.S. citizens.
They're really used as a way to harass and abuse residents of those communities, and that's really unacceptable.
According to the ACLU, in one case, agents allegedly assaulted a driver for recording at a checkpoint.
We don't see that this is a problem of just a couple of bad apples. We see that this is an agency-wide problem where the agency has not been willing to really take the necessary measures to police itself and its officers.
In their report, the ACLU says they reviewed 142 complaints, and among all the complaints, only one agent ever faced any disciplinary action. That was a one-day suspension.
It appeared that the reason that that particular officer was disciplined is because the person he pulled over was the son of another Border Patrol employee.
Customs and Border Protection declined our request for an interview. The ACLU says they hope the records spark others to speak up about any problems at the checkpoints.
The ACLU tells me they're expecting to get even more documents. Border Patrol is releasing the files on a rolling basis. Reporting live, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
What an exciting, I mean, that's like not a typical story we get here on Fox 10 News, and I think that I bet you anything that Jessica is the one that found that story, and I'm always quick to brag on our reporters. They are some of the smartest and sharpest that we have here in the Valley, and Jessica Flores definitely fits the bill in regards to sharpest. She is a bright bulb on the Christmas tree. Let's see here. Oh, I hate this story.
It was happening last night at 10 o'clock. A cow walking along Interstate 10 was running along there, shutting down the road for quite a while, or at least a lot of people were slowing down and saying, hey, what the heck's a cow doing here? Right by Tempe, right in the middle of town. Danielle Miller just spoke with DPS. Officers, or troopers I should say, shot that cow, and she has the story.
Drivers driving along the I-10 near the Broadway curve around 9 Wednesday night may have thought their eyes were playing tricks on them, but in fact they weren't. A cow was on the loose, running in and out of traffic.
It's night, it's dark, this is a dark animal, and you're driving along Interstate 10, you don't expect to see a cow dart out onto the freeways.
Our Graves with DPS tells us the cow got loose near the I-10 and US 60 interchange after the trailer carrying the animal broke down. The cow made it all the way to the off-ramp at the Broadway curve, and this is where DPS troopers caught up with it and tried to get it in the desert area near the interstate.
The cow continued to walk towards the interstate. Because of the safety issue involved, the trooper fired one shot, hitting the cow to keep it from coming back onto the interstate.
Graves says the cow traveled back onto the freeway, and DPS troopers had to fire another shot, putting the animal down. He says they spent about 45 minutes trying to corral the cow and followed proper protocol. Graves says although unfortunate, the cow had to be killed to protect the public and troopers.
The potential for massive number of severe injuries and crashes, had this gone the other way, would have been more than the public is willing to accept, and then they would have asked us, why didn't you respond? Well, we did respond, and we took care of it.
Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Now, that off-ramp opened up around midnight last night. The driver of the trailer where the cow escaped from could face some charges, but none have been filed so far.
It's my least favorite story of the day. I always feel like there's an alternative to killing an animal. I'm from Texas. We rope cows. We rope cattle. We herd them in different directions. That's what we do. I was disappointed in the outcome of that story, as I'm sure you can imagine. U.S. Airways is about to complete their merge with American, and Nicole Garcia has that story for you.
It's been going on for a while, but this week marks the final chapter in that merger between U.S. Airways and American Airlines. Tomorrow's final flight marks the end of the line officially for U.S. Airways, which has had a huge presence here in the Valley going back to the America West days. And that flight will make a stop here in Phoenix, that last flight. Nicole Garcia streaming live from Sky Harbor with more on that final flight. A lot of people, I'm sure, have flown on America West and U.S. Airways. Well, now it's all American, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's the end of an era, the last U.S. Airways flight, soon to fly off into the sunset. The U.S. Airways brand practically gone from Sky Harbor Airport already. We're standing at the U.S. Airways ticket gate. As you can see, those signs have already been changed to American Airlines. And really the only thing that says U.S. Airways here at Sky Harbor are these self-serve terminals here at the ticket gate. Meanwhile, that last U.S. Airways flight, it's set to take off from Philadelphia tomorrow, and it's going to make several stops, including here in Phoenix. U.S. Airways Flight 1939, that's named after the year the company first started. It's going to depart Philadelphia Friday morning, tomorrow morning, and it's going to land here in Phoenix at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And there's going to be a ceremony marking this occasion here at Sky Harbor Airport, which of course is one of the main U.S. Airways hubs. So from here, Flight 1939 will take off to San Francisco Friday evening. And then it's scheduled to depart San Francisco about 10 o'clock late Friday night. And that flight will officially be the last U.S. Airways flight, because once it lands in Philadelphia Saturday morning, it will officially change to American Airlines Flight 1939. And we're told that a mix of customers and employees who want to be part of this occasion will be on that Flight 1939. So Friday night is when everything here at Sky Harbor is officially going to change to American Airlines. So the kiosks that say U.S. Airways, those are going to say American Airlines rather, come Friday night. And passengers who have tickets that still say U.S. Airways on it, were told by airline officials that their tickets should have been already merged into the American Airlines system, so they're not going to have to rebook or book new flights, and their confirmation numbers are still going to still say the same. Also, airline officials say they've increased the number of people who are going to be working Friday and into the weekend, so there's going to be more ticketing agents and more technical support people on hand to try and make this transition a little bit smoother for passengers. So that final flight, again, the final official U.S. Airways flight departing Sky Harbor here in Phoenix tomorrow afternoon. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Nicole. Get ready.
Thanks so much to Nicole Garcia. I love that airport. Ooh, this is another hard story to cover. These parents were arrested after the death of their baby.
Two parents under arrest after the death of their 5-month-old son, but not arrested for killing that baby.
They didn't have custody of the boy, and they weren't even supposed to have unsupervised visits.
The baby found not breathing at their Phoenix apartment on Tuesday night and later died at the hospital. Marcy Jones is live now with the very latest on this story. So what did we learn, Marcy?
That's right, Troy and Carrie. During an initial investigation, both parents admitted to having the baby in their custody against court orders the days leading up to his death. Now detectives need to know why that happened.
Both Joseph Porter and Willana Rothschild made their initial court appearance today after being arrested for custodial interference, a Class 6 felony. On Tuesday, Phoenix police and fire officials responded to a call where they found the couple's 5-month son, Willay, unable to breathe shortly after he was pronounced dead at a local hospital. While the investigation is considered ongoing, one major question remains. Why did the couple have custody of the baby when they were under court order prohibiting unsupervised visits with him? As authorities work to determine the cause of death, the Department of Child Safety will now have to answer why Porter and Rothschild had control over the baby in the days preceding his death.
According to court documents, the infant had been under the dependency of DCS for months, but was returned to the couple at some time without their knowledge. Rothschild and Porter are due back in court 1 week from today. Reporting live, Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Marcy.
Good job, Marcy. And can I just say, can I give you a little behind the scenes action here? Marcy Jones, whatever she puts on her hair smells delicious. Because when I walk past her after she gets ready to go on air, it's heavenly. But that is a very hard story to cover, and I always feel like in these instances they get you under something like this, having the child be in your custody when it's not supposed to be in your custody, while they investigate because they don't want you to flee, they don't want you to get away, you know. So we don't necessarily know the circumstances or who's going to be arrested and put in jail for the death of that baby. However, in a lot of cases, they will find any reason to arrest the suspects so that they can have them in that space and break them down and, you know, get them to admit to wrongdoing or to actually break down and tell the story of what happened to that little baby's life. So all we can do is say thoughts and prayers with that family. I'm sure that there are people in that family that are heartbroken about the circumstances, maybe even the baby's parents. We don't know, but it's a sad story to have to cover here on Fox 10 Phoenix for you. I was telling you this story earlier about the 28-year-old woman found dead in her home by her husband who made the 911 call. He's 29. He was detained earlier. Let's get an update on that story from Steve Kraft. Weird circumstances here, including the neighbors that also dialed 911 and reported hearing screams coming from the home.
A 28-year-old woman murdered in Central Phoenix, and police are questioning her husband. A horrifying scene playing out in an apartment with the couple's 3 children there, all of them under the age of 10 years old. Our Steve Kraft joins us live with the story. What happened, Steve?
This is a young mom, just 28 years old. This happened overnight in an apartment complex near 30th Street and Roosevelt in Central Phoenix. Police say it was a gruesome murder scene. Phoenix police aren't sure whether the young mother of 3 was shot or beaten. There's a lot of blood and a lot of work ahead for crime scene investigators.
It was a tragedy, you know, because it's real peaceful around here. You know, it's not that much violence around here. Everybody's so happy around here. And it's sad to hear that an innocent woman lost her life.
Police say the woman's husband called 911 and said he heard a noise in the kitchen and found his wife's body. He said a strange person had knocked on their door earlier in the night and thought that person may have come back and killed her. Police held the husband for questioning, and they are not looking for any suspects.
That's too bad because, and especially for the kids to be there, wow.
3 children under the age of 10 years old in the apartment. They were not hurt. Neighbors are thinking of them.
That's really terrible. That's not bad actions for the guy, the dad, and especially in front of the little ones. You know, it's not showing really good, and hopefully it's not how I think it is.
No names released so far. The name of the woman who died and the name of her husband, who's being questioned by police. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Investigators are...
And while we're on the subject of that story specifically, Steve Kraft gave us a very interesting behind-the-scenes look at what it's like to be a reporter at Fox 10, what it's like to be a reporter in general on his Facebook page, and let's take a look at that right now.
What it's like behind the scenes when I go out and I do a story. This is something called Spot News. We've just heard that a woman was found dead in her home near 30th Street and Roosevelt. We're going to check it out. It's only going to take us about 5 minutes to get there. Joining me on this adventure is photojournalist Dave Sturman.
Hi. You know I charge for this.
taking the 202 to about 24th Street, maybe 32nd Street. Okay. We're looking for about the 800 block of North 30th Street. Cops over there? Right. See some yellow tape up. Looks like they've got a command van over there. That means they've got all the investigators here, the forensics people are here, they've secured the area. What is this, an apartment complex? Ah. Well, here's the apartment complex. It's called City Place. We've just learned some new information. It turns out this woman was apparently beaten to death in the kitchen, and police are saying it was a very gruesome sight. Here's something we see a lot, yellow police tape. Oh, that's to keep us out. It's one of the detectives. We saw him walking away carrying something in a plastic bag. Now he's taken off. And as the day wears on, we find out more information. It wasn't apartment 107, it was apartment 1007. One thing we always try to do is to talk to neighbors or anybody who might know something or have an opinion about what happened. And we ran into a woman right in front of this apartment complex.
Like I said, it was just sad to hear that anything happened like this in these apartments because it's so peaceful and all you hear is just kids. So it's hurtful to hear it, and I feel sorry for the family and the kids that had to go through it.
Crime techs are going in and out of the apartment. And here is the body being wheeled out on a gurney. Now they're putting it into the medical examiner's van. This is something I've seen probably 1,000 times. You know, that's an exaggeration, but probably not that much of an exaggeration. Meanwhile, Dave's taking lots of different shots. We'll use them all in the news. Now Dave's going to get a shot of the van driving away. That's usually the last shot that we need. And here comes the van. They'll go downtown to the medical examiner's office. Now Dave is editing our video literally on a laptop in the back of the car. And this is what we're going to use. Pictures first and then a quote, a soundbite. Right. So that's the way it works out here live on the scene for a breaking news story. I've got to get back to work. We'll be on the air in a few minutes. In Central Phoenix, this is Steve Kraft for Fox News Now.
Isn't that fascinating? Thanks so much to Steve Kraft for building that for us. I really thought that was impressive, and I appreciated him doing that because I think he did that with Fox 10 News Now in mind. And what an interesting story that is. Really quickly, I'm going to give you, I'll keep my list on the screen of top 5. Is this? Yes, thank you. There it is. I had to remake it. Mikey. I had to remake it, but there it is. So you can have a glimpse of that on the screen. I'm going to go over it quickly, not as in-depth as I did before, because we are trying to do this every half hour. But I still have some additional stories that I want to get into from our 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast. Obama keeping 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. There is currently 9,800 troops in Afghanistan. But by 2017, he wants to have 5,500 troops and the pace of how the 9,000 become 5,000 will be determined by the commanders. That's something Obama announced today. You just saw the story about the woman found dead in the Phoenix home and the husband being detained. Not much of an update on the husband, however, so that's interesting. Flossing your teeth can do more harm than good. They say figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly. And of those who do, most of us are doing it incorrectly. Bad techniques can push bacteria and plaque further into your gums. This can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. A 12-year-old boy was sued by his aunt, but he's actually speaking out now. Jennifer Connell sued her nephew over an incident at his 8th birthday party. A Connecticut jury took just 25 minutes deliberating to dismiss the case. The nephew spoke for the first time Wednesday to NBC, I believe, saying he loves his aunt. Sean Tarla, 12, agreed with Connell that the lawsuit was just a formality. His aunt says that she had to name him to claim household insurance instead of her medical bills. Her legal team claimed Connecticut law forced her to take the case to court, and her insurance would not pay to treat the injuries without negligence finding. And I guess I read somewhere that they literally gave her $1, which is ludicrous. Oh no. I made this box that is I used to make our videos a certain size, really big for that Steve Kraft thing, and now I have to resize it to hopefully give you our next story at the right size here. There we go. Okay. And Trump might refuse to appear at the CNBC debate. He, quite frankly, needs to know what the structure is going to be. They continuously refer to it as criteria. They need to know the criteria. According to Bush's spokesperson, they received a message saying, here's the agreed upon schedule. And Trump's team says that they never agreed to anything and they want a specific criteria, and they do not want to be up on stage for 3 hours the way they were for CNN, so that was unfair, and they want to know specifically what they're talking about. And honestly, he has the power to do that, so that'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. Ben Carson actually agrees with Trump that they need to be more specific in what they want, and that they don't want a long, drawn-out event the way that the CNN debate was. Let's take a look at another story for today about a harpist that helps patients during chemo.
She might just feel comfortable.
She was able to get around all right.
Getting around on her own.
Hopping around.
Only on Fox, cancer treatment can be very stressful and downright frightening for people, with hours and hours spent getting the life-saving chemo drips.
Well, Honor Health in Scottsdale has teamed up with a nonprofit to help make those hours in the hospital a little bit more bearable. And Ty Brennan tells us how.
Okay. Hi, Jocelyn. It's therapeutic. It's therapeutic for the people. I've been a musician ever since 4th grade, but I learned the heart to do this work, specifically to do this work.
This is a job Jocelyn Obermeyer takes very seriously. The professional harpist, not playing in a concert hall or some fancy venue, but here, the Cancer Center at Honor Health in Scottsdale.
It's delightful, just delightful. I love it. I was diagnosed in January with pancreatic cancer.
Terry Bollinger has spent more hours than she cares to remember on this floor, sitting quietly, listening to the harp music as cancer-fighting drugs enter her body.
I went through 6 months of chemotherapy with the clinical trial. I had a PET scan 5 weeks ago, no active cancer. I'm now on maintenance. I'm on oral chemo. It's like, yes. It takes your mind off of everything other than the music, and you can go somewhere else. It's very nice.
In a place like this, from what they tell me, the music helps them reflect. It brings something happy in a time where there's some struggles.
And that's the point. Jocelyn is one of a handful of harpists who work for the Therapeutic Harp Foundation, a nonprofit.
What I do is I bring the harp and The music brings comfort, reduces pain, reduces anxiety to the people that I work with.
Obermeyer says this is a job she was destined to do.
I used to be a principal of a school, and my parent, volunteer coordinator, got cancer. And a harpist came and played for her when she was in a palliative care unit. And she told me how much it spoke to her. It healed her on the inside, emotionally, spiritually. And she said it was out of everything that happened for her in that journey. When that harp music came, it just put her in a place that nothing else could. And it kept knocking at my heart to learn to play the harp, so I did. And then now this is what I do.
Obermeyer learned to play the harp in just a year and now spends a few hours every week playing for patients.
In a setting such as this, I'm watching a lot of their breathing, and I'm playing my pulse to match their breathing.
Each strum of the string calming nerves and easing pain.
And the music does the speaking. And we observe, and then we let this do that connection. That's exactly what it's about.
Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
I feel so calm after hearing that. It's beautiful. To enough harp music.
It really is nice. And for all those people that are going through
harp music.
It really is nice.
After hearing that. It's beautiful. I don't listen to enough harp music.
It really is nice. And for all those people that are going through one of the toughest periods of their lives, just to have a little comfort.
And that live music, that someone's there to do that. It's been a big year for this group that's doing this. At the end of the year, they will have played for more than 100,000 people in 15 different Valley locations.
Sweet story. Thanks so much to Ty Brennan for bringing us that. What was that story from yesterday? Hopefully it's still in here. Here is another story. This is about reptiles helping Alzheimer's patients. A lot of interesting therapy stories thanks to Fox 10 here this week.
Well, we know that dogs are often called man's best friend. They're often used as therapy animals, in fact, for people in need. But now one group is getting some help from a different kind of animal, and not the furry kind. This is a little different. Alzheimer's patients at a memory care facility in Fountain Hills are getting comfort from reptiles, of all things. Animals like snakes and turtles. You might think that people would be scared of some of these animals, but they're actually helping the patients in a very unique way.
And we try to replicate, if you will, activities that they've maybe done in their past. So in order to do the reminiscent part of our program, we think that bringing in animals and different things that they remember when they're either children and or young adults is very therapeutic.
Arizona Game and Fish provides the reptiles and other animals for that program.
Okay, Mike D brought up something interesting in the chat room that I have to go to, but first, let's take a look at our evening forecast.
When they've been dealing with the drought, they need the rain, so it's as if the rain is such a blessing, but the flooding is always a problem when you're dealing with California and the way the topography is, and of course, the way that the drought has been going. So we'll keep an eye on that for you, but take a look at this. The clouds are beginning to move in. Really kind of a nice day. It was nice to get some of the clouds today, and we know what this means. This means we're going to have a gorgeous sunset, but B, some rain is going to move in as well with those clouds. We're at 93 degrees. We are seeing the clouds move in, some light winds. The dew point up there at 51. I think as the dew point begins to climb, we'll see the chance of rain showers developing. Very slight for tonight, more likely into tomorrow and then in the weekend as well. I'll break it all down for you in just a moment. 96 was the high, still above the normal of 89, but nowhere near the 103, which was our record set back in 1991. We're going to see our temperatures dropping down a little bit closer to normal. That's the good news. That's the side effect of this storm. We've got a couple of storm systems moving in, and you see here on the satellite picture the cloud coverage and the storms already moving through California. They're going to start building a little bit into Arizona, and we have plenty of moisture. This is a Pacific and a tropical storm, so we've got plenty of moisture from the tropics to pull in, and you can see it right now in Southern California. Take a look. This is just north of the LA area, and that is where they're seeing that flooding right there. It's really easy to see. We're starting to see some of the rain moving into Southern California, not all of it making its way to the ground here in Arizona yet. So when we look at this picture, when you see the green here, not all of it making its way to the ground in Arizona, but most of it just south of the border and into Southern California is making its way. And I'm going to kind of dance around here and take a look at what's happening in California. This is an area just moving near to the, I guess it'd be the east of Indio, where they're seeing a couple of big thunderstorms, also the Salton Sea. And we're just dealing with a lot of kind of rain showers and thunderstorms popping up here and there as we move around the Southern California area. And these are the storms right here are causing that flooding that we saw in the live picture. So we'll move around and you can kind of see there's going to be some problems in California with some flash flooding, but for the most part, I think we're going to see weather that is much needed. We need the rain. We need the rain really in Arizona as well. Even though we've had kind of a nice monsoon, we still need the moisture here in Arizona. This I wanted to show you because look how fall-like and almost winter-like it is up in the northern plain states, all the way down into Detroit. These are the lows tomorrow morning. So if you're flying in to Detroit, 41 is the overnight low, or I guess it'll be the morning low tomorrow. 40 in Chicago, 35 in Minneapolis, 27 in Bismarck. New York City will be 52. It is definitely got a chill in the air as we move towards the end of October now. This is how our forecast shapes up. We're looking for rain moving in Friday night into Saturday morning, again Saturday night into Sunday morning, and there's a chance we'll see some of those showers lingering through the day on Sunday. But look how our temperatures begin to drop. We'll be at 89 on Sunday. That looks fantastic. Monday, we'll try to clear things out. We'll have a few clouds, and readings will be in the 80s next week. So this is the weather we've been waiting for, but we have to get through, Troy, this first.
We can do that.
We can do it? Can you handle that?
Well, come on. I mean, we've been in triple digits for like 6 months so far. So, yeah,
and I finally deliver, right?
You did. And
I want rain. That's what I want. Thanks so much to Carrie for our evening broadcast. Sorry, Mike D mentioned Trump in our chat room, so let's head over to Donald Trump's Twitter feed, where he is again at war with Miss Megyn Kelly. It appears that Megyn must have said something that upset him on her Twitter feed, or on her show this evening. Let's see. Okay, so it began 50 minutes ago. Let's see, how far back does it go? Okay. Megyn Kelly has two really dumb puppets, Chris Stirewalt and Mark Threaten, a Bushy, who do exactly what she says. All polls say I won debates. Such a played out segment as well. Can't stand to watch her anymore. The bobbing head drives me nuts. Hashtag boycott Kelly file. Donald Trump tweets another one. Mark Thiessen is a failed Bush speechwriter whose work was so bad that he has never been able to make a comeback, a third-rate talent. And Donald Trump retweets that. He tweets, every poll, Time, Drudge, Slate, and others said I won both debates, but heard Megyn Kelly had her two puppets say bad stuff. I don't watch. He retweets Rick Stands 1. Donald, Megyn Kelly seeks ratings, not truth, not much of a journalist. Stay focused and make your own narrative. It's working. And then Ho-Hum tweets Trump, did you also hear Megyn say Carson is the front runner according to some polls, tied in other polls, outright lie. Donald says hatred. So it appears that Megyn said something that upset him this evening, and he's gone on one of his Twitter tangents, but we all appreciate those, don't we? It's like you actually get inside of his head when he has these moments where he's just out, like just irate, just so angry. I think the Trump-Megyn Kelly feud is Trump playing the media, and he will use this card later, says Mike D. Go Trump, says happily. Fox News national ratings. That sunset is stunning, D. I absolutely agree. Interesting to see if Megyn will respond or retaliate. I believe she said she doesn't want to in the past, but she kind of does. I just want us all to get along. I love Megyn Kelly. I also love Donald Trump. I feel like we should all just get along. She was in an interesting position because she was in between two guys at that debate. She needed to look tough, and I think she did look tough. But unfortunately, Donald Trump felt like he was bullied a little bit, and it's created some friction that needs to go away. As entertaining as these feuds can be on social media. At some point, it's just unnecessary, and it looks immature and not beneficial. He needs Fox News no matter what he says. At one point, when he was making speeches, I'd look up in the newsroom and he was on every major cable news outlet. That's no longer the case. Had he behaved differently, it very well could still be the case. However, he's created enemies over at Fox News National with this feud with Megyn Kelly, and so they're opting not to show his speeches live. It is great for him to be on every major network because he's getting in front of 3 times what he normally does, or if he's just on one network. So as much as I do appreciate him, the power that he does have, him exercising that power, because I do think we need a leader in the White House, and I see that he's exercising, that he is a leader. I wonder if sometimes his actions do more harm than they do good, but who knows? Imagine if Trump did the Kelly file next year, probably would get 50 million viewers. Pete says he is going to be everyone's president. I don't understand why. Keep your enemies close. Trump doesn't. Interesting. Thank you guys for taking that trip with me down memory lane of the Trump-Megyn feud. Feels like it's so long ago. Oh, this is interesting. I'm sure you saw this with Mikey, but I'm going to share this with you now because this quickly became a national story, and we brought it to you first here on Fox. And it's kind of in relation to what we were just talking about, Twitter.
New at 6, a former chairman of the Arizona Republican Party making some waves on Twitter after tweeting during last night's presidential debate, saying, yes, Black Lives Matter, but went on to say that guns should be taken away from black people because they're the main killers. Fox 10's Marcy Jones has an exclusive interview on this.
In just 140 characters, you can make some very big statements on Twitter.
It was taken out of context to a great degree. I was being very sarcastic.
Just ask Randy Pullen, the former chairman of the Arizona Republican Party, who tweeted this during the Democratic debate on CNN. Yes, Black Lives Matter. The best way to end the slaughter of young black men is to take guns away from blacks, as they are the main killers. Even after a landslide of criticism, Pullen says his tweet isn't the problem.
Do you see where a side that did not know that you were joking or being sarcastic would be upset that you were suggesting to revoke a constitutional right from a specific race?
It's a far left media problem, which is anytime you're a conservative Republican and they can call you a racist, a sexist, or a greedy capitalist, they will.
Taking notes from a fellow Republican, Pullen says he stands by his words, even in hot water.
It's like Donald Trump. You don't ever back off of what you said because of the way you said it.
At the end of the day, Pullen says it's the Black Lives Matter campaign that caused a stir, not him.
But when I tweeted that out, I knew that anytime you use the phrase Black Lives Matter, it's going to catch attention.
Do you think that's the part of your tweet that caught?
Absolutely.
The Black Lives Matter part?
Yes.
Not the fact that you said we should take guns away from black people?
I think that's what started it.
Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
So the Democratic Party taking the opportunity to respond to this, the communications director sent us this, saying, words can't describe my feelings on such a horribly irresponsible, bigoted tweet from a leading figure in the Arizona Republican Party. Randy Pullen is not only an entrenched member of the Arizona GOP, previously serving as chair, but also the Republican National Committee. If these are the kinds of solutions they have to offer to real social problems, their efforts to expand their ever-narrowing appeal will continue to fail and once again embarrass our state. Now, we reached out to the Arizona Republican Party seeking comment, but we haven't heard back yet.
beyond 2016 in a stark reversal from earlier pledges to end the war on his watch, though Republicans still questioned whether the residual force will be enough to support Afghan forces and U.S. allies. The decision follows months of appeals from military leaders to extend the drawn-down timeline, and it marks an acknowledgement that despite claims al-Qaeda is on the run, militants continue to pose a serious threat to the country. Obama originally had planned to pull out all but a small embassy-based U.S. military presence by the end of next year. But military leaders argued the Afghans needed additional assistance and support from the U.S. to beat back a resurgent Taliban to hold on to gains made over the last 14 years. Just a lot of talking. Under the new plan, the administration will keep the current force of 9,800 troops in Afghanistan through most of next year, then draw down to 5,500 troops in 2017 at a pace still to be determined by commanders. While America's combat mission in Afghanistan may be over, our commitment to Afghanistan and its people endures, Obama said at the White House in announcing his decision. I wish I had that clip for you. Maybe I can find it. The president stressed that he does not support the idea of endless war, but said Afghan forces are not as strong as they need to be, and the Taliban have made gains, leading to a very fragile security situation in key areas of the country. Another woman found dead in Phoenix. You saw that story just a few minutes ago. I look forward to seeing what happens with the husband, the 28-year-old woman that was found dead. Her husband, 29 years old, is one of the people that made the 911 call, although neighbors also made the 911 call in regards to hearing screams before police showed up, and the officer described it as a very large amount of blood at the crime scene. Small children under the age of 10 taken into the Arizona Department of Children's Safety in protective custody. And we'll have more on that at 9 and at 10 on Channel 10. Flossing your teeth can do more harm than good. Agreed. That's why I just choose not to do it. I don't like flossing my teeth. Figures show that this is Daily Mail. Figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly, and of those who do, most of us are doing it incorrectly, says the dentist. Bad technique can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums. This can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. The 12-year-old sued by his aunt speaks out, says that he loves her. But it's just a formality, and he understood that she had to do it. But can you imagine having to sit down and have that conversation with him? And then Trump might refuse to appear at a CNBC debate, and we just saw some of Trump's sass. So let me tell you what, I believe that he might do that. Now, next for you, we are going to watch, because I'm sorry to include you. I don't know if you want to be included in this, but I'm going to include you. We, here at Fox 10, miss John Hook. And I have some John Hook for us. And it's actually good John Hook. It's a long, him with Sheriff Babu, who's running for Congress right now. Scandal associated with this guy. So the fact that we actually got to sit down with him is pretty impressive. He wants to tell his story. He wants to get it out there. Let's see here. And I'm going to play some of that for you right now.
Joining us on Newsmaker Sunday, a guy you have become really familiar with over the years, especially when it comes to immigration. Paul Babu is the sheriff of Pinal County, but announced this week that he is running for Congress in U.S. House District 1 in Arizona. That is Ann Kirkpatrick's seat that she currently holds, but of course the Democrat, the incumbent, is vacating that because she is challenging John McCain for the U.S. Senate. Paul Babu is our guest on Newsmaker Sunday.
Thanks, John.
That's a massive district, one of the largest in the United States. It encompasses, let me just run it down for you, it encompasses all the way up through Flagstaff, the White Mountains, south to Pinal County. Northern Pima County is part of that district, and it includes the Native American tribes.
Yes, when you look at it geographically, larger than the state of New York, and very similar issues to all the issues that I deal with in Pinal County. A good portion of the district, a fourth, almost a third, is Pinal County. People I've represented for not only elected, re-elected as a sheriff. And bottom line, I can't screw up being sheriff because people's lives are on the line, right? And so I have a strong track record there. of a core service probably closest to the people.
Can you screw up in Congress and get away with it? Obviously you can, because people do it all the time.
Congress is screwed up, and that's part of the motivator for me, and I live it day in, day out. 7 years I brought this fight on fighting the drug cartels, fighting for a secure border, not just as a sheriff, but as an Army officer.
I mean, some people would say, well, that sounds like a one-issue candidate.
Well, this is where there's a pattern here. The pattern is the federal government gets involved in everything where they shouldn't be involved, and then the very core responsibilities like this, securing our international border, protecting our citizens, they fail to do. How does it fall to the local sheriff? You look at Forest Health. My deputies have evacuated families in Kearney and Superior. The wildfires are even worse up north, right? Not only threatening families' lives, but our property, our economy. And what do we get from the Forest Service? We get obstacles put in our way. And instead of a reasonable, environmentally safe plan to properly thin our forests, we get all this bureaucracy. Same thing when it comes to mining, same thing when it comes to the EPA.
So that's why you want to do it. Let me quickly ask you before we move on to a couple of things here. I want to get a couple of issues that are important right now. Essentially, why does a sheriff in Pinal County want to run for Congress? And this is your second try.
Yes.
Why is it you desperately want to be in Congress?
Well, it's not. My passion is service. My entire adult life, I've been in uniform, both in the military and the reserve component, served a tour in Iraq, commanded soldiers down on the border, and also as a lawman, as a police officer, as a sheriff, and I'm an oath keeper. Any promise that I make, I've actually followed through on. A novel concept when it comes to running for office, right? And being the only lawman, being the only military veteran, when we have these issues and the sacred oath that we as a community have to our veterans and their families, and it's broken. And no place closer than here in Arizona, where we've had a front row seat of that. And this is where we, as citizens in our republic, I feel I'm compelled to run because of the bad situation that our nation is in. And it's something that has always been important to me, to serve my community, serve my country. And I believe that I'm far more qualified than other candidates who would run, and I'm going to let the people decide that.
I want to take you back, because obviously the last run for Congress was mired in controversy.
Sure.
You were forced to drop out because of this scandalous stuff that came out, okay? So let's show this package. I want to get your reaction to it, and we'll just point by point clear the air on this thing. Take a look.
In regards to this matter, the individual that we're talking about, Jose, that there was a personal relationship, and separate and apart from that, he was a volunteer for my political campaign, and actually was in charge of our website for some time.
Surrounded by Pinal County officials, Sheriff Paul Babu admitted to having a relationship with this man, Jose, a man who claims to be Babu's former lover and makes some very serious allegations against the Pinal County Sheriff in the Phoenix New-Times.
This idea of deportation was never an issue. I don't have the authority to deport anybody.
During the press conference, Babu elaborated, saying when the relationship ended, Jose became a paid staffer who took control of the sheriff's campaign website, at one point impersonating the sheriff himself.
I tend to believe him. I don't know Jose. We need people with character in Washington, and we'll see if Arizona can support an openly gay Republican congressman.
Support for the sheriff seems to be overwhelming in Pinal County. Colleagues, voters, somewhat surprised by the news, but willing to stand by a sheriff they say has made some very positive changes.
Paul lives that. Paul has been out in our community for many years, has never advocated one way or another. No one is, you've always heard rumors and allegations and things of that nature, and you know what? What people do in their own bedroom is their own business.
Paul Babu is our guest this week on Newsmaker Sunday, announced for Congress.
Yes.
All this stuff. Now, when you watch that, that's from about 4 years ago, when you ran before.
Yes. That was a very difficult time in my life, both personally and as well politically. And this is, I made the decision to stay as sheriff, to seek re-election. Because of all that, I'm the guy who requested actually a criminal investigation of the Attorney General and the Solicitor General. I was sad that it took so long, and I had to live through that. until after the election, they fully exonerated me. There was no threatening of any sort,
You didn't
and that was
threaten
determined.
this young man, Jose.
That was that absolutely
You
proven.
also pointed out when that was running.
Yes.
You said he was not a paid staffer.
Absolutely. There were so many falsehoods. This was a smear attack against me personally to get out the fact that I was gay. And they had all of these allegations, the worst things you can say about a cop. Because if I just accuse you of something, people are going to say, well, John Hook, it must be true. The sheriff said somebody else. And this is where
is
the accusation. But the good news is the people reelected me. The people saw through this falsehood. I was always open to my friends, to my family. It never was a lie. I never lied about anything here.
You just didn't want to make it a...
Well, that's my regret. This is the thing, John. I felt that nobody should have to know that. I never made it an issue.
That you're gay.
That
You're
I'm
talking
gay.
about- okay.
I'm gay. So what's the big deal? Let's move on. And that's where I was afraid of how people would react, quite frankly. That's my regret.
So is this
that I wish I had
liberating?
come out.
Is this liberating in some way?
You know, for me to not live in that concern, and, you know, quite honestly, I was pleasantly surprised because people said it didn't matter. What matters is your value, your contributions to our community, and merit. That's what should matter.
How did you find a place, Paul, in the Republican Party, which has not necessarily been friendly to gay rights and gay causes?
Well, you know what? I would disagree in concept to what you said, because a lot of people have this opinion that somehow Republicans are not only narrow-minded, they're haters, or they're not accepting. I found just the contrary was true. People in my county, I have nearly 500,000 people in Pinell County, rural county, right? The most ardent supporters of mine were self-identified conservatives, and my closest opponent was 42 percentage points behind me, John. So this wasn't just it was a super landslide. And so I was overwhelmed by that show of support and love, got more votes than anybody from president, senator, congressman, or legislature in my county. And what it tells, I'm the living example that there is change. And we've had a lot of change in the past few years. And basically, look, I'm a military veteran. I've been a cop. Nobody asked me as I was chasing a criminal down the street, or when I received life-saving medals for saving people's lives, whether I was straight or I'm gay.
That gets into what Barry Goldwater said years ago. I don't care if they're gay, I just care if they can shoot straight.
Right.
Right? All right, let's move on.
Thank you, John.
NAU, a shooting Friday. There was another one in Houston. I don't know if you call this a classic school shooting, if there is such a thing, because this could have happened outside a bar, outside a restaurant. This was a dispute between 4 guys, and somebody grabs a firearm.
Right.
Do we need some type of further gun control in this country? Better background checks. Obviously, Martha McSally now in southern Arizona introduced something today to try to get at better background checks. What's the answer here?
Well, I talked with Sheriff Pribble of Coconino County this morning. I talked to the police chief of the Community College District in Pinell County, which we have 5+ campuses. And the bottom line here is we don't need another law or regulation, because we already have laws on the books to create safe, gun-free school zones. How has that worked?
Not particularly well, frankly.
Well, here's why. Because now we create this false sense of security to people that nobody can carry a gun except a cop or a criminal, right? So now everybody's disarmed, and we're going to see more of this, and we're going to see an evolution, I believe, on this issue, because who disobeys the laws? The criminals. That's why we call them criminals. And so what could have, if we had a different law, what would have stopped this incident from happening?
This gets at this argument that really the heart of this issue generally is what's in their head, not in their hands.
Mental health issues. And this is where I can speak to that, because 1,100 prisoners in my county jail, more than half of them have underlying mental health issues, and in addition to addiction issues.
How do you get at that with some type of background check? Can you ascertain what's in a person's head through a background check?
To some degree, or law enforcement contact, or there's some type of report. Absolutely. And this is where we've struggled with this from down in Tucson, Jared Loeffner. It wasn't because he had a political agenda, right? It was because there was underlying mental health issues. And we, as a society, not just Arizona, this shouldn't be connected to just weapons and gun laws. We as a society have done a very poor job of taking care of those in our community with mental health issues. It connects to everything. I know people in my family, friends of mine, who have had mental health issues. I don't think anybody's untouched by this.
Let me ask you, I want to clear this up. you know, we've got
Yes.
such a division in Washington right now. Would you consider yourself classically a member or a Tea Party person? Would you characterize yourself that way?
I would consider myself a Second Amendment, pro-freedom, for capitalism, for border security, and it depends. I've seen people in the Tea Party who I disagreed with on issues, and people in the mainstream establishment that I very strongly disagree with on issues. My issues, I think, are probably as well known of anybody who's elected in our state, and you're going to see a fighter on these issues that concern
Tick them
our
off for me.
families.
If border security is number one for you,
And
what
border
comes?
security, jobs in our economy. This is, John, there's 94 million Americans who are of working age who are not in the workforce. This is the all-time high record.
Right.
So at a time when 62% is the actual job participation, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics,
right.
This is where the Obama administration, through the EPA, is trying to shut down the coal mines, the power plants here in Arizona. This is the worst time, because not only those thousands of jobs that are affected, you pay utility rates, I do. These are going to jack up at a time when we can least afford it. I will work to stop that wrong-headed action at a time when our economy is struggling.
What other issues would be top of your agenda?
Forest health.
Now that's
What
something
I talked
you really
about,
haven't dealt
wildfires.
with. That's something
I have. There's wildfires that happen in my county. We're the guys who evacuate families. When those fires, the wildfires, when I sent over a dozen deputies up north to help evacuate those families.
Right, but that's not exactly, you're not steeped in forest policy. You're probably getting up to speed, and I would say the guy you probably lean on that issue is John Kyle.
Well, John Kyle, I talked with Senator Kyle, but this is the fact. I live, and the people of our state live in the effect and the impact of the failures of the federal government. Bottom line, as a freshman member or any member of Congress, the key to them is understanding what the issues are, advocating for our issues and for Arizona with these bureaucratic agencies in Washington to hold them accountable, right? And at a time when we see politicians run for office, everybody says border security. What the heck have they done? And then what do they do when they get into office?
So back to forest for a second.
Yes.
What I think you're suggesting is that environmental policy has trumped. Is that what you're saying?
Environmental policy
has trumped,
or the name of it, and this is, look at Forefry. Here we have 4 national forests up north, and now where the Forest Service has a way to properly utilize certain acreage of all these forests to thin them, but it's not to the degree that it really protects us from a public safety perspective, that this is a tinderbox because of the droughts. We're going to see these forests that are in jeopardy if we don't quickly find new ways, not only to address that, but how it can complement us for our economy, to help the lumber industry, to thin the forest, to take the underbrush, to take the dead trees, to take the trees that are smaller, so we can build our forests back to truly have that's why they call it forest health.
Do you believe that these droughts are tied to some type of global warming?
There's a lot of scientists and data that's out there that suggests that that's the case, and then there's others that say no.
So you don't think the debate is over, as the president would like to say?
The debate certainly is not over. However, I'm a realist. There is impact. What I'm saying when I talked about the coal mines, hey, if we're going to have some reform and we're going to look at all of these issues, if what we do as people affect our climate, affect our world, then we've got to do it in a way that doesn't harm us and further than, and we're one country. We're not the whole world here.
Right.
And so the United States is doing as good, if not the best job of most countries in a lot of these areas. So don't tank our economy further than what it is at a time when we can least afford it.
And especially unless China and India are going to get on board, because that's I mean, if you don't solve that, you don't solve the
These
problem.
are our competitors.
Right.
And why are we giving everybody else a competitive advantage when not only we don't need to, it's harmful to us in our economy?
When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more about border security with Paul Babeu, the current Pinal County Sheriff, first elected in 2008, the first Republican sheriff elected in the history of Pinal County, now running for Congress out of District 1. We're back with Sheriff Babeu in a moment on Newsmaker Sunday. Paul Babeu is our guest on Newsmaker Sunday. Announced this week he is running for Congress, Part 2. He did it in 2011, announced, tried to run in 2012, had to drop out of the race.
Extra strength now.
Yeah, right. What did that teach you in the end when you had to drop out? There was all the allegations about the relationship with the young man.
Well, further humility. For me, this was, I think, the most difficult times in our life is really the measure of people.
What did it teach you?
Well, you don't pull the sheets over your head and just hide from people. You go out, you answer head on. I was honest about everything, and I shared with everything. Look, I've been further vetted than Barack Obama when he was elected president, quite honestly. And people know far more about me, John, than they ever wish to know, or I ever wish them to know.
So was it vindication in...
It was.
In what, 14 when you...
Not just election, but even fully vindicated. I was, the word they used, and it's almost never used in law enforcement, just so you know, exonerated. And in fact, they had charges against him for harassment and some other issues. And you know what? So at the end of the day, that is a bad situation, that it was used by a lot of political opponents, surprise, surprise. And I think there's a double standard. I talked to Dr. Ben Carson. I had him in my county. I was with him all day. I drove 4 hours from Cochise County to Pinell, and we talked about this exact situation. And he looked at me and he said, Paul, you know what? A lot of people in the other party, the Democrat Party, look at me because I'm an African American and I'm a Republican, and they think somehow I'm a traitor, or I betrayed, all these different things. And people try to fit people because of who they are in a certain box. I'm a Republican. I'm not going to be defined by these other issues. That's not how I live my life.
One more thing on this before we move on. I asked you in the break, and I want to ask you again. For any voter who says, you know, I like Babu, I like what he stands for, he showed some judgment issues during this whole thing that they would say, that gives me a pause.
You know what?
What would you say to them?
And here's what I said then, and it's the same today. Everybody in their life has had difficulty with somebody in a relationship. And when that person gets upset, and then all of a sudden they come after you, right? And then they're going to show pictures. I happen to be an elected official.
Right.
You don't know what it's like. You know what it's like to be an anchor on Fox 10, but you don't know what it's like to be an elected official.
Well, I think they're pretty similar. I think they're pretty similar in that if we show poor judgment, it's going to end up out there.
But the thing is, when you have personal things in your life that are used against you here for political purposes, I think people balanced all that. And at the end of the day, the totality of who I am as a person, my record of service, the good work that we've done, you know, people appreciated that, and thank God, because this is America, and it's 2015 now.
I got to ask you about what's going on in the House right now. We talked about the Tea Party earlier.
Yes.
The Tea Party has run off John Boehner. They ran off Cantor. They're having trouble finding a leader that they can coalesce around. Do you have any feeling if you were to be elected? You got to go into this hornet's nest. Is there anybody out there? And I'm thinking Paul Ryan.
Yeah.
Is that a guy you could feel comfortable with in a leadership position?
I really like Paul Ryan. And
would he be your choice given this current field?
Yeah, I like Paul Ryan. I know that locally a lot of people have been talking about Matt Salmon. I'm friends with him, and he's done a great job as a representative.
Has he actually put his name in the ring?
No, it's mentioned, and a lot of people are trying to encourage him. But I think Paul Ryan is probably best positioned. And look, you've got a lot of people. Everybody's got not just their ego, but their agenda. We've got to govern. And this, I think, is problematic to solve the issues of the day. We've got
No, I agree. And I think it's problematic for candidates. Because if Republicans now have the House, if they are unable to govern themselves, how can they govern the country?
Well, you mentioned the Tea Party running people off. These people have been in office, right, for 20 to 30 years. And they've survived years in that leadership position, which is the life and tenure of most of the leaders, and they've out-survived it. Bottom line, if you make promises to the people, you better honor them. And this is where I'm an oath keeper, and I fulfill my promises. If I ever can't, I'll come to you, just like if it's a friendship, and I better have a reason why and communicate that to you. That's what an elected official should do as well.
Let me ask you another one while we're on the subjects. Let's show tape number 6. What's your take on this Iran deal? And as a member of Congress, if you were to become a member of Congress, should Congress have been intimately involved in this discussion?
Yes. And this is where, not only as an Army officer, this is a passion of mine as well throughout my life. as a citizen, and we need to be aware of our global environment, I would have voted against this. I'll say that right up front. And I believe that we gave up far too much. All of the sanctions were having an impact and pushed them to the brink of finally Iran had no other choice. I can tell you, I'm the only veteran in this race. I served a tour in Iraq. As importantly, I went with AIPAC to Israel, understanding our main ally in the Middle East, right? Going to the border with Lebanon, where there's Hezbollah, going to the Golan Heights with Syria. There were small arm fires literally going on and an explosion while we were there, right? And seeing the Gaza Strip and all of these, look, they're surrounded by a lot of unsavory people that aren't necessarily not only our allies, but in some cases the enemies. And this is where what was created in Iraq and Syria and ISIS or ISIL, this is the failure. The biggest failure of Barack Obama when it comes to foreign policy is the fact that we pulled out. And you look through the last 100 years of foreign policy in the United States, heck, my dad fought in the Korean War. There's 28,600 soldiers there today as we're talking, guarding and defending that border. We have soldiers, we have troops in Japan,
so pulling
and
out
Germany.
and detaching, you think, is not a good
decision.
thing.
And we had a commitment, whether you agree with the war or not, the fact that we pulled out completely created a vacuum in an unstable situation.
We're back with Paul Babiou. More on the table after this. We're going to talk about Syria as well and what's happening there with Russia when we come back on Newsmaker Sunday. Back with Pinal County Sheriff Paul Babiou, who announced this week he is running for Congress for U.S. District 1. That's a seat currently held by Ann Kirkpatrick, who, as you know, is going after John McCain, trying to take his Senate seat. Let me ask you about the subject that nobody is talking about. 3/4 of our debt in this country comes from Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and interest on the debt.
Yes.
Who's going to fix that one? Because a lot of people go to Congress saying they're going to, and it never gets fixed.
Well, here's the problem. President Obama, I'm going to start with, had both control of the House and the Senate and had this opportunity, and our debt went off the charts. And our borrowing, now we're at $18.5 trillion. Far more important and troubling is the fact that that gap debt, which is $110 trillion, all these promises that you just outlined of the, quote, entitlements, we're in trouble.
These are programs people count on, though, Paul.
Absolutely. And this is where the reform, you're looking at a guy who makes tough decisions for a living, right? Runs a 700-person full-time operation, critical service. We go to Washington. Absolutely, I will make tough votes, not for the people who are about to retire, but all of those commitments for when you're talking the age in the 40s and younger, complete reform. Absolutely. And it should be based on need and based on income and all of those things. No longer can we afford, we just can't afford it.
What does this come down to? You got 10 seconds. What does this race come down to for you?
This race comes down to, do you want somebody who's going to stand up, believes in the Constitution, does what he promises to do, which I have a record to prove that, and defend our rights here at home, advocate for Arizona. Nobody's going to, not just out border security me, outperform when it comes to advocating for issues.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you,
Paul Babiou, the sheriff of Pinal County, now announced candidate, Republican candidate for District 1 in Arizona. Back on Newsmaker Sunday next week. We'll see you then.
Thanks.
Oh, there's my guy, John Hook, who I'm missing greatly. He's on vacation. He is on vacay. And just for a reminder of our top stories, Obama keeping 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. The woman that is dead in Phoenix, 28 years old, her 29-year-old husband has been detained and is being questioned. And flossing teeth can do more harm to your teeth than good. Some dentists are suggesting that people are doing it incorrectly. Bad techniques can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums. And the 12-year-old boy that was sued by his aunt speaks out and saying he loves her. And Donald Trump is threatening to not participate in the CNBC debate because they won't list out the criteria they want for that debate. So that's an update on that. Let's see. That was a very interesting update on that. And we had some breaking news earlier today, so we didn't get through John Kasich in New Hampshire, so I will go to that now.
In this campaign and get to directly engage with the candidates. And our students are here. They're looking forward to this opportunity And we thank you, Governor Kasich, for you taking their questions.
Our first student is Ryan Long. He's an economics major and he hails from Amherst, New Hampshire. Ryan.
How you doing today, Governor Kasich?
I'm doing very well.
That's good.
You know why God invented economists? To make astrologers look accurate.
Sounds good to me. Governor Kasich, as a proponent of balancing the budget while lowering taxes, what sectors of government spending would you advocate as president lowering or possibly even eliminating funding to?
Well, we're first of all on the non-defense discretionary. We're going to freeze that for 8 years as a starting point. At the end, I'm not sure it fare that well as we dig in and get under the hood. We will increase defense spending, and we'll be able to reduce a lot of the backlog that we need because defense is our primary purpose. And we're going to deal with these entitlements, just like we have in Ohio with Medicaid. We'll continue to reform that. It could be done nationwide. We need to make sure that we're able to stabilize Medicare, and we've got a lot of detail about how we believe we can do that. And we want to cut taxes, because if you both cut taxes and control spending, you can actually get to a balanced budget. But I have to tell you, young man, I got to count on you, because there are going to be a lot of people whining out there about, oh, you can't touch me. But we're used to that. We just have to make sure that we have the discipline to get it done. Because if we get it done, you're going to get a job. That's what this is all about. It's all about raising America to a level where people really have opportunity and we have job creation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And my second question is in regards to Social Security. With retirement age for collecting Social Security being increased to 67 for people born after the year 1960, younger people have found themselves less likely to have a job. In fact, people between the ages of 20 and 24 have an unemployment rate of 9.1%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is near 4% higher than the national average. How would you address the issue of national security so older people can have a safe retirement and young people can at the same time have job stability?
Well, you know, there's a lot of people, that a lot of 18-year-olds think they have a better chance of seeing a UFO than a Social Security check. In 1999, I proposed a solution, a fix to Social Security that would have stabilized it for, as I recall, about 100 years. And that would have left our seniors, okay, the baby boomers would have started at a slightly lower rate than what they would have gotten, and our young people would have been able to get 2% private accounts where you could be connected to the economy just like federal workers. That was about 16 years ago, and they did nothing. So now we're in a deeper hole, and we're looking at all the possible solutions for Social Security. We'll be able to talk about that in more depth later, but I would tell you there's about 4 things we think we need to think about. We need to deal with the issue of early retirement. We need to look at the issue of raising the retirement age. We do need to have an indices of prices and not both prices and wages. Those things will get us in a pretty good place, and we have to think about a disconnect between what we pay in and the benefits we get out. But Social Security is so sensitive, it has to be stabilized, and I got to let you in on something. We're going to have to include some Democrats in this who understand this program needs to be fixed, and we'll have more to say about that, which is a separate issue from getting us in a position of balancing this federal budget today. Okay?
Thank you very much, Governor.
All right, thank you.
Our second student is Amanda DeLude, and she's a communications major, and she hails from Hudson, New Hampshire. Amanda?
Good morning, Governor Kasich.
Good morning.
So my question also involves Social Security. Governor Kasich, according to various news sources such as Washington Times, the New York Times, and the Washington Examiner, Social Security disability payments will run out by the year 2016. I understand recently you said some people will have to, quote-unquote, get over Social Security cuts. What about our Granite State citizens who have paid into their Social Security their entire lives? Can and how will you assure them they'll still be taken care of?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think in the area of Social Security disability, there have been a lot of shows, and I think including 60 Minutes, that's talked about this program. Of course, when somebody is disabled, that they have to be in a position of where they can get help. But we've got to make sure that people aren't able to just approach the legal system to get them to go out and try to qualify for something that they really shouldn't be on. So we've got to look at Social Security disability. My mind isn't closed on that. I'm not sure about it, but it's something we have to carefully look at. Now, here's what the story is on the benefits. You see, if we start the Social Security benefits with an indices that is lower, okay, then you're going to get your Social Security. It's going to be slightly lower, and it will contribute to saving the program for the life of it, which you want anyway. And just so you know, we were in a forum here in New Hampshire, and we're all kind of chuckling about where we start. Most people don't know what their initial benefit is. I don't. How many of you know what your initial benefit is in here? That you calculated it down to the dollar. Okay, there's about 2 of you, okay? And I said, look, you know, we're going to have to start a little bit lower. And she said, well, I don't know. I said, well, we're just going to have to do it. And we all kind of chuckled. I said, you know, we're all going to have to get over it. But, you know, that's part of what happens when you say things. It's part of why we don't get anywhere, because we get distracted by, you know, a criticism. I'm not going to be in a position where I'm going to be distracted. All of my lifetime, I've taken heat. I've taken it from Republican presidents. I've taken it from Republican Party members. I've taken it from Democrats. If you're not prepared to take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Get out of the kitchen, okay? Thank you. But I want that program for you, and I'll tell you what else I want. I want you to get a job. And if there's anything we need to do, it's to emphasize the capability of these community colleges to give you a skill for what you want to do in your lifetime. Skills are the matter. Those are the words for, not just for you, but for my younger daughters, who one day will be in the school just like you are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Kasich.
Good job.
Our third student is Nate Madden, and he's a liberal arts major, and he hails from Nashville.
How are you? Good to see you.
Governor, you served 6 years as chairman of House Budget in Ohio and have balanced their budget. What procedures will you take to balance the national budget? And also, would you consider modifying the tax code and getting rid of loopholes?
Yeah, you know, I used to say that we always want to look at provisions in the code that were put there by special interest groups. Back in the old days when I was in Congress, I used to say if we can reform welfare for poor people, we ought to reform welfare for rich people too, right? I mean, that's what's fair is fair. So we would look at all of those. Sometimes those loopholes are legitimately loopholes, and sometimes they're not. They're necessary. For example, the research and development tax credit. Some might call it a loophole. I consider it essential for the development of new technologies. You have to scour everything. Let me suggest how you do. You look at every single program. You say, is the program working? Is it not working? You got to remember, every program has somebody that supports it. Is it working? Is it not working? Can it be privatized? If we see it in the yellow pages, does government need to do it? Can we make it work better, more effectively? And you just go through all of that, and nobody gets a favor. Everything gets looked at appropriately, because the time you come off the moral high ground is the minute where it's pretty hard to lead. So we'll look at everything, including these kinds of things that you call, and I used to call loopholes. I used to aggravate everybody when I said that. Do you remember those days? So, yeah, we'll look at everything. Maybe you could come and be a junior partner and help us look at some things.
Maybe.
Okay?
My second question, Governor, would you support a universal basic income that would lighten the burden of poverty on the working class?
Well, our tax bill would be in a position where a lot of people wouldn't be paying income taxes. They'd be paying other taxes, significant other taxes, but we want to make sure we give people an incentive. And here I propose the earned income tax credit, which I fought for when I was a congressman. A lot of people in my party didn't like it. I thought it was important to give people an incentive to be able to rise. The other thing that we've done in Ohio is if you are a working mom, we are raising the amount of money you can make to 300% of poverty without losing your child care. There are many rules and regulations that keep you from being able to rise because you lose more than you gain. We have to remove that and make sure we tailor our welfare system to encouraging independence, not continued dependence. Okay?
She's a major in international relations, and she comes from New Boston, New Hampshire. Carolyn?
Hello. My question for you today is, where do you stand on President Barack Obama's proposed free 2-year community college? If you are for it, can you inform us on how or where the money will come from to pay for it, and who will receive it?
Well, after you can give everybody free college, we can put a chicken in every pot. We have to pay for things, right? You'd like to have a new car, wouldn't you? Yes. Would you like a new car? I can't just give you one for free. But here's the thing. We have to learn to control the costs of higher education. And that comes, number one, to leadership, Mr. Provost. That means sometimes you got to aggravate the faculty, the people that work around here, to take costs out. In Ohio now, we have just had a group of business people come in with a series of about 25 recommendations to reduce costs. And let me give you an example. You're going to believe this. I don't think so. Ohio, you ever heard of Ohio State?
Yes.
Yes, it's a little school in the Midwest. And what is your name?
Carolyn.
Carolyn. So Carolyn, Ohio State's president, Gordon Gee, who's a great man, made a decision that he wanted to lease the parking garages and parking lots. Because he said, why is a university running a parking garage? He was fought tooth and nail. He finally got it through, and Ohio State leased those parking lots and parking garages, still maintains control, and is receiving $500 million that can be used to help students with scholarships or reduce costs. In Bowling Green, they have now outsourced their dining. Why is a university running a dining facility? It ought to be done by the private sector, and guess what? I understand the students like the food in the private more than they did when the university ran it. So we need to scour everything to reduce costs, because if these costs keep rising, students are just going to go to online education at a fraction of the cost, and it's going to become more creative. And let me suggest one other thing. When you enter this school, you ought to have somebody who virtually guides you every week. What do you want to be? What do you want to do? What courses are you taking? Are you on track? And I'm here to be your helper. And we need to know what the in-demand jobs are, so we're not out there getting an education for basket weaving when there are no basket weaving jobs anymore. The other thing is, I don't believe that universities or community colleges should be paid one dime for overhead. They should be reimbursed by government when a student completes a course or graduates. Anything short of that will result in high costs and without putting you at the top of the heap for what our priorities are. Thank you. You have another one?
All right. Should able-bodied, mentally capable adults who receive welfare be required to work? If so, how would you monitor this?
Well, when I was in Congress, we worked to say that if you get food stamps and you're able-bodied in areas where you don't have high unemployment, you need to do community service at least 20 hours a week. And I think the same is true with welfare. Look, fostering a culture of dependency helps no one. It doesn't help the person on welfare, and it doesn't help the children who are in the family. But let's not think this is easy. You grow up, young person, you wake up in the morning, you don't have a stable family, you hear gunshots, and you wonder about going to school. And you don't have anybody that's giving you the love and the encouragement you need. All of these people are made in the image of the Lord. They are not to be discarded. They are not to be demeaned. They need to be lifted. But you don't lift them just by giving. You have to expect something back. And that is our philosophy in Ohio. And I want welfare to be sent to you. No more strings. You do it. You tell me what's working here. I'll tell you what's working in other parts of the country. So it's about, just like my mother used to say, it's a sin not to help people who need help, but it's equally a sin to continue to help people who need to learn how to help themselves. But these are difficult problems. And our schools at the local level must be made excellent. And that is not up to a president, it is up to you, us. Got to get it done. Thank you.
Our last student speaker is Evan Richardson, and he's a criminal justice major, and he hails from Nashville, New Hampshire.
Good morning, everyone. Governor. What ideas do you have to reduce the overall debt on student loans in the U.S. and make school more affordable for everyone?
Well, I think first of all, you've got to stop the cost driver. Secondly, now that you're in community college, you're going to have, I assume, are you going to go on to a four-year school at some point, or you're not sure? Okay, if you do, you've already cut your costs, haven't you? Yeah, because you're here where it's less expensive than in the 4 years. So for some people, that's right. And I think I've outlined a number of things that we need to do to get on top of this whole cost issue. And, also, I think in high school you ought to be able to get college credit at the same time you're getting high school credit. Some students in my state have completed almost an entire year of college when they're still in high school. And we're now training teachers to be able to get qualified so that when they teach a course, the students can get college credit. It's a whole number of things, but you know, sometimes, let me ask you a question. When you're a college president today, what do you think your goal is for tomorrow? Try to be a college president tomorrow, too. And so sometimes it's really hard to go against the grain, because when you go against the grain, everybody gets uptight. But you know what leaders do? Why am I made this way? Because I had a mom that shook things up from top to bottom. She was my model of how you stick and you hang tough even when people are criticizing you. But let me tell you, give you a little lesson. When you believe in something, whatever it is, if you're right, and you need to check with your friends, even though you don't have a big crowd, you keep pursuing it. And you know what will happen? You will have a crowd, and you will be the leader. See, leaders always stand out from the crowd. If they're in the crowd, they're not a leader. You get too far ahead of the crowd, and they can't hear you or see you. So there's a certain magic about, a certain skill about knowing how far to get and how to bring the crowd along with you, because we can't do it all yourself. Surround yourself with people who like you, support you, and reinforce you too. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Good luck to you.
My second question.
Oh, you got another question. I thought I was done.
One more. What's an acceptable number of immigrants to let into the U.S. each year, and how will you control this number? Our country has always taken pride in opening its doors to immigrants and refugees. What is your plan to help these people without putting a strain on our social services?
Well, we have immigration law that limits who comes in, and that can all be looked at, but of course now we don't have any way to protect ourselves from people who just kind of walk into the country. And I was talking to a man that asked me, said, I agree with everything that you think on immigration, except I'm not in favor of a wall. And I said to him, where do you live? He said, well, I live in Texas and I live in Washington, D.C. I said, do you lock your doors at night? He said, well, I do. I said, well, shouldn't a country lock its doors? And so we have to finish that wall. We've got to make sure we can control our borders for a whole variety of reasons. But then we ought to have a little guest worker program so people can come in and out legally. And for the ones that are here, if they haven't violated the law, we'll make them pay a penalty. They can get a path to legalization. And then I think we can look at our entire immigration program, because we want to be, I wouldn't be here today. My mother, her mother couldn't barely speak English. She's Yugoslavian. My father's parents, You know, they came over. We weren't even sure at one point what our real name was because my grandfather may have taken the name of a family that he came over on the boat with. And if I hadn't got here, I'd probably be running for president of Croatia, but I'm here, you know. So we want to welcome immigrants. It makes us stronger, it makes us better, but we want to control it. And we don't want people to come here just to get on some benefit. You know, we want people to come here to assimilate themselves and get work and contribute, which I believe that most of them do. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your commitment to education and being a Buckeye, and I know your commitment, and we thank Nate for wearing the right colors today, so that was really good. So thank you, and please join us for a reception following this immediately.
Thank you all very much.
All right, and I'm going to give you a recap of my top 5 stories because you're about to see the, I just wiped all of my eyeshadow off because I was, can you tell? Man, I look terrible now. And in front of my friends. We're gearing up for the 9 p.m. broadcast, our local TV news broadcast with Troy Hayden and Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake's actually doing weather today, which I actually really enjoy seeing her do. Obama is keeping 5,500 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. You can read about that on foxnews.com. And if you haven't seen me go further into that, you can just rewind this video because I've gone in detail about that thanks to foxnews.com for the details on that story. There was a woman found dead in her Phoenix home. Her husband was one of the ones who dialed 911. She's 28, he's 29. Police believe she was bludgeoned to death with an object. They said the crime scene was very bloody, very messy, but her husband was taken in for questioning. They are not calling him a suspect. They're calling him a person of interest, and they say there are no other suspects. However, suspiciously, the husband does say an individual had knocked on their door the night before, apparently looking for drugs. So that is a very interesting story happening out of Phoenix right now. Steve Kraft has gone over that story a couple of times with us today. Flossing your teeth can do more damage than good, according to the Daily Mail, which is an interesting new development that I'm quite fond of because I, quite frankly, don't like flossing my teeth. I like brushing them. I'll brush them till the cows come home. Oh, that was a sad reference because we had a cow shooting last night. But I will brush them, but I do not like to floss them. I'm going to be honest with you. It hurts, and I think it's boring and a waste of time. According to dailymail.com, figures show that less than a fifth of us actually bother to do it regularly, and those who do, most of us, are doing it incorrectly, says dentist. Bad technique can push bacteria and plaque further into the gums. This can increase the risk of gum disease and cause painful damage. So I'm not going to take chances. I don't want to take the chance. I will just continue to refuse to floss my teeth. I'm the 12-year-old boy the 12-year-old boy that was sued by his aunt. This is a story like you've never heard before. Again, Daily Mail. I was upset about this story throughout the week. A woman sued her 12-year-old nephew. He was 8 years old at the time of the incident. She showed up as a surprise at his birthday party. He was on a bicycle, leapt off the bicycle, ran towards her screaming, "I love you, Aunt Jenny." Sent them both tumbling to the ground. She broke her wrist. She sued the 8-year-old boy, who's now 12. I'll read this here to you from Daily Mail. Jennifer Connell sued her nephew over an incident at his 8th birthday. A Connecticut jury took just 25 minutes deliberating to dismiss her case. The nephew spoke the first time Wednesday, saying he loves his aunt. Shantarla, 12, agreed with Connell that the lawsuit was just a formality. She says she had to name him to claim household insurance and settle her medical bills. Her legal team claimed Connecticut law forced her to take the court case. Her insurance would not pay to treat the injuries without negligence finding. And I did read that they paid out $1 for her broken wrist, which is horrific. But what the headline is that the 12-year-old loves his aunt and says he understands why she did it, and there's no hard feelings. That's good. And he was actually he had the cutest face. He's the sweetest little boy. And Trump might refuse to appear at the CNBC debate. And who can blame him? He says he does not want to be up there like similar to the CNN debate again for 3 hours, having to keep totally engaged, emotionally, physically engaged. And basically his representatives are saying they need to see the criteria. They want to know how long they're going to be up there. They want to know what's going to be asked. And I just recently read that Ben Carson's jumping on the bandwagon and saying, yeah, that's baloney. I want to know what's going on too. And apparently Governor Bobby Jindal is complaining about the required polling standards for candidates to participate in the event as well, which is interesting news. And I'm going to show you our Fox 10 Facebook update in case you missed it, which is basically a little recap of what we're talking about tonight at 9, which is just 5 minutes away. You're going to see Troy and Carrie and Mark Malrich making his sports debut today. He made his official debut at 5. It was pretty great, but he's going to be on again during the 9 and 10. And you've met him here first on Fox 10 News now. I'm sharing him with the television crew. I like to believe that I discovered him, although he has worked here for 15 years and I've worked here for 5 months, so technically I don't think I can stake claim, but I will, because that's what I do.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. A woman was found dead inside her apartment on 30th Street this morning. Police received a 911 call from her husband. They say he heard a noise in the kitchen and found her body. He has been detained, but he has not been arrested. There were 3 children in the home and they were not hurt. A mile north of that scene, Phoenix police are also investigating the death of a man in his 20s. He was found in the middle of the street after reports of shots fired came in around 4:30 this morning. Investigators say they will be looking at surveillance video from a store nearby to see if it can give them any clues. President Obama unveiling a new plan for the U.S. to keep 5,500 troops in Afghanistan when he leaves office in 2017. The shift goes against his promise to end the war during his time in office. He says the Afghan military is still not as strong as it needs to be. Lamar Odom remains on life support. Tuesday night, the former NBA star was found unconscious at a legal brothel outside of Las Vegas. Today, reports are saying that he had cocaine in his system and had been taking an herbal version of Viagra. He is still technically married to Khloe Kardashian, even though the two have been split up for years, and it's believed that she will be making any medical decisions. And here's a look at your 10-day forecast. We are expecting clouds and rain showers to increase today and continue along for Friday and part of Saturday. By Sunday, we'll see cooler temperatures and beautiful conditions. A cool down is on the way for the remainder of the week. Be sure to join us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and send us your news and weather photos using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. Have a great day.
I'm gonna have to find a special place to save my top 5 so Mikey doesn't save over them in the future. The kid was named, says Pete, $1 LOL. If it was Canadian, it would be 60 cents. Yeah, the kid's name that was sued, sorry, that was loud, that paper hitting the mic. His name was Sean Tarla. He's 12 now. He was 8 at the time. His mother died a year ago. The reason for suing him is because if she won the suit, who would actually have to pay out is the homeowner's insurance, the household insurance. The household insurance would have been what would have actually been paid out. However, it took 25 minutes for the jury of 6 to say, nope, we don't agree with this, and they dismissed her case. So it wasn't represented, I'm sure, the way it was represented on the Today Show in the courtroom. Because if it were, then you'd go, oh yeah, I guess I kind of understand. But I don't think they were allowed to say that it was insurance that they were after. I don't think they were allowed to say that. So I think if they would have said, hey, we're just trying to go after the insurance company, they might have been like, yeah, sure, we'll give you that. But I'm sure it looked horrific to them that this grown woman was going after this sweet baby, because I guess she told them that he was a sweet, kind, shy, loving boy. And they were probably like, then why are you doing this, lady? Rachel apparently doesn't feel good, so we hope she feels better. And thank you for saying that my eyeshadow looks okay, even though I cried it off from laughing earlier. Thank you. And Ale says, glad to make your show tonight, Kinsey. Sorry, but I've been busy. Ale, you barely made it because I'm about to sign off. Goodness. Disappointed in you. But thank you for stopping by, Ale. I appreciate you. Ale/Eduardo. D, Billy, Joe, John, Pete, Leah. I'm trying to give everyone a shout out that spent their evening talking to me. Mike D. Mike D reminds me of the Beastie Boys, so I apologize for my going into Mike D with the Master Plan Beastie Boys lyrics. Thanks to everybody that spent their evening with me. I'm going to give you a glimpse at our tower cam before I say goodnight. Oh, beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. How we love thee. Oh, sweet D. Good night, everyone. It was so awesome spending the day with you all. You're so sweet, D. We love you. Thank you so much, Ale. And I'm gonna say goodnight. I will see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for spending your evening with me and Mikey. We have an exciting Friday prepared for you tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you then, and sweet dreams until later. Bye.